Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. The game that rose from the ashes of Final Fantasy XIV's initially failed launch to become the foundation of the game's later success. In this regard, A Realm Reborn truly lives up to its name, since it breathed new life into a game otherwise destined for the gallows. Nowadays, new players are often encouraged to rush the realm, finishing the game as fast as they can in order to reach the next expansion, since Heavensward is generally considered to take an already good game to the next level. Coupled with the fact that Final Fantasy XIV on the whole is fairly text-heavy, and that it's very tempting to skip a lot of it, one would be forgiven for not picking up on the story of A Realm Reborn in its entirety. Which is a bit of a shame, since the story is quite engaging on paper, and it lays the groundwork for much of what's to come. Hello, fellow Final Fantasy XIV enthusiasts, I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video, I hope you'll join me as we revisit the complete story of Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. As a little side note, I'm going to be referring to the Warrior of Light in the masculine in the video, just to make things a little bit easier. And because he is generally depicted as a young male Midlander Hyr in the cutscenes for the game. To complicate things a bit, however, my Warrior of Light is nevertheless going to be dressed as a bird. So he's a man in the body of an avian, or something like that. But now, with all of that out of the way, let's return to a time when Final Fantasy XIV was just getting back on its feet. It's going to be a long journey, but I hope you'll be with us every step of the way. As the sun set on the 6th Astral Era, the Garlean Empire launched an all-out assault on the continent of Eorzea. The grand companies of the city-states of Ul'dah, Gridania, and Lim-Salominsa, banding together to fend off the invading force. Under the influence of mysterious beings known as Ascians, the Garleans marched on Cartino and waged their bloody war as they cast Meteor, a powerful spell designed to pluck the moon Dalamud out of the sky and drop it down onto the ground below. However, as Dalamud descended, it revealed itself to be no mere moon, but instead a colossal prison keeping the elder primal Bahamut at bay. Freed from the fetters of its lunar confinement, Bahamut began ravaging the land, forcing sage Louisoix to call upon the power of the gods, the 12, to reseal the primal and to thwart the descent of Dalamud. Laying everything on the line, Louisoix succeeded in halting the primal's rampage, but his valiant efforts tragically cost him his life. Yet, the destruction wrought by Dalamud and Bahamut that had drastically altered the face of Eorzea and left countless dead could not be undone. The events of that fateful day became known as the Calamity and marked the beginning of the 7th Umbral Era. Five years after the Battle of Cartino, an adventurer destined to become the champion of the Mother Crystal Hydaelyn arrives in one of the city-states of Eorzea, choosing between Ul'dah, Gridania, or Lim-Salominsa. By performing many heroic deeds on behalf of the locals there, the adventurer inevitably starts to make a name for himself, and ends up catching the eye of an organization that calls itself the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. The organization shows a particular interest in the adventurer due to him possessing the power of the Echo, a mysterious ability that allows him to catch glimpses of the past and to know the hearts of others. Although the reason for their interest still eludes the adventurer, seeing as their motives are as of yet unexplained. Upon proving himself a true benefactor of the realm, the adventurer is recruited as an envoy to the other city-states by the head of the city-state where he chose to start his journey, the hope being to hold a remembrance ceremony in honor of those who fell at the Battle of Cartano, and to commemorate the alliance between the city-states. In order to fulfill his mission post-haste, the adventurer boards an airship and heads for the next city-state by air. Meanwhile, in another part of the realm, Gaius von Baelsar, the Black Wolf, legatus of the 14th Legion, arrives with his cohorts in Castrum Meridianum, an imperial outpost positioned at the borders of the Eorzean alliance. There, he recounts the losses suffered 15 years ago as the imperial fleet set course for Mordona in an attempt to claim Eorzea, only to be thwarted by an innumerable host of dragons, at the heart of which flew the great Midgard's armor. Though the Gallians succeeded in slaying the Worm King, it came at a great cost, as the Empire's flagship came crashing down, forcing them to retreat. This time, however, Gaius intends to finish the job, rectifying not only this original insult, but also the bitter defeat the Gallian Empire suffered 5 years ago at the Battle of Cartano. He views his glorious conquest as a form of salvation that will deliver the misguided masses from their ignorance, brought about by their faith in false gods. His officers are of one mind with him and pledge their allegiance to Lord von Baelsar. In the wake of Gaius' arrival, a mysterious object is seen being carried into the castrum under the cover of darkness. As the adventurer visits the other city-states, they all agree that a memorial service might be just the thing needed to rekindle the spirit of unity, which brought the peoples of Eorzea together when last the Empire threatened their liberty. Having completed his mission, the adventurer is recruited for a new quest by Baderon, the proprietor of the Drowning Wench in Limsa Lominsa, who, along with Commodore Reiner, wants the adventurer to investigate a strange band of men camped out in the Sastasha Sea Grot. Suspecting that they are Serpent River pirates, allied with the Sahagin. The adventurer enters Sastasha and slays Den the Orca-Toothed, the Sahagin behind the alliance. Pleased with his success, Baderon sends the adventurer to Mother Mion at the Carline Canopy in Gradania, who seeks aid in putting down the Lambs of Dalamud, a cult based in the Tamtara Deepcroft that is dedicated to the worship of the lesser moon Dalamud as their god. The party discovers that the Lambs have succeeded in resurrecting the vengeful spirit of Galvanth the Dominator, a long-dead Gelmoran king, whose body has been corrupted by the Lambs of Dalamud to serve as a host to a void-sent Mind Flayer. The Lambs intend for this unholy abomination to avenge the fall of Dalamud, their god. But the adventurer is quick to dispose of the threat. Having once again proven himself, the adventurer then travels to meet with Momodi at the Adventurers Guild in Uldar, who sends him to suppress the Hackathon Cherries revolt in the Copperbell mines. With the defeat of their leader, Gyges the Great, the Hackathon Cherries' rebellion collapses, and the adventurer returns to Uldar once more. In Uldar, a band of thuggish bodyguards, hired by a merchant, assail a woman, accusing her of stealing meat. The adventurer rescues the damsel in distress, and afterwards the Echo treats him to a vision that helps him better understand the refugee crisis Ul'dah faces in the wake of the calamity, as well as showing him that the woman did in fact purchase the meat she had been accused of stealing. Along with the people of Ul'dah, the adventurer drives the thug away, and afterwards he is approached by a member of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who has been watching his heroic exploits with great interest. The adventurer is recruited into the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and goes to the Waking Sands to learn more about the organization, meeting Minfilia and Tataru. Minfilia explains that the Scions seek to protect Eorzea from the threat of the Primals, godlike beings summoned by the beast tribes in times of crisis. The Scions use the power of the Echo to this end, and it was thanks to the Echo that the adventurer had visions of Hydaelyn and the Battle of Carteneau. Suspecting that a robbery and an abduction at Camp Drybone were committed by the Amalja in the name of their primal Ifrit, the Scion Thancred joins with the adventurer to investigate the situation. At Camp Drybone, they find evidence that the Amalja were not acting alone, and it turns out that they recruited the merchant Ungust into their ranks. With the help of a nun, Sister Ursen, Thancred and the adventurer disguise themselves as paupers to lure out Ungust, who is now posing as a priest, giving alms to the poor and converting them to his religion, which of course actually means making them a sacrifice to Ifrit. Thancred and the adventurer capture Ungust and force him to work as a double agent, setting up an ambush to capture the Amalja responsible. However, it is revealed that Ungust was feeding the Amalja information about the ambush, leading the ambush party to be overrun by the Beastmen. The Amalja prepare to sacrifice them all to Ifrit and succeed in summoning him, but the adventurer is able to use the Echo to resist being tempered or enslaved by Ifrit, and is able to slay the Lord of the Inferno in combat. Nero Tol Skyvar and Livia Sas Junius, two of Gaius Van Biles's top officers, watch events unfold from a safe distance. Nero being simultaneously disappointed with Ifrit's lack of power and impressed with the adventurer's strength, hoping it won't hinder their plans. The adventurer's exploits, especially the victory over Ifrit, earn him the attention of the grand companies who compete for his favor. Remaining undecided, the adventurer goes to watch the Battle of Carteneau remembrance ceremonies he helped orchestrate earlier. At the ceremonies, he meets a pair of Elysian twins, Alphino and Alisae, who are critical of the attitudes of Merlwyb, Canisena, and Rauban towards the battle, especially the sacrifices of the Warrior of Light and Luiswa. However, the state's leaders do promise further unity within Eorzea to help with the primal and Garlean threats. After watching the ceremonies, the adventurer joins a grand company of his choice. Soon after, an airship is shot down by Garlean forces, and the adventurer joins with the grand company's forces to rescue the surviving engineers, Biggs and Wedge. The airship is revealed to be built by none other than Sid Nan Garlond, Biggs and Wedge's former employer, who has been missing since the calamity. Troubled by the Empire's disregard for borders, the adventurer reports back to Minfilia. Minfilia explains that the Sylph tribe is suspected of summoning or attempting to summon Ramu, straining relations with Gridania. The Gridanians, who are already at open war with the Ixal, are incapable of fighting two beast tribes at once. So the adventurer, Ida, and Papalimo embark on a mission to negotiate peace between the Sylphs and the Scions, and thus Gridania. After meeting with Rolf Hawthorne, an ex-adventurer and expert on Sylph etiquette, the Scions arrive in Little Solace, the Sylph community closest to Gridania. Though the Sylph Comuxio is initially suspicious of their intentions, the adventurer is able to endear the Sylphs by defeating Garlean forces, who were camped outside Little Solace, and by rescuing Claxio, who has been captured by tempered Sylphs. Comuxio reveals that the Sylph elder Phrixio has gone missing, and the Scions and Gridania agree to arrange a search party. Buscaron, a barkeeper who pays attention to such affairs, discovers Garlean forces patrolling the Black Shroud, and after apprehending the twin adder traitor, providing intelligence for them, Laurentius reveals that Phrixio, who is fleeing from Garlean soldiers, has become trapped in the 1,000 maws of Totarak. Deep inside, the adventurers' party encounters the Ascian Lahabrea, who summons a Banemite to test their strength. However, the Banemite is slain and Phrixio is rescued. Phrixio explains that in the Sylphlands, a faction of Sylphs summoned Ramuh to protect themselves from a Garlean invasion. However, Ramuh, driven by the fanatic desire to protect his people's homeland, began tempering all of the Sylphs, forcing those that resisted to flee to Little Solace. However, Ramuh has instructed his followers to not attack the Gridanians unless they invade the Sylphlands, and neither the tempered Sylphs nor the refugees of Little Solace have any interest in attempting to summon him again. Having ensured peace between the Gridanians and Sylphs, the Scions return to the Waking Sands with the Sylvan diplomat, Eorzea. Having suppressed attempts to summon Ifrit and Ramuh, the Scions decide to devote time to investigate the return of Lahabrea and the Ascians. After research at Highbridge proves fruitless, the adventurer sets his sight on Little Alamigo, home of the Alamigan refugees after their homeland was subjugated by the Garleans, who incited a revolution and then crushed the weakened armies of Alamigo. The Little Alamigan leader, Gundobald, is initially suspicious of the Scions' intentions, but becomes more cooperative when it is discovered that the youths of Little Alamigo met with a masked mage and learned how to summon a primal to fight against the Amalja and eventually take back Alamigo. Gundobald and the adventurer arrive just in time to the Amalja camp to participate in the battle between the Amalja and the youths. Both sides suffer heavy casualties. But once the battle is over, Gundobald is able to dissuade the disenfranchised youths from summoning a primal to fix their lot in life, lest they become tempered wretches, thralls to a god they had looked to for salvation. Disturbed by the violence at Little Alamigo, incited by Lahabrea, Minfilia sends the adventurer on another mission, this one to Fallgourd Float, where a man named Medrod has reported a sighting of a masked mage. Since the mage's arrival, young maidens have been murdered and their bodies taken by floating eyes to Hawkham Manor, where they are used in a rejuvenation ritual for Lady Amandine, a noblewoman who was badly scarred by the calamity. After Amandine is slain and finally put to rest, evidence is found that the Ascians were manipulating her. In response to this, Minfilia declares that all nations in Eorzea must bolster their security to protect themselves from Lahabrea and the Ascian menace. However, the investigation of the Ascians must be put on hold, because the Kobold tribe has succeeded in summoning Titan and plans to use him to assault Limsa Lominsa. Several years prior, Titan had been slain by the Company of Heroes, a mercenary group hired by Limsa Lominsa that has since disbanded. In looking for aid, the Scions are able to track down Weisgeit, a former member of the company, in Costa del Sol. Despite his victory over Ifrit, Y'shtola is unable to persuade Ishgard that the adventurer is capable of defeating Titan, which leads Ishgard to test the adventurer by sending him on a series of increasingly dangerous missions to obtain foodstuffs for a banquet for his master, the wealthy owner of Costa del Sol, Gegeruju. After the completion of Ishgard's trials, the adventurer is awarded by access to Titan's lair. The adventurer's party slays Titan, and Y'shtola discovers that La Habrea was watching the battle. Y'shtola remains in Lim Solominsa to investigate, while the adventurer returns to the Waking Sands, only to find the corpses of countless scions. A dying Norvrandt reveals that the Garleans conducted a raid in search for the slayer of Ifrit, and took Minfilia and the other leaders hostage. Minfilia's last words before being captured were an order to Norvrandt to ensure the adventurer took refuge at the Church of Saint Adama Landama. Heeding Minfilia's request, the adventurer goes to the church, where he meets a distraught veteran of the Battle of Cartano named Marquez. After the members of the church tend to the burial of the dead scions, Alphino arrives and claims that he will resurrect the organization because the city-states are too incompetent and plagued with internal problems to fend off the beast tribes, let alone the Garleans, and that the situation is urgent since the Ixal have already succeeded in summoning their primal Garuda. To this end, Alphino uncovers Marquez as the great airship engineer Sid Nan Garlond, who built the Enterprise, which went missing over Coethus shortly before the Battle of Cartano. This revelation is news even to Sid himself, who had forgotten his true identity in the wake of the calamity. Together, Sid, Alphino, and the adventurer resolve to recover the Enterprise, rescue the captured scions, and defeat Garuda. Upon arrival in Coethus, they are met with hostility by the Ishgardian nobility, who are fully dedicated to the Dragon Song War and show no interest in the secular conflicts of the Eorzean alliance. However, by rescuing several Ishgardian troops and apprehending a false inquisitor named Guillaume, the adventurer earns the trust of Lord Drillmont, who allows access to the Stone Vigil, where the Enterprise has been found. In the process, the adventurer also befriends Horchefant Greystone of House Fortemps, who presides over Camp Dragonhead in the Coethus Central Highlands. When it comes to actually braving the Stone Vigil to retrieve the Enterprise, Ishgard offers no assistance, meaning the adventurer must fight through it himself along with his party, slay the Dravanian horde, and defeat the dragon Iskabind to recover the airship. During the prior battles between the Ishgardians and Dravanians for the Vigil, the Enterprise was damaged, so even after they retrieve it, Sid still requires a corrupted crystal to fix it. After false starts in Camp Drybone and the Isle of Umbra, the adventurer is finally able to procure one by slaying a Spriggan named Gigety with the aid of the Sylphs. After the airship is repaired, Sid takes the wheel and recalls his memories from before Meteorfall. He thanks the Warrior of Light for helping him recover the missing pieces of his past. Diving into the Howling Eye, the adventurer does battle with the Garuda, the Lady of the Vortex. Garuda is eventually defeated, but not slain by the party. She is swiftly rejuvenated by the devotion of the Ixal. However, after her failure to temper the party, a mysterious force strikes her down, and Gaius van Baelsar, Imperial Legatus, arrives and taunts her. Garuda tortures kobolds and a Malja that she has taken hostage, causing them to despair and summon Titan and Ifrit. It is at this time that Gaius unleashes an ancient Allagan armor known as the Ultima weapon, which devours all three primals, seemingly effortlessly, absorbing them into its mechanism. The crew of the Enterprise returns to the Waking Sands to meet with Y'shtola, who agrees that they must break into Castrum Sentry to rescue the Scions. They are able to track down Biggs and Wedge, who hijacked an airship flight out of Castrum Sentry and escaped to Coethus. They encounter an adventurer in Revenant's Toll named Glomant, who has a personal grudge against the Empire and aids the group in their attempt to steal a Magitech armor from Castrum Sentry. Having procured an armor, the adventurer, Sid, Biggs, and Wedge sneak into Castrum Sentry and break out Minfilia and the other Scions. They also discover that Thancred was possessed by Laha Breya and used as a pawn in his manipulations of the Beast Tribes. After their escape, they see an airship with Gaius inside. He announces an ultimatum: that Eorzea surrender to the Empire or be annihilated by the Ultima weapon. The leaders of the Eorzean alliance draw up their terms of their surrender, unwilling to waste further lives for a hopeless cause. Merlwyb in particular speculates that a Gallian presence may prevent further summonings of primals, which, without the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Eorzea is helpless against. However, thanks to the timely arrival of Alphino, Minfilia, and Sid, the Alliance destroys their terms of surrender and declares war on Garlemald. The Alliance develops a plan of counterattack that will culminate in the destruction of the Ultima weapon, Operation Archon. The operation hinges on the ability of the Alliance to isolate Castrum Meridianum, where the weapon is held, from other Imperial strongholds. First, when Prefectus Ritatin Servina travels from Castrum Occidens to Cape Westwind for an inspection, he will be assassinated by the adventurer's party. As Ritatin is a genius field tactician, his death is expected to throw Cape Westwind and Castrum Occidens into disarray. Second, Castrum Meridianum will be cut off from its supply lines, as the Maelstrom's forces besieges Castrum Occidens and Castrum Marinum, and the Order of the Twin Adder, aided by the Sylphs, attack Castrum Oriens. Third, Castrum Meridianum will be breached as the Order of the Twin Adder destroys the rail lines connecting Castrum Sentry and Castrum Meridianum, and the adventurer's party disables the Magitech field generator inside Meridianum, protecting the Praetorium, the research laboratory, where the Ultima weapon is housed. Finally, the Immortal Flames will begin an all-out assault on the Castrum, allowing the adventurers to raid the Praetorium and destroy the Ultima weapon. Along with the Grand Companies and the Scions, many free companies and even beast tribes prepare for war. As soon as word arrives of Ritatin's inspection, the party sneaks into Cape Westwind and strikes him down. Joined by Sid, they continue into Castrum Meridianum, where they take control of Magitech cannons and fire them on defending Gallian forces. After blowing up the first two field generators, they fire on an aerial craft, which crashes into the third, leaving the Praetorium's defenses open. Tribunus Livius As Junius faces the party operating a Magitech armor, but eventually discards the machine and fights the party on the ground, using her gunback knacks. She is defeated and left to die as she cries out for her lord. The party enters the Praetorium and arrive at the laboratory of Tribunus Nerotol-Skyva, who believes that by slaying the adventurer, he can infuse the Ultima weapon with the Echo, thus surpassing even Cid in genius. After being defeated, Nero flees. Meanwhile, Castrum Occupants and Castrum Sentry fall to the Alliance, and Maelstrom and Twin Adder forces begin firing on Castrum Meridianum. Deep within the Praetorium, the party confronts Gaius. Upon defeat, he boards the Ultima weapon, who channels the power of the consumed primals against the party. Hydaelyn's power protects the party from Ultima weapon, but La Habrea breaks through this by unleashing Ultima, a spell that destroys the Praetorium. La Habrea plans to use the devastation to unleash the one true God. But with the power of the Blessing of Light, however, he is banished from Thancred's body, and the adventurer escapes from the castrum with a scion in tow. The Alliance leaders meet on the shore of Lake Silvertear in Mordona and declare the coming of the seventh astral era, thereby proclaiming the rebirth of the realm. However, during the festivities, the Echo treats the Warrior of Light to a vision of a dark crystal, seemingly the opposite of the Mother Crystal. As he regains his senses, they hear the roar of a recently summoned primal in the distance, which serves as a reminder that they haven't truly entered an age of peace. In a dark room, a group of Asians gather, noting the stirring of the elder primal Bahamut, before joining in praise of their one true god, Zodiark. And thus did dawn break on A Realm Reborn. But where there is light, there is always shadow. Patch 2.1 A Realm Awoken. As an organization, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn had remained largely neutral to intra-Eorzean affairs prior to Operation Archon. But their key role in the defeat of the Ultima weapon changed this. Plagued by petitioners attempting to hire them out as mercenaries, the Scions meet and discuss the issue. Eventually, Alphino proposes that they move to Mordona, outside the reach of any city-state. Minfilia remains reluctant to move their base of operations, as her mother, Velhamen, who went missing years before, is believed to be living in Thanalan. However, Alphino and the adventurer track down Velhamen and persuade Minfilia to leave Thanalan. After securing the support of the Eorzean Alliance and Slavborn, the leader of Revenant's Toll, the Scions set up a new base, the Rising Stones, in Revenant's Toll. Unfortunately, during the move, they learn that Kublo Kop of the Mughal tribe living near Gridania has petitioned for aid. He claims that good King Mogul Mork XII has been summoned by the Mogul's guard, and the threat he poses is similar to that of a primal, his influence threatening to corrupt the Mughals and turn them on the Gridanians. The adventurers' party strikes down the good king, and afterwards it becomes apparent that Asians played a role in his summoning. Upon returning to the Waking Sands, the adventurer hears a scream from Minfilia's Sola. She has been approached by a white-robed Asian that denounced La Habrea and claimed that the Scions and Asians have the same goal in the end. Pursuing the Asian, the adventurer learns his name is Elidibus, and like La Habrea, he serves the one true god, Zodiark. Elidibus confirms that La Habrea yet lives, and tells Minfilia that in time the Echo might permit her to see the Asians for who they truly are, rather than this crude approximation. Elidibus departs, leaving Minfilia and the adventurer with more questions than answers. Looking ahead to the future, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn officially relocate to their new base of operations at the Rising Stones in Revenant's Toll, with remnants of Louis's stuff still proudly displayed at the heart of it all. For several millennia, the Crystal Tower remained hidden, buried deep underground. But, like so many other things that were better left undisturbed, the structure was freed from its stony prison by the great upheaval which accompanied the coming of the Seventh Umbral Era. It now stands revealed in all its splendor, a gleaming spear of crystal, pointed at the bosom of the heavens. Furthermore, as a testimony to Allagan ingenuity, even the unruly passage of time has not managed to dull the tower's formidable defenses, much to the dismay of scholars who had hoped to examine the tower's innards, assuming them to be a repository for much of the ancients' wisdom. The first obstacle to overcome on the way to the tower being the 8 Sentinels, a collection of statues carved in the likeness of giant swordsmen, each 2 statues projecting an impenetrable barrier. The road the statues guard present the only path available, since any airship that dares to venture too close to the tower is blasted out of the air, leaving the tower beyond their reach. With the help of the adventurer who saved the realm, Cid Garland is able to devise a plan to pierce the Crystal Tower's defenses. But as they set out, they are joined by Biggs and Wedge, engineers working for Garland Ironworks, who have come to lend a hand. After all, it's not every day one gets a chance to study the wonders of the ancient Allagan Empire, whose technology puts that of the Gallian Empire to shame. Cid appreciates their enthusiasm, but cautions them they are not there to lay claim this knowledge for themselves, since the realm has already suffered enough on account of men drawn to the promise of unimaginable power, leading them to meddle with technology they do not understand. Cid asks Wedge to recite the company creed, which he does, exclaiming, "Freedom through technology," reminding them all that the purpose of their efforts is not tyranny through technology, and that even the wonders of the all-knowing Allagan Empire could not save their own civilization. This means that depending on what they find, they must be ready to seal away the tower's secrets, if necessary. Before the expedition can begin, they are joined by yet another lively character, as a red-haired Mikote jumps into the fray, introducing himself as Graha Tia. Rambros, an anthropogeographer from Sharlayan who oversees the expedition, explains Graha has been assigned to the project as an observer and hopes the rest of the party will welcome him as one of their own, despite his eccentricities. Having been accepted into the group, Graha lets out 3 cheers for Noah. Noah being the name he has chosen for the little collective, an acronym of Nominated Observers of Artifacts Historical. Although his true reason for choosing this name stems from the fact it is shared by a vaunted Allagan Archmagus, Graha being a historian specializing in ancient Allag. They depart at last, and Cid, who has been there before, leads them through a gate to the steps of the 8 Sentinels. Graha notes that the energy radiating from the statues is palpable. Having come prepared this time, Cid uses a crystal fang of his own design to render the barrier inoperational. Cid insists on testing it himself, not being willing to put anyone else in harm's way on account of his invention. And thankfully, the gamble pays off, letting him dispel the barrier. Afterwards, they take turns dispelling each barrier as they come to it, leaving the last one to the adventurer. With the barriers dispelled, they are free to venture closer to the Crystal Tower. In order to guarantee their safety, however, Cid suggests that the adventurers scouts ahead before the rest of them follow suit. G'raha reluctantly agrees to Cid's proposal, even though he would much rather brave the way to the tower's entrance along with the adventurer. Before the adventurer sets out, G'raha nevertheless gives the adventurer a lesson in what to expect as he informs him that the base of the tower is surrounded by a maze known as the Labyrinth of the Ancients. The adventurer enters the labyrinth along with a party of like-minded heroes, and upon ridding it of hostile elements, he contacts the others via link shell, telling them to come join him inside. G'raha is impressed by the adventurer's fortitude and tells him that as a historian, he is sure his name shall be writ large in volumes that are sure to be penned on this historic expedition. G'raha goes on to explain that according to the findings of the Baldessian colleagues, the Crystal Tower was constructed to collect and store the endless energies of the sun, explaining the structure's great size. As the young historian inquires about the opposition the adventurer faced along the way, G'raha is furthermore able to offer some insight into the identity of the adversaries now laid low, explaining that the giant man he came across wielding a shimmering scimitar must have been a hero of the Allegan Revolution named Phlegethon. Cid is impressed by G'raha's deductions, but upon further questioning, all that G'raha divulges is that he has a certain affinity for the lore of the Allegan Empire, gleamed from musty scrolls and tomes. With the passage to the foot of the tower now unobstructed, the members of the expedition retreat momentarily to regain their bearings. Upon discussing the matter, Cid is alarmed by the opposition the adventurer faced in the Labyrinth of the Ancients, since it seems to allude to the tower not simply having been thrust above ground by the chaotic shifting of Earth brought on by the descent of the lesser moon. Rather, the Crystal Tower seems to somehow have been reawoken. Cid becomes increasingly worried that the tower's secrets will prove too dangerous to share with the world, which will leave them no choice but to contain them, returning the tower to a dormant state. As they prepare for the next expedition to the Crystal Tower, G'raha informs them that he must take time away from its study to hone his martial prowess, so that he may truly witness this valiant tale unfold with his own eyes. Rambrose reminds him that his knowledge may prove invaluable to Master Cid's investigation, so he cannot simply do as he pleases. G'raha pouts at the prospect of having to once again prioritize his scholarly pursuits over his dreams of following in the footsteps of the adventurer. In the dark of night, a mysterious masked figure approaches the Crystal Tower, taking advantage of the expedition already having disabled the defenses. The man reveals himself to be none other than Nero Tolskaiva, former tribunus of the 14th Imperial Legion of the Gallian Empire, and Cid's former associate. Having been denied victory by the adventurer during Operation Archon, he views the Crystal Tower and the power resting within as an even greater prize, the fire of his ambition still burning bright. As the party resumes the expedition, they come upon a great and impenetrable golden gate that bars them entry into the tower proper. As G'raha arrives, he is accompanied by Une and Doga, fellow scholars of ancient Alag, sent by their friends of Baldessian to aid in the investigation. Cid welcomes their assistance in circumventing the tower's defenses so that they may enter the Circus Tower, the principal spire of the structure collectively known as the Crystal Tower. Une and Doga prove their usefulness right away by unlocking the gate with their ether, letting it open of its own accord, and thereby accomplishing that which Cid could not. This feat leaves the expedition stunned. But before they can press Une and Doga for answers, Nero arrives on the scene, reciting ancient poetry that might illuminate them as to the identity of the mysterious duo. Cid is shocked to see Nero still alive, but Nero assures him he is no longer a threat to his cause, having been exiled from Garlemald after the defeat of his legion. Cid isn't so gullible as to just take his word for it, but as a gesture of goodwill, Nero shares with them what he knows about Une and Doga. He tells them that as a symbol of ancient Alag's might and prosperity, entry to the Crystal Tower is only permitted to royalty and a select few individuals, royal blood being needed to open the gate. According to Nero, however, Une and Doga are not but imitations of Allagan royalty, living keys, born of Allagan ingenuity. In other words, clones. Upon hearing the truth, Une and Doga dare not conceal it any further and apologize for their deception. They hope to share more of their knowledge with the expedition and pray they return to the 8 Sentinels. Nero nonchalantly follows suit, but Cid confronts him since he has little reason to trust him. In the hope of winning him over, Nero presents Cid with an Allagan tombstone that holds the information he just shared with them, and a great deal more. Before leaving, he tells Cid that he looks forward to working with him. Back at the 8 Sentinels, Doga reiterates that they are in fact clones, copies of people who once existed, given life through Allagan technology. At the risk of offending them, Rambros asks for what purpose they were created, and what they had hoped to accomplish by taking part in their expedition. In order to answer his question, Doga believes they must first revisit Allagan history. Une and Doga tell them a tale of the Allagan Empire back at its zenith, when the Crystal Tower stood tall as the symbol of Allagan pride, and when parents took their children there so that they might learn how the nigh limitless energy it produced brought prosperity to the whole empire. That prosperity, however, bred decadence, and the empire began to show signs of stagnation. This decline was made all the more rapid for want of a strong leadership. In a matter of generations, the Allagan civilization became a pale shadow of its former self. Its once gleaming cities fell into despair, and its frontier lands were given over to the wilderness. Lamenting the pitiful state of affairs, one technologist made it his mission to restore Allag to greatness. Amon was his name, and he believed that the ailing empire wanted for naught but a potent ruler. And none was more potent than its founding father, Emperor Sande, whom he sought to resurrect. As a part of his experiments, Amon created clones of the empire's descendants, Une and Doga being products of that experiment. Rambros is reminded that historical texts mention the reigns of 2 Allagan emperors named Sande, although the true connection between the two had eluded scholars, until now. In his previous life, Emperor Sande decided to bring the entire world under Allagan dominion, an ambition that ultimately went unfulfilled. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to succeed. Realizing that he needed more power to wage his war of conquest, Sande turned his sights towards a forbidden source, darkness. In order to learn how to harness this power, he converted the Crystal Tower into a restricted research facility. Upon hearing all of this, Cid takes solace in knowing that Sande is long gone. But Doga explains that Sande does in fact still live, and that within Circus Tower, his ambition burns all the brighter. He goes on to explain that wielding the power of darkness required vast amounts of energy that not even the Crystal Tower could produce. In order to increase energy production, Dalamud, the Lesser Moon, was launched into the heavens to gather the sun's energy and channel it to the tower below. However, a miscalculation resulted in a surge of energy that escaped into the land, triggering an earthquake of unprecedented violence. The calamity that ushered in the 4th Umbral Era. In the blink of an eye, the mighty Allagan Empire was laid to waste. Yet, Even as the Crystal Tower was sinking into the earth, the technologist Ammon, now Emperor Sunday's closest aide, invoked powerful magics and halted the flow of time. Every soul within the structure, the Emperor included, was placed in a deep slumber, remaining in that state until the time was ripe to awaken. After a millennia of lying dormant, Dalamud was summoned back to Earth as a part of Project Meteor, orchestrated by the Gallian Empire, triggering the seventh Umbral Calamity and causing the Crystal Tower to re-emerge. At that moment, Emperor Sunday awakened to resume his conquest of the world. Unei and Doga tell the expedition that their only purpose for existence is to put an end to Sunday's madness, a mantle they inherited from their namesakes, the true Unei and Doga. Similarly to Sunday, they too awoke within the Crystal Tower and have since then been seeking worthy allies to help them lay Sunday low. Their search now finally over, having found an adventurer capable of braving the labyrinth of the ancients. Together the party resolves to aid Unei and Doga in their quest to vanquish Sunday's dark ambitions, locking the tower's ancient secrets away. As the rest of the party leaves to make preparations, G'raha stays behind to ask Unei and Doga about his right eye, which shines bright red, just like the eyes of Unei and Doga. Doga comforts him by explaining that the clones are unable to have children, and that since he inherited the eye from his father, he is not a clone. However, the eye is undeniably a link to ancient Alak, since the trait manifests only in those possessed of royal blood. Even though Doga cannot explain why the eye runs in G'raha's line, Doga believes that the answers may lie within the tower, and that all will be revealed in due time. Just like with the Labyrinth of the Ancients, the adventurer braves the circus tower ahead of the others. He faces Sunday at the top of the spire, along with fellow adventurers, and together they defeat him. As the others catch up, a rift to the world of darkness, the Void, starts tearing into reality. Unei and Doga explain that the power Sunday sought to obtain comes from the Void, and that the true nature of that power consists of an army of Voidsent. In exchange for their allegiance, Sunday entered into an unholy covenant, opening a gate through which the Voidsent could freely enter their world. The covenant is still in effect, but Unei and Doga believe they can annul it by virtue of their royal lineage. As Unei and Doga start to close the rift, Nero's power meter begins to pick up extraordinary power ratings that greatly surpass even that of the Ultima weapon. A voice emerges from the void, telling them the covenant is everlasting and cannot be undone. Suddenly, dark Unei and Doga clones appear all around them, triggering a vision by the echo. The adventurer sees Sunday, addressing the clones from his throne. He tells them Meracidia, a continent to the south, has been brought into the fold, and that the world shall soon be united under Allagan rule. And yet, with every dream that becomes a reality, the memory of death grows ever more vivid to Sunday, leading him to believe he no longer dreams of dominating the world, but rather of destroying it, leaving nothing behind. To this end, Sunday hoped to harvest more power, so that the gate to the void might be thrown full open, letting the cloud of darkness engulf the world. As the adventurer returns to his senses, the expedition is forced to do battle with a seemingly endless array of dark clones. In the process, Doga is captured by the Void Gate and sucked into the world of darkness, the same fate awaiting Unei. Upon seeing this, Nero feels obliged to jump to their rescue, since without their power, there's no way to master the darkness. His true ambition is coming to light. However, his act of selfish heroism only results in him getting sucked into the void along with the clones. The voice from the gate introduces itself as the Cloud of Darkness, demanding that the Covenant be honored before disappearing without a trace. Without the gate, the dark clones fall lifeless to the ground. By bringing in a team of engineers to study the tower's secrets, Cid hopes to once again open the gateway to the void, so that they might neutralize the threat and rescue their comrades. As G'raha arrives at the top of the spire to meet with Cid, with the adventurer in tow, the three of them marvel at Sunday's throne and imagine what could have been if ancient Allag hadn't fallen. G'raha explains that according to his findings, warriors of old took up swords against Allag in response to Sunday's war of domination. But as these warriors moved towards Allag's heart for the kill, Sunday lashed out in anger, emptying all of the sun's power held within Dalamud into the circus tower at once, resulting in the fourth umbral calamity. Cid had already learned of the cause of the calamity from Une and Doga, but he had no idea that rebellion had incited Sunday to rashness. Cid is once again impressed by G'raha's knowledge of Allagan history, although G'raha can't seem to remember where he learned such things. Once preparations are complete, Cid's ironworks activate a machine capable of prying the void gate open, letting the adventurer lead a group of heroes into the rift. Inside the gate, the adventurer faces off against a cloud of darkness, ultimately defeating its physical form, even though he is unable to destroy it completely. Once the battle is over, Doga, Une, and Nero present themselves to the adventurer and G'raha. Although Une is unconscious, and Nero's body is having a visibly hard time staving off the darkness. While in the rift, Nero has defended the clones valiantly, although he warns them not to mistake his actions for kindness, since he ultimately hopes to make use of them. Une regains consciousness and is happy to see their allies with him. Nevertheless, it is but a short reprieve, since the cloud of darkness makes its presence felt once more. The cloud of darkness assaults G'raha, but cannot harm him, the reason being that he is protected by Sunday's blood and the Covenant. This confirms G'raha's royal lineage and explains why the royal eye runs in his line, granting him authority over the Crystal Tower. However, the Crystal Tower is not likely to recognize him as Allagan, since his true power still lies dormant. Une and Doga share their blood with G'raha to bolster the Allagan presence within him, so that he might gain control of the tower. G'raha accepts their offering, his other eye now opening up to its true potential. The adventurer, G'raha, and Nero make their escape, while Une and Doga stay behind to keep the cloud of darkness in check, making amends for the blood-steeped history of their lineage. On the way out of the void, Nero's power is all but spent. Not being able to make the passage on his own, he tells the others to go, since he will not suffer his lessers coming to his aid. The darkness is suddenly dispelled from Nero by the clones, allowing him to make his escape just in the nick of time. Much to Nero's dismay, however, he is pulled from the void by none other than Cid, putting him in his debt. The expedition rejoices over the safe return of those that entered the rift, even though Une and Doga had opted to stay behind. Having just survived a harrowing ordeal, the expedition decides to return to the tower at a later date to seal its fate. Upon exiting the tower, however, G'raha stays behind, his Allagan blood having awakened him to his calling. He tells them that in the wake of the fourth umbral calamity, people still hope the Crystal Tower might be a force of good in the world. In response to these wishes, Princess Salina, the only member of the royal family to have survived the calamity, offered up her blood and memories to whom she trusted, one of them being G'raha's forebearer. For millennia, the royal bloodline grew thin, but before the last drop could vanish from the realm, the memory of all this returned to G'raha. And now, he feels he must fulfill the wish of the ancients, making the tower shine forth as a new beacon of hope. Cid cautions G'raha that the tower is too dangerous since they lack the technological understanding necessary to use it correctly. G'raha shares Cid's concerns but worries that waiting until such a time that the world reaches the same heights as ancient Alag would see the royal blood having thinned out beyond recognition, thereby making them lose the means to control the tower. In order to solve this problem, G'raha intends to put the tower into a deep sleep, just like Amon had before him. G'raha himself slumbering within the tower until such a time that men once again rival the Alagans in knowledge. At that time, G'raha will guide them, making the wishes of the ancients come true. Seeing that they can't talk him out of it, the members of the expedition wish G'raha all the best and tell him they will do their best so that the world may once again reach those same heights of knowledge. G'raha thanks them and tells the adventurer he looks forward to learning of his exploits, as they will be written in the annals of history, believing his heroism to become the star by which he himself will chart his course when he awakes. Finally, G'raha bids his friends farewell and closes the golden gate behind him, locking it shut so that none may enter until the time is right. Back at the 8 Sentinels, Nero's power meter detects that the Crystal Tower slumbers once more, prompting him to explore other possibilities to pursue his ambitions. Nero throws his power meter down into a deep chasm, a new dawn breaking in his life. Patch 2.2 Through the Maelstrom. In the wake of the second failed invasion of Eorzea, a battle of succession broke out within the Garlean Empire, the fate of the Emperor currently unknown. In the wake of the struggle, one of the Empire's conquered territories, the Kingdom of Doma, attempted to break free in a revolt, only to be foiled, as the Empire was not as divided and weakened as it had appeared, leaving only a few thousand survivors alive, exiled and stuck on boats until they reached Eorzea. There, the leader of the Doman exiles, Yugiri, begs the Scions for aid. The Scions assist by helping Yugiri arrange a meeting with the Sultana and the Syndicate, only for her words to fall on deaf ears, due to lingering distrust of the Alamegan refugees that had been invited years ago. However, while discussing the matter with Rauban and a member of the monetarists named Teleji Adeleji, Alphino suggests they could be relocated to Revenant's Toll in Mordona, which has ample room for refugees, in exchange for frontier work. Teleji agrees, pledging his own support from his coffers to transport the refugees despite the lack of profit from it. Taking Elidibus's words into consideration about the true nature of the Echo, Minfilia accompanies Merlwe Bloefschwin and the other Scions to the Sahagin's spawning grounds, after learning they're becoming dangerously close to summoning their primal, Leviathan. Reaching the depths of the Sapspa spawning grounds, they discover a Sahagin priest praying before an aetheryte crystal, attempting to summon Leviathan and claiming that he will soon achieve immortality. During these events, Merlweb shoots him dead, only for the priest to achieve an advanced stage of the Echo as a blue orb that enters another Sahagin, transforming into him completely, confirming that the Echo is more powerful than previously thought. The revelation is short-lived, as a massive sea serpent suddenly emerges from the ocean waters and absorbs the priest. With Leviathan, the Lord of the Worlds, now fully summoned and heading to open sea, the Admiral realizes the Primal is trying to summon a tidal wave to strike Wilbrand. In order to confront the Primal, they realize that they need a ship, outfitted with corrupted crystals to weaken Leviathan's dominance at sea. Storm Marshal Einsar Slafirsin noticed that they'd need at least 2 ships worth of crystals to approach the Primal, and recalls a tale of how the pirate Mistbeard once tethered 2 ships together to carry a large plunder. Using the same tactic, a makeshift barge called the Whirl Eater is assembled in Morobe dry docks, enabling a platform so warriors of light may confront the dread Leviathan at sea. Leviathan refuses to withdraw upon seeing his impotency to wash the vessel away, enraged that he would be challenged with trickery. This stubbornness is his undoing, and the primal is laid low. The victory does little to settle Menphelia's mind, her curiosity piqued by the Sahagin Elder's use of the Echo. She connects the power to tales of souls that re-emerge on the brink of calamity to deliver salvation, and likens the Sahagin's immortality to that of the Asians. As her spirits begin to lift at the thought of the bringers of chaos truly having an exploitable vulnerability, Urianger bursts in with grim tidings. The students of Baldesian's home, the Isle of Val, is no more. Despite being guarded by complex and arcane magics, the entire area was destroyed by what reading suggests was a spell not unlike Ultima. Menphelia falls into despair in fear that her friends are lost. Elsewhere, when asked by his aide what the next step will be, Telegi's only response is revolution. Patch 2.3 Defenders of Eorzea. Suspecting the riots between Uldans and refugees were engineered, Alphino's investigation leads General Rauban and Nanamo to confer that the violence began when a unit of brass blades loosed arrows on civilians, though the incident was attributed to miscommunication. Rauban confides in them that his investigation yielded information that it was orchestrated by Telegi. The leaders feel that Telegi is engaged in a ruse to disrupt Uldar, as he claims Allagan ruins laid bare at Carteneau under the guise of using them to settle refugees and alleviate the tension. When asked why Telegi would risk this, Rauban confides a further secret. Within the ruins, an Allagan weapon has been partially excavated, not unlike Ultima in many ways. The monstrosity bears inscriptions, suggesting that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. The two submit that Telegi may very well be aspiring to the domination of Eorzea itself, and that by moving to accept the Domans, he both baited Lolorito's rejection of them and won favor with the Uldan refugees at the same time, bringing the situation to a boiling point. Unable to move against Telegi, the Scions return their attention to the Black Shroud, where the source of the ethereal disturbance has been confirmed. The Tempered Sylphs have summoned another primal, the Lord of Levin, Ramuh. Legends and the Sylphs both claim that Ramuh, unlike the other primals encountered by the Scions so far, is as wise as he is powerful, not quick to anger, but rather serving as an arbiter of the wood, hoping to avoid sacrificing the fragile peace between the Sylphs and Gridania. Kani Senna bids the adventurer to speak with the Lord of Levin, since he is immune to his influence, and resort to force only if necessary. The Tempered Sylph's trickery and magics deceive the party by taking on different shapes and forms, including the Scions. But eventually, they locate Ramuh's location in the Sylphlands. The Lord of Levin rejects the Gridanians' offer for peace, claiming that they are no different from the Garleans, possessed of hearts that harbor darkness, and refuse to leave the creatures of the wood to their desired solitude. For a moment, Ramuh considers how this all came to be, wondering if the duality of light and darkness was given form at the birth of man. At this time, he notices that the adventurer bears the crystal he bestowed upon the Sylphs, and entertains the possibility that he truly champions the cause of peace. He demands, as proof of the Warrior of Light's resolve, trial by combat. Once defeated, Ramuh accepts the adventurer as Eorzea's champion and withdraws into the ethereal stream, warning that the enemies of harmony gather. As Urianger witnessed the battle with Ramuh, the inspiration of a way to defeat the Ascians came to him. Seeing Ramuh's essence dissipate back into the land, Urianger is reminded that mortal souls dissipate to the ethereal realm. The Ascians, as immortals, break this natural order by retreating from our world into some space between the realms and back, by using crystals of darkness. By denying them this transportation and trapping them in an ethereal prison, Urianger believes the Ascian souls can be destroyed, and departs to speak with the scholars of Shalian to develop the idea. Finally coming to understand why his grandfather loved Eorzea and its refusal to give in no matter what it endures, Alphinaud, viewing the Grand Companies as inadequate for covering all the emerging threats to Eorzea, creates, with the blessing of the city-state leaders, an independent Grand Company called the Crystal Braves. The Crystal Braves answer only to Minfilia and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, in order to deal with problems too large for any one city-state to handle and cover the gaps between the existing Grand Companies. Using the renown of the Warrior of Light as a draw for recruitment, he meets with many setbacks and disappointments, but ultimately fashions together a proud group, many of which the warrior encountered throughout their journeys. Patch 2.4 Dreams of Ice. This chapter opens with an internal concern of the utmost secrecy for the Crystal Braves. A Garlean spy known as Ivy has infiltrated the Grand Companies and is using blackmail to subvert Eorzea. Teaming up with Alphinaud's trusted second-in-command of the Braves, Ilbert, and utilizing the stealthy, rogue-like skill of the Domans, the Warrior of Light cuts through the center of the plot, finding out that Ivy is none other than Eline Roel, Flame Marshal and right hand to General Rauban. The infiltration is so deep that she was part of it since the formation of the Immortal Flames. Indeed, it comes to light that she was a triple agent, as she was also peddling information to Uldar's monetarists the entire time, as well as the heretics of the Dravanian Horde, those who worship dragons. Eline also reveals that the War of Succession has ended in Garlemald, and there is a new emperor on the throne, Varys Sos Galvus. Sir Emeric of Ishgard comes bidding the aid of Scions to help with their now missing supplies as a result of Ivy's tips to the heretics. It would seem that a heretical movement led by the mysterious Lady Iceheart has interrupted trade routes from Querthas to the south, namely Mordona and Revenant's Toll, using Ivy's intel. The opportunity is seized by the newly formed Crystal Braves to test their mettle, under the watchful supervision of Alphinaud and the Warrior of Light. The investigation leads to the discovery that Lady Iceheart intends to summon the primal Saint Shiva, who was once a human that fell in love with a dragon. By her own admission, she intends on ending the Dragon Song War, the ages-long battle between Ishgard and the Dravanians, and to impede her would only invite further bloodshed. She is convinced her actions are what is best for Eorzea as a whole. With that, she uses an aetheryte to teleport away, destroying the crystal behind her to ensure the Warrior of Light and Scions cannot follow. This leads Minfilia to contact her old friend, Moenbrida, from their homeland of Shalian, who arrives with the means to not only repair the broken aetheryte to pursue Iceheart, but also with what may be the final key to actually killing an Ascian, White Auracite, a stone with the remarkable power to temporarily hold and trap vast amounts of ether. This allows the Warrior of Light to teleport to the Achafar amphitheater and face off with Lady Iceheart, who summons the essence of Shiva and turns herself into the primal. After a fierce battle, Lady Iceheart reverts to her normal self. She curses the Warrior of Light for being as blind as the Ishgardians and for squandering Mother's gift. She tells the warrior to seek out the Keeper of the Lake if they want the truth, and then she vanishes into a portal, repeating the words repeatedly spoken by Hydaelyn to the Warrior of Light. Hear, feel, think. Sir Aymeric thanks the Warrior of Light for their assistance with Iceheart and makes a pact with Alphinaud and the Scions to stand guard over the Keeper of the Lake in exchange for renewed and reinforced trade routes for crystal shipments to Revenant's Toll. Patch 2.5 Before the Fall. A brave named Riol has a growing concern about potential corruption in the ranks of the Crystal Braves, as weapon shipments keep going missing. Commander Ilberd requests the Warrior of Light's aid in investigating and chasing down the Black Marketeer. Ilberd finally tracks them down, but by the time the Warrior of Light arrives, they find Ilberd exhausted and standing in the pool of blood that was the Black Marketeer. Wanting to be done with it all, he confiscates the dead man's crate and tasks the Warrior of Light with delivering it. However, upon doing so, the Crystal Braves remark that the shipment seems small, and Riol is unconvinced that this could possibly be all of it, and leaves to investigate. Meanwhile, the Warrior of Light is beckoned to return to the Rising Stones in Mordona, where they find Sir Aymeric's lieutenant, Lucia, waiting. She informs the Warrior of Light that the Dragon's Roar has gone out across the land and is calling the Dravanians to war. They fear that the Keeper of the Lake has awakened and ask that the Warrior of Light investigate it personally. After battling through the remains of the airship covered in dragons and other beasts drawn to Midgardsorm's presence, they face off with the Worm King himself, who recognizes them as being the Warrior of Light, Hydaelyn's chosen. The mighty dragon states that they should view the truth of things with eyes unclouded, and dispels the blessing of light put upon the warrior, thus causing the crystals that they have been collecting and shining to fade into darkness. Midgardsormr then takes the form of a small drake and forges a new pact with the warrior to come along with them, to offer wisdom and insight, and to watch, listen, and wait. Mocking Hydaelyn's words and alluding to some connection between the two. The Warrior of Light returns to aid Moenbrida next in testing the white aura site, someplace safe, in case the built-up ether causes a massive explosion of power. In their remote location of northern Thanalan, they run across another Ascian, calling himself Nabriales, who discovers that the warrior no longer bears the blessing of light. Seeing the opportunity that Hydaelyn's protection is no longer cast over the Scions, he attacks the Rising Stones to seize the staff Tupsimati and to use its untapped power to bring about their rejoining. However, Moenbrida and the warrior interrupt, forcing Nabriales to abduct Manfilia, fatally wound Moenbrida, and retreat. The warrior faces off with Nabriales in the Crystallis and defeats the Ascian, who mocks that he can't be killed. Moenbrida uses the white aura site to trap the Ascian, but without Hydaelyn's blessing, the warrior cannot summon the Blade of Light to destroy the Ascian trapped inside the crystal. Moenbrida sacrifices her remaining life energy and infuses it with Tupsimati to forge a new Blade of Light, allowing the Scions to vanquish an Ascian once and for all, but at such a great cost. After the Scions mourn the loss of Mo and Breda, the call comes out from Ishgard. The dragons have come to answer the roar. Alphinaud and the warrior petition the Grand Companies for aid, but find none, further angering Alphinaud that the Grand Companies only care about themselves and not the Alliance. The leaders respond that Ishgard hid behind their walls when Garlemald attacked, so why should they risk their necks for Ishgard? Infuriated by the stubbornness and ignorance of a potentially united Eorzea, Alphinaud leads the Crystal Braves and the Warrior of Light to Coethas to do battle. It is there that the Warrior of Light once again confronts Lady Iceheart, who shatters Ishgard's first wall of magical wards against the dragons and allows the great dragon Wishap to assault the Steps of Faith. While the dragons were repelled, the assault was devastating to the forces of Ishgard that were stationed to protect the borders. After returning to the Rising Stones, Minfilia gives the Warrior of Light 2 tasks. One is to help Tataru, the Lalafell secretary for the Scions, who resigns in order to go and train to become a proper adventurer like the rest of the Scions. The other is to assist a scholar in researching ether flows in the Shroud. Tataru's adventures lead her to Limsa Lominsa, where she tries and fails to become an arcanist, while the Guildmaster states that the Lalafell has the potential since she is a master with numbers. Tataru resigns that her skills would be best used as a master secretary and returns to the Rising Stones. The investigation with the scholar, however, turns up something far worse. The discovery of the body of Wildred, a young man in the Crystal Braves that had helped out from time to time on the Warrior of Light's missions. Wildred had no business being in the Shroud, and upon returning to headquarters, the Warrior of Light finds out why when they speak to Riol again. Riol has found that the 1st and 3rd divisions of the Crystal Braves have been bribed and bought by none other than Teleji Ardeleji, and that Wildred was starting to ask questions about what his comrades were up to, leading up to his demise. It all comes to a head as the Warrior of Light is invited to a celebratory feast in Ul'dah along with the rest of the Scions. They are ushered into a private meeting with Sultana Nanamo, where she reveals that she plans to dissolve the Syndicate and the Sultanate and reform Ul'dah into a democratic republic. Upon announcing this, she sips her wine and begins convulsing in pain. The wine had been poisoned. The Sultana collapses on the ground, just as Teleji Ardeleji breaks through the door with his brass blade soldiers and declares that the Warrior of Light is guilty of regicide. They are arrested and dragged away. Elsewhere in Ul'dah, Alphinaud is called away from making snide remarks about how the Grand Companies are now doting on Sir Emric about their eagerness towards forging a treaty with Ishgard and expanding the alliance now that they have nothing to risk, to address urgent Crystal Braves business. However, upon arriving, Ilbert, Alphinaud's most trusted second-in-command, draws his blade and puts it to the young man's neck. Outside on a balcony, Thancred is relaxing away from the crowded dinner and begins to hear an uprising in the streets as the brass blades begin to take control of the city. The feast is interrupted by Teleji bursting through the doors, the Warrior of Light tied up behind him, and announces that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are all under arrest for conspiracy, regicide, and countless other charges. Rauban interrupts, telling Teleji that he forgets his place, that the Sultana still rules, not the monetarists, and that he can't use the brass blades as his own personal army. Teleji mocks Rauban about the General of the Immortal Flames talking about personal armies, and then announces the death of Sultana Nanamo to the shocked crowd. Teleji explains that the Scions have consorted with dark magics to ensnare and enslave the Grand Company leaders, turned Ishgard into allies overnight, and that Thancred helped the Gallian Empire attack, referring to his time being possessed by La Habrea. The other Grand Company leaders are escorted out by their personal guard before the city erupts in violence. Rauban, on the other hand, completely snaps. He berserks out and kills Telegy, only then to be confronted by Lord Lolorito, another Monetary Syndicate member, and a rival of Telegy, who reprimands Rauban's action, stating that murder is still illegal regardless of who runs Ul'dah. Rauban launches at Lolorito next, only to be stopped and dismembered by Ilberd. Ilberd and Rauban were once staunch allies in battle for Alamigo when the Empire attacked before the Calamity. But Ilberd is disgusted with how posh and obedient the once fierce Rauban has become. Now with only one arm, Rauban picks up his sword again and tells the Scions to go and that he'll cover their escape. The Scions are the only chance for bringing the Sultana's true killers to justice. So the Scions flee through the streets and hidden sewers of Ul'dah. All the while, a few of them stop to hold off enemies while the others flee. First the pugilist Ida and the thaumaturge Papalimo, then the rogue Thancred and the conjurer Stola stand off in the sewers to collapse the tunnels, until only Minfilia and the Warrior of Light remain. Lastly, Minfilia says Hydaelyn speaks to her and tells the warrior that her role is to stay while the warrior goes on. So at last, outside the city of Ul'dah, the only remaining members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn reunite. They are whisked away before the Crystal Braves can hunt them down. The remaining three flee to the only place they still have allies, Coathas and House Fortemps. They are greeted with open arms, assured that House Fortemps will do whatever they can to see about getting them into Ishgard proper for protection, and told that the infamous Ishgardian Cold Shoulder will now work to their advantage if anyone comes looking for them. Alphino's despair about not being able to save Eorzea as he deluded himself grows, until Tataru and the Warrior of Light confront him. That as long as the Scions exist, the dawn will come again. They need only look Heavensward. Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy XIV, Heavensward, the first expansion for the game. The story of Heavensward is often considered to be among the best Final Fantasy XIV has to offer, as it focuses on a millennium-long conflict known as the Dragon Song War, between the Holy See of Ishgard and the Dragon Horde of Dravania, all the while continuing the story of the Warrior of Light, who, along with the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, continue to fight against the Ascians and their evil machinations. So, this should be a treat. But anyway, I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and I say, please subscribe and click the bell to stay posted on future videos. But for now, let's turn our eyes heavensward. It's going to be a long way from the ground below, through to the clouds above, but I hope you'll stay with us every step of the way. Having been betrayed by the Crystal Braves at a banquet in Ul'dah, the Warrior of Light, along with Alphino and Tataru, seemingly the last remnants of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, seek refuge in Ishgard. Thanks to the involvement of Hoshfant Greystone of House Fortemps, whom the Warrior of Light had befriended during his previous adventures in Coathas, the three of them are taken in as wards of House Fortemps and given access to the city proper. And so they came, at a friend's behest, heroes, once celebrated as saviors of Eorzea, brought low through treachery, their names blackened with royal blood. With memories of the lost and dreams of redemption, with hope yet in their hearts, they came to Ishgard, shining city on the mount, overlooking the dominion of Coathas, a great and proud nation, devoted to Halone the Fury, ruled by Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, the last bastion of the faith. Her walls ever bristling with the sawn swords and spears of her 4 high houses. A land that after 1,000 years of war had forgotten what it was to be at peace. Through gates long closed, the warrior of light and his companions passed, entering at last a city whose history was written in blood. In the midst of the Dragon Song War they came, 3 weary travelers, whose arrival would set in motion great change, though none knew then how great. Upon arriving in Ishgard, they are invited to Fort Tom's Manor in the Pillars, where they are reunited with Horshfant and introduced to Count Edmund de Fort Tomp, their primary benefactor in the city. Count Edmund bids them welcome and opens up his home to them, affording them every courtesy. But Alphinaud worries that the Count's hospitality might blemish his good name, since Ishgard has long been wary of foreign guests in their lands. Count Edmund nevertheless puts his concerns to rest, noting that in troubled times men should seek allies, and that as long as they continue their altruistic endeavors, the other high houses are unlikely to voice their concerns. Upon the Count's suggestion, they take some time to acquaint themselves with their new surroundings, learning the ins and outs of the city, accompanied by the Count's manservant. Before they set out, however, they are presented with official documents, identifying them as wards of House Fortomp, protecting them from anyone who might question their presence in Ishgard. After completing their tour of the city, the party returns to Fort Tom's Manor, leaving Tataru behind at a tavern called the Forgotten Knight, where she hopes to gather information. Returning to the manor, Alphinaud has nothing but praise for a city so steeped in history, although he and Count Edmund both lament the tragedy of a recent wyvern attack, which led to the indiscriminate slaughtering of men, women, and children in Ishgard's foundation. Alphinaud offers their assistance, and even though Count Edmund is hesitant to ask for the help of his guests, the fact remains that Ishgard's need is great. He asks the Warrior of Light to aid Artoiler and Emanelain, his sons, but Artoil takes offense at his suggestion, believing himself fully capable of carrying out his own duties. Artoil's concerns, however, only warrant a scolding from their father, who reminds them to conduct themselves with a dignity befitting their station, and to show the Warrior of Light the respect he deserves. In the company of Emanelain, the Warrior of Light rides upon an airship high into the heavens, where the isles of earth and stone float as clouds. A new frontier, which the Knights of Ishgard have scarce begun to explore. To Camp Cloudtop, a fledgling outpost within the Sea of Clouds, where careworn scouts ever scan the skies for winged shadows. Despite his status as a highborn, Emanelain is snubbed for a quest befitting his station due to his lack of character. And as he eventually demands a quest befitting his post, he is captured by the Vanu Beast Tribe. This leads the Warrior of Light to launch a rescue mission single-handedly to get him back. As they make their escape, they are met with Horshfant. But before they can make their way to safety, they are treated to the sight of mighty Bismarck, Lord of the Mists, a primal in the form of a flying whale traversing the Sea of Clouds. The party retreats as Emanelain flees in disgrace, but thankfully they are rescued in the nick of time by Cid, Biggs, and Wedge, who turn up in an airship to pick them up. As they make their escape, they only narrowly avoid Bismarck's gargantuan mouth, living to tell the tale. Having made it back in one piece, the Warrior of Light is showered in praise for his valiant efforts, while Emanelain's reputation as a man of few qualities remains unchanged. Returning to the manor, the Warrior of Light meets up with Artoil, the firstborn of House Fortomp, who reluctantly accepts his aid. Together they travel to the frozen wastes of the Western Highlands, once verdant tracts made pallid by the calamity, beyond the towering wall of ice to lands long forsaken that the Knights of Ishgard strove tirelessly to reclaim. to the hamlet of Falcon's Nest, once abandoned, now freed of its pall of snow and ash. There they are to contribute to the restoration of the settlement, a step towards reclaiming the Western Highlands that were lost in the wake of the calamity. As a part of their duties, the Warrior of Light and Artorial chase down a band of heretics, which leads the warrior to come face to face with Lady Iceheart herself, their leader. Midgardsormr, who had previously bound himself to the warrior, reveals himself to Lady Iceheart, much to her astonishment. He tells her that she and the Warrior of Light are alike in gifts, both possessing the Echo, yet set upon different paths. She admits to having been blessed by the Echo, and tells the tale of how she came to know the dragons, having been driven to Dravania by dire circumstances, where she was found by the great worm Hraesvelgur. She claims that thanks to the Echo, she was able to hear his voice and see the truth through his eyes, her destiny being to deliver his revelation onto the people, to bring dragon and man together, as they once were, and should ever be. As Artorial arrives on the scene, Lady Iceheart has already made her escape. Nevertheless, Artorial is pleased with the warrior's efforts to thwart the heretics, and vows that he shall see that his hard work is recognized. Having assisted both brothers Emmanuelain and Artorial to Fortamp, the Warrior of Light returns once again to Fortamp's manor, where he meets Count Edmund again, who is most pleased with his performance. However, their conversation is abruptly interrupted by the steward of the House Fortamp, bringing grave tidings, as he tells them that both Alphino and Tataru have been detained on suspicion of heresy. Count Edmund believes this to be naught but a ploy by his fellow countrymen who aim to use Alphino and Tataru as pawns in the squabbles between the high houses. In order to prove their innocence, Count Edmund instructs the Warrior of Light to go speak with Sir Emric to learn more about the charges. Emric is of a like mind to Count Edmund, believing the accusations to be baseless, but refuting them will nevertheless prove difficult, as they are accused by Sir Grinno, a member of the Heavensward, the personal guard of the Archbishop. With no other path left open to them, Emric declares that they must demand a trial by combat. Since Alphino's magical talents will not have gone unnoticed, he will be expected to fend for himself. But Tataru, on the other hand, should be afforded the right to name a champion to fight in her stead, allowing the Warrior of Light to step in, even though both Haurchefant and Emric would be willing to serve in this capacity. During the trial, Sir Grinno repeats his charges against the foreigners, claiming they have been conspiring with heretics. Alphino asserts their innocence and claims his right to trial by combat, at which point Tataru does the same, claiming her right to name a champion to fight in her stead. She names the Warrior of Light. Emerging victorious over the two members of the Heavensward, Alphino and Tataru are acquitted of all charges levied against them and set free. Back at the manor, the Warrior of Light is greeted by Count Edmund and his sons, who are in awe of him besting members of the Heavensward. Once again, the conversation is interrupted by the steward of the House Fortamp, this time bearing a summons from His Eminence, the Archbishop himself, who requests the presence of the Warrior of Light. Heeding the summons right away, the Warrior of Light meets with the Archbishop in the vault. The Archbishop introduces himself as Thordan VII, and explains that he has bid him to come so that he might offer his personal apologies for the Heavensward's recent blunder. Before continuing further, the Archbishop dismisses the guards present so that he might speak with the warrior in private. Once alone, the Archbishop inquires about the Ascians, his question catching the warrior off guard. He tells the warrior that he has met the Ascians, as they offered the Ishgardians power to continue their war against the dragons. Thordan says that he has hearkened to their words with interest and paid lip service to their beliefs, although he has no intention of becoming their puppet. Thordan besieges the Warrior of Light and tells them that if they intend to rid themselves of these vile interlopers, they must need work together. Before sending the Warrior of Light away, he bids him to think on his words. At the manor, Tataru informs them that she has heard a rumor that Rauban is to be executed for crimes against the Sultanate. In order to save Rauban, Alphinaud proposes they first visit Limsa, having already ascertained the Admiral as a stout ally they can trust. The Admiral tells them that prior to the fateful banquet, the Sultana summoned her and the Elder Seetsia of Gridania for a private audience, where she revealed her intent to announce her abdication so that she might pave the way for the establishment of an Oldan Republic. The Sultana hoping the Admiral and the Elder Seetsia might help Rauban to preserve the peace during this difficult transition. With this information in mind, Alphinaud speculates that Lolorito and Telegy plotted the Sultana's assassination in the hope of maintaining the constitutional status quo, the news of the Sultana's passing similarly being kept under wraps, as to not disrupt the affairs of state. Lastly, the Admiral wants to see Rauban safe as much as they do, but since her hands are tied, it must fall to the Scions to break him free. General Rauban is being held at Halatali, a twisting labyrinth of natural caverns that the Warrior of Light must enter to free him from his captors. The warrior is accompanied by Alphinaud and Lady Yugiri from Doma, who along with other Doman refugees has been keeping tabs on Rauban's situation. Together they manage to break the Flame General free, but are intercepted by Ilbert of the Crystal Braves and his companions. Ilbert proclaims his desire to take back his homeland of Alamigo, saying he will stop at nothing to see it done. Ilbert escapes, but they do not give chase, instead choosing to stay at Rauban's side. Alphinaud confides in Rauban that the supposed death of the Sultana has not been made public, which is perhaps as revealing as it is strange, hinting at the fact that her grace may yet live. Rauban is taken to the Waking Sands in Vesper Bay, where Urianger has arranged for his safety. The true orchestrator of the secret meeting, however, is Dulala, a member of the Ulda Syndicate and the head of the Order of Nal Thal. Rauban asks whether it is true that the Sultana still lives. Dulala confirms that her grace still draws breath, and explains that they are but the victims of a most ingenious ruse, conceived of by Telegy Ardeleji. When Lord Lolorito became aware of his plotting, he took advantage of the situation to rid himself of Telegy. But it is thanks to Lolorito that the Sultana yet lives. Lolorito alerted the Sultana's lady-in-waiting, allowing her to switch the poison for a less deadly draught before it could reach her mistress's lips. Rauban is enraged at Lolorito's part in this plot, but Dulala reminds him that if it wasn't for his intervention, the Sultana would surely be dead. Lastly, Dulala tasks them with rescuing her grace, who still slumbers, under the effect of the concoction replaced with the poison. Ever with his plate full, the adventurer hurries back to Ishgard, along with Alphinaud, in response to rumors of an impending Dravanian attack. Inside Fort Tomp Manor, Oshafant catches them up to speed and tells them the Dravanians are once more gathering for war. Count Edmund de Fortomp does not ask the adventurer to take up arms in another of their conflicts, but explains that since he cannot guarantee their safety, they must either choose to remain in a besieged Ishgard or seek sanctuary elsewhere. As to be expected, the adventurer and Alphinaud opt to stay and fight alongside the Ishgardians. Instead of manning the gates, however, Alphinaud and the adventurer take a different path, as they hope to reason with Lady Iceheart and get her to serve as an intermediary between them and the dragon Nidhogg. Estinian, the Azure Dragoon, makes his will known to accompany them, as well as his willingness to slay the Dreadworm if the talks turn sour. Alphinaud welcomes his company, but cautions him that his lands will only be needed if his words fail to find their mark. In a dark room, Archbishop Thordan VII and Sephirin of the Heavensward discuss the situation. At this private gathering, Thordan gives verbal thanks to their Asian allies for giving them the means to win the war, even though they themselves mean to betray the Asians. Zephyrin is worried that the Ascians may see through their deception, but Thordan assures him that no matter what happens, at least their cause is righteous. As they make preparations for the war, the Archbishop deems it appropriate to leave the Warrior of Light and Estinian to their own devices. After a thorough investigation, the heroes manage to locate Lady Iceheart. They tell her of their plans to reason with the dragon, but she has little faith in their proposed peace talks, since she claims to know the truth of how the war started, thanks to the power of the Echo. Her tale begins more than a millennium past, when an Elysian tribe first sought to claim the lands of Korthus as its home. Unfortunately for them, Korthus was already home to dragonkind, and they were not inclined to make their way for invaders. Thus did a bloody war begin, that might have led to the extermination of one or the other, if it hadn't been for the intervention of a single woman. That woman's name was Shiva, and she alone attempted to parley with the dragons. In doing so, she discovered them to be possessed of profound intelligence and reason. The great worm Hraesvelgur in particular so enchanted Shiva that she found herself growing to love the creature, whom her people considered a monster. Unexpectedly, Hraesvelgur in turn found in Shiva a beloved soulmate. Knowing that time would tear them apart due to their drastically different lifespans, Shiva bade Hraesvelgur to consume her, so that she might be a part of him forever. Though loath to perform the deed, Hraesvelgur ultimately gave in to her plea, and as the tale of their ill-fated love spread throughout the two warring factions, none could raise a blade or claw against another. In the next 200 years that followed, man and dragon learned to live in harmony. However, coveting the power and longevity of the dragons, a traitorous band of knights conspired against them, stealing one of Nidhogg's eyes. Therefore, Lady Iceheart claims that until Nidhogg reclaims his eye, no amount of conciliatory words will stay his fury. Estinian doubts the truth of Lady Iceheart's retelling of history, although he knows full well Nidhogg's desire to reclaim his eye, since he himself is its keeper. Estinian claims to feel much of what the dragon feels through the eye, and that at this point in time, reason is all but left Nidhogg, his thirst for vengeance unlikely to be quenched by aught less than a sea of blood. This prompts Alphinaud to rethink the plan of entering into dialogue with Nidhogg, instead hoping to gain an audience with Hraesvelgur. Lady Iceheart bids the party call her by her name, Isael, and joins them as they travel beyond Abalathia's spine, the great mountain range that spans the continent of Aldenard from east to west, into the deepening shadows of Som Al, where lies the ancient home of dragonkind, to a land where the soil slithers and the skies seethe with sinuous shapes, also that they might stand before Hraesvelgur. In the Dravanian forelands, they are treated to the hospitality of the dragons, a gesture that is extended even to Estinian, the famed slayer of dragons. However, Vidofnir, the dragon that presides over Anlek's shrine, cannot grant them access to Som Al, since the Nath beast tribe has summoned their primal. Having some experience with primals, Alphinaud proposes a deal wherein Vidofnir grants them a passage if they dispose of the primal. Not thinking them up to the task, Vidofnir agrees to his terms. With the help of the Warrior of Light, Alphinaud makes good on his word, and sees to it that the Gnath primal Ravana is laid low. Upon hearing of their victory, Vidofnir is impressed and grants them passage to the peak of Som Al, at the end of a perilous mountain path, whence could be seen a string of pearl-like islands floating impossibly atop a sea of clouds, to a domain where dragons and men once lived in harmony, whose majesty no mortal eye had glimpsed nigh on 1,000 years. Thanks to the aid of a Mughal tribe living in the churning mist atop the mountain, they discover they can find Hraesvelgur at the zenith, a grand tower constructed a millennium ago as a roost for the great worm. At the tower, the Warrior of Light blows a horn, entrusted to him by the Mughals, thereby calling forth Hraesvelgur. The dragon speaks an ancient tongue, but the meaning of his words echoes clear within their minds, as he bids them to take their leave. Isael reminds Hraesvelgur of their former meeting, as he found her as a child in Ravania, and tells him she has become a vessel for Shiva. Hraesvelgur dismisses her claim, calling it naught but a conjuring of her own fancy, much like the dragons of old that summoned the fallen hero Bahamut, Hraesvelgur's brood brother, back to their side. He claims Isael has been corrupted by a deity of her own making. This realization bringing her to her knees. Be that as it may, however, Alphinaud points out that their desire to heal the rift between man and dragon remains real, and has borne them this far. Hraesvelgur scoffs at the prospect of peace, and asks that they listen to his tale before any more talk of such matters. He tells them how 1,200 years ago he and his beloved Shiva brought an end to the war between man and dragon. In the 200 years that followed, the Elezen learned of the power of dragon eyes, prompting King Thordan to conspire to undo all that had been achieved by unity. With the aid of his knights, Thordan lured Hraesvelgur's brood sister Ratatoskr into an ambush, where they took from her that which they craved, tearing out her eyes and feasting upon them in the manner of wild beasts. This act granted them strength beyond that of mortal men, but the enormity of their betrayal was impossible to fathom. Nidhogg was the first to learn of this atrocity, and he took to the skies hungry for vengeance. But though he slew Thordan and some of his knights, their fellow butchers knew only too well where to aim their spears, sending him flailing from the field. Such is the truth the holy sea of Ishgard would keep hidden. Such was the beginning of the Dragon Song War. An insult the dragons will never forget, even should 10,000 years pass and Ishgard crumbles into dust. Estinian asks Hraesvelgur why he should believe his version of events when they differ so from what he was taught by his countrymen. Hraesvelgur responds that it matters little whether he believes him or not, since it is the truth to him and his fellow dragons. He says that even among Estinian's own people, there are those who side with dragonkind, the so-called heretics of Ishgard. Hraesvelgur goes on to explain that all of the traitor's progeny who feasted upon Ratatoskr bear a trace of his essence, and that a single sip of dragon blood is enough to awaken it. It is for this reason that those who abandon their loyalties are rewarded with a drink and thus transformed, joining the ranks of Nidhogg's ever-growing army as newborn dragons. It is at this point that Alphinaud is reminded of all the dragons they have slain, now understanding that many of them must formerly have been men. Estinian now understands that talks of peace will not bear fruit, because it is not war, but vengeance Nidhogg desires, an eternal requiem sung for his murdered sister. Isael, however, refuses to admit defeat, claiming they might still soothe Nidhogg's fury. Hraesvelgur disagrees, saying that to dragons who perceive the passage of time differently, the wound is still as fresh as it was the day Ratatoskr was slain. The only reason he himself hasn't been driven mad is thanks to the calming embrace of Shiva's soul resting within him. Having tired of talking, Hraesvelgur takes to the skies and disappears into the clouds. Since efforts at parley have come to naught, Estinian means to travel east and slay Nidhogg in his lair, the Eyrie, the eye telling him the dragon is near. Estinian is not blind to his people's part in bringing about the war, but he would nevertheless slay Nidhogg by piercing his vengeful heart. Estinian aims to use the eye to their advantage, in addition to relying on the formidable strength of the Warrior of Light. To reach the Eyrie, they must rely on Sid's ingenuity in a similar fashion as when they pierced the Howling Eye to face the primal Garuda. The enterprise is too large to brave the storm surrounding the Eyrie, so they must design a new craft, which they call a mana cutter. However, as the ironworks present the ship to the Warrior of Light, Tataru comes barging in with news from Uldar about her grace, the Sultana. The warrior and Alphinaud travel once again to the Waking Sands, where they are reunited with Rauban, who tells them of a curious alchemical shipment headed for the palace, containing a substance designed to sustain patients trapped in a death-like slumber. Having just lost an arm, Rauban asks the Warrior of Light to lend him a hand so that they may rescue the Sultana. Together, they track down Mariel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting, but as they begin to press her for answers, Lord Lolorito appears and offers to answer in her stead. He tells them that Ilbert had been his agent within the Crystal Braves right from the start, and together they fooled Rauban into disposing of Teleji Adelegi, who had planned to dethrone the Sultana via assassination. Lolorito proposes that they call it even, swiping both his act of treason and Rauban's execution without trial under the rug. Rauban is offended by the idea, but nevertheless ends up agreeing to it for the safety of the Sultana, his reward being a potion that will wake the Sultana from her slumber. Dulala reinstates Rauban as the General of the Immortal Flames, allowing him to return to the palace to awaken Nanamo. The Sultana awakens none the worse for her slumber, returning a semblance of order to the governance of Uldar. Alfino, however, feels the weight of his own responsibility in all of that has transpired, and as a result disbands the Crystal Braves. Returning to Ishgard, they find the Mana Cutter completed, allowing them to brave the storm to Nidhogg's lair. The Warrior of Light and the Azure Dragoon, Estinian, ride the Mana Cutter to the Eyrie, using Nidhogg's eye to fend the dragon off. Estinian fells the Great Worm, claiming his other eye. His armor dyed in crimson from the dragon's blood. This sight of Estinian triggers a vision brought forth by the Echo, showing the Warrior of Light Elezen knights from 1,000 years past. Haldrath, the son of King Thordan, emerges with 2 dragon eyes, one in each hand, claiming them to be the eyes of Nidhogg, as revenge for killing his father. Having robbed Nidhogg of his eyes, Haldrath becomes the first Azure Dragoon, and leaves the task of ruling Ishgard to his fellow knights. The 4 knights that take up this charge belong to the houses of Fortamp, Helenard, Durender, and Zemail, which would become known as the 4 High Houses of Ishgard. In order to shape their nation anew with a history of their own making, the 4 of them vow to let the truth of this dark day die there upon the battlefield. Upon hearing the warrior's tale, Estinian becomes perplexed as to why Nidhogg still retained one of his eyes, but the answer to the mystery ultimately eludes him, becoming a question for another time. Before making their report to Sir Aymeric, Estinian wishes to speak once more with Hraesvelgur in order to learn the real truth of things. They're once again joined by Isael, who also desires to speak with Hraesvelgur. The warrior sounds the horn, calling forth the Great Worm. Hraesvelgur says that he has already sensed the moment of Nidhogg's demise, at which point Estinian claims it was his eye that he prized from Nidhogg's head. His secret uncovered, Hraesvelgur confesses that he did indeed yield half of his strength unto the blinded Nidhogg. The Warrior of Light pulls out the eye in question, leading it to magically return to its original host. This brings about yet another vision from the Echo, this time showing the Warrior of Light the exact moment in time Hraesvelgur rent his eye onto his brood brother, as penance for trusting the Elezen. As the warrior as well as Isael regain their senses, Hraesvelgur is already privy to which scene from his past they have borne witness to. He bids the mortals to take their leave, since their presence spelleth naught but misery. Having been dismissed by the Great Worm, a part of the mystery still remains, since the whereabouts of Nidhogg's second eye are still unknown. In addition to this, they still don't know why Nidhogg, who had taken such pains to prolong the Dragonsong War, suddenly decided to hurl his entire army against the walls of Ishgard. Before they can ponder these questions further, Estinian is contacted via Link Shell by Sir Aymeric, who tells him that fighting has broken out within the city. Isael, who is given no order to attack, joins them as they return to Ishgard, hoping to put an end to unnecessary violence by appealing to the heretics which she has commanded. Back in Ishgard, the Archbishop and the Heavensward discuss the situation. Safarin believes this unrest will not hinder their plans, but instead feed the people's fear of the heretics and the dragons both. Archbishop Thordan orders the Heavensward to allow their unwelcome guests to sow a measure of chaos before having them crushed by the Temple Knights. As the Heavensward leaves the room, the Ascian Lahabrea appears behind Thordan, pleased that all is going according to plan. As they reach the city, Hoshafant is already hard at work defending it. Although initially suspicious of Lady Iceheart's involvement, Hoshafant is nevertheless quick to forgive her presence, since the Warrior of Light and Estinian seem to vouch for her. Hoshafant leads her to the heretics, where she tells them that there is no need for further bloodshed. The heretics rejoice that Lady Iceheart now stands with them, but become confused when she tells them that Nidhogg has been slain and that the war has ended. The heretics fear that they have lost the war, but Isael assures them that peace is in fact what they've all been fighting for. Once things settle down, Hoshafant and the Warrior of Light return to Fort Tomb Manor, along with Estinian, where they meet with Count Edmund and Sir Emric. They tell them all they have learned about the origins of the High Houses, and how the heretics have turned into dragons, by virtue of their bloodline being corrupted by that of Ratatoskur. If these truths were to come to light, it would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the Holy See of Ishgard, since they deviate so starkly from the established scripture. Sir Emric claims that if the Holy See already knew of this and chose to remain silent, then their crimes would be grievous indeed. In order to ascertain the truth, Sir Emric means to confront the Holy See, for only once the truth is laid bare can the war truly be said to have ended. Sir Emric leaves to seek an audience with the Archbishop, the others worrying he'll be branded a heretic for raising such questions. Once he is gone, Lucia, his second in command, vows to go fetch him if he does not return on his own accord. Although she says they might not have reason to worry if the rumors of his heritage are to be believed. Alphino, not being privy to the rumors of Ishgard, inquires as to what rumors she is referring to. The answer being that it has been said that Sir Emric is in fact the Archbishop's bastard son. This means that even if Sir Emric would be found guilty of treason, the Archbishop might not be so quick to execute his own son, affording them time to mount a rescue. Estinian and Hoshafant vow to aid in the rescue effort, Hoshafant exclaiming there is no greater calling for a knight than to save the life of his fellow man. As Sir Emric confronts the Holy See, Alphino and the Warrior of Light go to recruit the disenfranchised people of the Broom, telling them the news that it isn't just the high houses of Ishgard that are descended from the heroes of Eld, but rather highborn and lowborn alike. There they meet Hilda, the bastard daughter of a highborn Elazan and a Huron maid. But before she can agree to join their cause, they are interrupted by Sharibert, a member of the Heavensward, drawn to, in his own words, the unmistakable scent of heresy. He identifies Alphino and the warrior as the honored guests of House Fortomp, and Hilda as the Queen of Rats. The party fights Sharibert, but as Lucia arrives on the scene to back them up, Sharibert is forced to retreat. Lucia informs them that Sir Emric has indeed been imprisoned under suspicion of heresy, the Heavensward taking over his duties in commanding the Temple Knights. In order to free the Lord Commander, the Warrior of Light infiltrates the Vault, Ishgard's seat of government, and the residence of the Archbishop, while the others fight to spring Sir Emric free. Inside the Vault, the Warrior of Light faces off against the Knights of the Heavensward, each one possessing inhuman strength and abilities. As Sir Charibert is defeated, Safarin tells him to fall back, as an airship flies overhead intended to facilitate their escape, along with the Archbishop. At this point, the others join the warrior, having already rescued Sir Emric. The Lord Commander calls out to his father, confirming the rumors, and asking him why he must continue down this path now that Nidhogg has already fallen. Thordan replies that he refuses to tear down the pillars of their society by revealing the truth to the people, letting everything they've built for the last 1,000 years crumble. When they see the Archbishop won't listen to reason, Hoshafant and the Warrior of Light charge the airship in an attempt to stop him. However, Sephirin, who had been biding his time, throws a spear of light at the warrior from behind. Hoshafant, ever the trusted ally, notices the attack and jumps in to block it. He manages to block it with his shield, but sadly the spear ends up penetrating it, impaling Hoshafant in the process, and inflicting upon him a fatal wound. Thordan uses this opportunity to set a course for Azizla, while the heroes see to their brother in arms. In his final moments, Hoshafant consoles the Warrior of Light, telling him a smile better suits a hero. His last breath spent, Hoshafant closes his eyes for the last time, his body laying lifeless in the company of friends. Upon returning to Fort Tom Manor, Count Edmund has already heard the news of his son's passing. He understands that as a knight, Hoshafant fulfilled his duty with honor, but he asks his guests to leave him to mourn, telling them they should give chase to those who have escaped them, for his son and for the nation he loved. Before they set out, Count Edmund breaks down into tears, grieving the untimely loss of his son. Leaving Count Edmund to mourn, Alphino and the Warrior of Light pay a visit to Sir Emric. Once there, the warrior is treated to a vision by the Echo, showing him Sir Emric confronting his father, the Archbishop, as Thordan confesses to having known all along about the truths they have only just uncovered regarding the sins of their forefathers. However, Thordan refuses to meekly let his progeny suffer for the sins of those who came before, in an attempt to satiate an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Thus he believes the lie is necessary to shield the people from the sins of antiquity. Thordan now understands that his son will not accept this narrative, and has him taken away by the Heavensward. After the vision has subsided, they talk with Sir Emric about the assault on the vault. Sir Emric notes how the Heavensward seem to demonstrate some strange and unnatural abilities, the manner in which Lord Hoshafant was struck down being one among them. The spectacle called to mind King Thordan and his Knights 12, as they are depicted in scripture, with holy powers that have become the objects of faith, instilled with the belief of countless devoted souls. This leads them to suspect that the source of their unexplained power is of primal origin, similar to how Isael had called upon Shiva, using her own body as a vessel for summoning. In order to stop Thordan, Alphino and the Warrior of Light recruit Cid and the Enterprise to fly to the northern reaches of the Sea of Clouds, where countless isles yet remain uncharted, in search of a mysterious land known as Azizla, and the unmasked villain who sought to claim its secrets. All the while oblivious to the new threat which followed in their wake. There they hope to find Thordan's airship, the Soleil, that is said to have been spotted in the area. In the Sea of Clouds, they come upon Garlean Imperial officers harassing a member of the Vanu Vanu beast tribe, and after coming to his aid, Lonu Vanu escorts them to his village. Once there, they spot the primal Bismarck flying overhead, wreaking havoc on the floating isles. As they speak to the village chief, they get word of the mysterious Azizla, the home of forbidden secrets, kept locked away by a key hidden inside mighty Bismarck. The Warrior of Light faces off against the primal by luring it with a floating island as bait, firing dragon killer hooks into the beast to draw it closer. As the beast is slain, it dissipates into the ether, leaving a key in its wake. This triggers a vision by the Echo, bringing him one step closer to regain the complete blessing of Hydaelyn that was cut off by Midgardsormur. As the Warrior of Light picks up the key, he is ambushed by Thordan and an Ascian called Eorzea, the Ascian prying the key away from him and handing it over to Thordan. Thordan thanks the Warrior of Light for saving them the trouble of slaying Bismarck. As he activates the key, a light shoots out into the distant sky, pointing the way to Azizla, the home of ancient Allagan secrets. Thordan follows the light with his men, leaving the Warrior of Light behind. Returning to the village of the Vanu, Imperial troops have taken the inhabitants hostage. There they are confronted by Varys Sosgalvus, the reigning Emperor of Garlemald. Varys recognizes the Warrior of Light, and realizes that he too searches for a way to Aziz's Law. He tells them they both desire the same thing, the elimination of the primal threat, and the only thing that differs being their methods. However, Alphinaud is unwilling to accept genocide as a legitimate course of action and refuses to concede to their commonality. Varys being impressed by his bravery, even though he believes Alphinaud to be narrow-minded, failing to see the bigger picture. As the Guardians prepare to execute the Vanu, Lucia arrives on the scene riding a Magitech armor, forcing the Empire to withdraw to their massive airship. Thanks to Wedge calculating the heading indicated by the beam of light emitted by the key, the party is able to give chase to Aziz's Law. Aboard the Enterprise, Lucia reveals herself to be a former citizen of Garlemald. Moreover, she is the sister of Livia Sas Junius, the tribunus who served under Gaius van Baelsar, although they weren't raised together. Livia being raised to be a soldier, while Lucia was trained to be a spy, having been sent to Ishgard on a mission. Lucia was drawn to Sir Emric and ultimately pledged her allegiance to him alone. Alphinaud was concerned that she might hold a grudge against them due to her sister's death, but Lucia is content letting the past stay in the past, her eyes ever on the future. As they reach Aziz's Law, however, their way forward is barred as the ship is warded off by an impenetrable barrier, forcing them to return to Ishgard for repairs. Searching for a way to pierce the barrier, they entertain the faint hope of being reunited with Y'shtola, the expert they need to facilitate their entry into Aziz's Law. They discover that Y'shtola has been set adrift in the livestream as a result of aiding their escape from the banquet in Ul'dah, before she brought the tunnel down on herself. Together they manage to enlist the aid of Khani Senna, the elder Seatseer of Gridania, and miraculously pluck Y'shtola from the livestream, returning her to their side, as if having a friend and a trusted ally return to them from the dead. Once Y'shtola regains consciousness after her horrid ordeal, they are finally reunited, and Tataru surprises her with new garments, providing her with a new look. In order to fashion an etheric ram powerful enough to pierce the floating isle's protective barrier, Y'shtola proposes they seek out her former master, Matoya, who is an even greater expert than herself when it comes to etheric research. To do so, they travel to the Dravanian hinterlands, where learned souls from across the northern seas once established a settlement, to the city of Shalayan, that great seat of knowledge now abandoned by her keepers. As they reach Shalayan, they discover that a band of treasure hunters and goblin migrants have made the northern edge of the abandoned city their home, referring to it as the Idleshire. Having been born there, Y'shtola and Alphinaud are surprised at this new development, but thanks to the efforts of the land's latest inhabitants, the travelers are treated to a safe haven in an otherwise inhospitable land. Arriving at the lodgings of Master Matoya, Y'shtola is reunited with her former master, who tells them about Aziz's Law, which was once the foremost research center of ancient Alag. Unwilling to let the forbidden knowledge housed therein fall into the hands of the Asians or the Holy See of Ishgard, Matoya reluctantly agrees to help them. In order to do so, Matoya wipes the dust of an etheric converger she had once conceived of, and tells them that all the knowledge they need is to be found in one of her tomes. However, the tome in question is housed in the forbidden section of the Great Library, which presents some difficulties, for even though the ruins of Shalayan lie mostly vacant, the guardians of the library are still sure to stand guard over the vast repositories of knowledge to be found there. Braving the Great Library, the brilliance of Hydaelyn once again partly returns to the Warrior of Light as he returns to Matoya, tome in hand. She unlocks its contents for them. Having learned what they need to construct it, it is decided that Sid will build the etheric converger, but they must still supply it with ample ether in order to pierce the barrier. Contemplating suitable deposits of energy, Alphinaud realizes they can use Nidhogg's eye to complete the task, the eye being steeped in vast reserves of untapped ether. As they say their goodbyes to Matoya, Y'shtola's old master asks her to stay behind for a moment. She then asks her when the light faded from her eyes, and Y'shtola tells her that her teleport magic, which took her to the livestream, is probably to blame for rendering her blind. Montoya scolds her former student for using forbidden magic, but Y'shtola says that she has no regrets, since it allowed her to save her friends in their hour of need. Not to mention that it offered her the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to wander the ether. Being fully blind, Y'shtola must now rely on being able to read the ether around herself. Returning to Ishgard, they prepare to depart for Azizlar. As Y'shtola talks with the Warrior of Light about all he has achieved since coming to Ishgard, Estinian scoffs and says that nothing will have been achieved until this war is over. Y'shtola offers Estinian words of caution and tells him to be wary of Nidhogg's eye, as even now it seethes with hatred, threatening to consume him. Once Estinian has left, Urianger joins them, carrying with him a piece of white orosite, courtesy of the late Moen Breda, as he found it among her possessions. He offers it onto the Warrior of Light, so that he might build on Moen Breda's legacy to further combat the Ascian threat. Outfitted with the Etheric Converger, Sid redubbed the Enterprise Excelsior. And as they leave, they are seen off by Count Edmund, who says that wherever they may go, his sun spirit will go with them. Reaching Azizlar once more, the Etheric Converger is put to the test, and thanks to Nidhogg's eye, it is able to clear them a path, so that they may give chase to their enemies. Once inside the barrier, however, they are attacked by a Garlean battleship, which had been lying in wait for them to open the gate. As all seems lost, Ysayle arrives on the scene, riding atop Hraesvelgur's back. She speaks of her dream of peace and a tomorrow in which no child needs to freeze alone in the snow. Ysayle then channels the primal Shiva as she attacks their Garlean pursuers, freezing their attacks and affording the others time to escape. As she rams the Garlean ship with a gigantic icicle, her power wanes enough for her to be shot out of the sky. As she falls from the lofty heavens, she bids the Warrior of Light farewell and thanks him for showing her the way. Watching helplessly from afar, Alphinaud screams out, and Y'shtola recognizes Ysayle's ether as that of a crystal of light, one of Hydaelyn's chosen. Watching her final moments, Estinian bids his former enemy farewell. As they set foot on Azizlar, they make their way over to the flagship in the center in the hope of stopping the Archbishop. On the way, they are once again intercepted by the Garleans, who seek the knowledge used to bind Bahamut in days long past. However, even though such technology would be an effective way to put an end to rampaging primals, the day they would ultimately break free would be calamitous, just like it was with Bahamut. So the Garleans must not succeed. Making their way to the heart of Azizlar, they are intercepted by the legatus of the 6th Imperial Legion, Regula van Hydrus, who recognizes the Warrior of Light as a formidable foe after crossing blades with him. He then retreats, leaving the warrior and his friends to fight his lackeys. Holding back the Garlean infantry with the others, Estinian hands the Warrior of Light the Eye of Nidhogg, hoping that its power will be of use to him. Not letting his friend's efforts go to waste, the Warrior of Light moves ahead to stop the Archbishop, using an ancient elegant teleporter to proceed. On the way, he comes across the dragon Tiamat, shackled by the men of Alag over a millennia ago. Midgardsormr appears to greet his child, Tiamat being of his first brood along with Nidhogg and Hraesvelgur. Midgardsormr introduces Tiamat to the Warrior of Light and explains that he would seek to establish a peace between men and dragons. Tiamat tells the Warrior of Light of how her father came to this star in a time before time, bearing 7 eggs. Once hatched, Tiamat and Bahamut ventured south to Merosidia, where they brought forth innumerable children into the world. Then, some 5,000 years ago, the men of ancient Alag came and slaughtered her children in droves, taking from her her beloved Bahamut. In her hour of despair, Tiamat was then visited by the Ascians, who offered to resurrect Bahamut through their dark arts. Accepting their offer in her hour of despair, the Ascians brought back a mockery of her beloved Bahamut, and what was worse, they also gifted his murderers the means to entrap him. Regretting her decision, Tiamat tells the Warrior of Light that he must vanquish the Ascians to deliver the weak of will from their dark influence. Upon hearing her tale, a piece of the crystal's light is restored, fully returning the warrior of light to Hydaelyn's embrace. Hydaelyn congratulates him on overcoming his many trials, and begs him to venture forth to shine his light on all creation. Eorzea congratulates the warrior on having broken down the walls he built around him, allowing him to partake of his mistress's blessing once more. Having watched over him, Eorzea believes the warrior to be worthy of her light, and offers him his wings to further aid him on his journey. Venturing forth, the warrior of light comes face to face with two Ascians, Lahabrea and Eorzea, who tell him that through the joining, the world shall become whole again, all becoming as it was, as it should ever have remained. The Ascians attack the warrior in order to put an end to his meddling, but he once again emerges victorious. Not willing to be bested by him, the two Ascians then agree to show him the true power of the Echo, the power to break down the barriers of existence. However, even as they join hands to combine their forces, the power of the two Ascians falls short of the warrior of light, allowing him to force them apart once more, the blessing of the light proving their undoing. Having been defeated, Eorzea says that they must withdraw, but before she can do so, the warrior manages to trap her within the piece of white orosite gifted to him by Urianger, before using the power of Nidhogg's eye to shatter it, resulting in Eorzea's ultimate and final demise. With the power of the eye spent, Lahabrea wonders what the warrior will do now. At that moment, Archbishop Thordan arrives on the scene, noting how even the vaunted warrior of light must rely on mortal contrivances to unmake an Ascian. The bishop is joined by the members of the Heavensward, who carry the coffin of King Thordan, who, along with his knights 12, had defeated Nidhogg in ages past, the Holy See having safeguarded the beast's eyes ever since. The eye in the possession of the warrior of light was Nidhogg's left, having long served as the source of the Azure Dragoon's might, while its twin was buried secretly along with Haldroth, the first Azure Dragoon, taking onto himself the soul of the legendary King Thordan. Much like Azael had with Shiva, the Archbishop ascends to godhood, becoming a primal, before taking the remaining eye of Nidhogg for his own, transforming it into a mighty blade. He says to Lahabrea that his contempt for man has proven his undoing, proclaiming that as his first act as God King, he sentences him to die. Swinging his divine blade, he then feeds upon Lahabrea's ether, much as a primal would feed on any other source of ether. Having vanquished the Ascian, he vows that his divine blade will bring order to the world. Not being able to suffer a primal to go free, the warrior of light faces King Thordan and his new warriors 12, who call upon the true power of the Heavensward as they transform into towering and fearsome figures. King Thordan promises that by his blessing all men shall be sanctified, and that an endless era of peace will begin, where vice and conflict shall cease to be. King Thordan asks what the warrior of light can offer the world, and asks him to defend his cause with his life. Together they do battle, King Thordan ultimately being brought to his knees in defeat, his knights 12 disappearing along with him. Contemplating what has transpired, the Archbishop cannot believe that the warrior has bested a millennium of prayer combined with the eyes of power. He then sees something in the warrior of light, asking who or what he is, before dissipating into the ether along with his men. Afterwards, the warrior of light is joined by Estinian, allowing him to return the eye to him. However, as Estinian takes hold of the second eye, he is overpowered by Nidhogg's will as the mighty dragon takes over his body, fully manifesting in the world before soaring off. Riding on Eorzea's back, the warrior of light joins the others, Y'shtola noting the absence of Estinian. Returning to Ishgard on the back of a dragon, they are greeted by Sir Emric, who says that the sight of the warrior of light arriving in the city upon Dragonback will be remembered for 1,000 years to come, signaling great change. They tell Sir Emric of how the warrior of light succeeded in foiling the Archbishop's plans, but Myrkasormr reminds them that their struggles are not yet over. Myrkasormr asks the Ishgardians whether they truly desire peace, at which point Sir Emric apologizes for the unspeakable atrocities his people have committed against dragonkind. Sir Emric says that it will take time, but that he believes that Ishgard may yet become a place where man and dragon can abide together in harmony. They are joined by the leaders of the Eorzean alliance, who welcome the Holy See of Ishgard into their fold, once again counting it as a proud member of the Eorzean alliance. The Sultana of Ul'dah asks that their nations move forward as one, standing united against the threat of the Garlean Empire. The leaders of the 4 city-states raise their weapons in unison, vowing to fight for the future of Eorzea. Overlooking the city, the Warrior of Light is joined by Alphinaud as he visits Haurchefant's grave, a noble monument to a noble soul. Tataru brings flowers, and the Warrior of Light leaves Haurchefant's shield, shattered yet still proudly bearing the mark of House Fortamp. Alphinaud reminds them that they have lost much, but that they must nevertheless press on if they are to rebuild the Scions. So ends a glorious chapter in their tale, though tumultuous days yet lie ahead for Ishgard. After 1,000 years under the yoke of the Church, the people take their first tentative steps into the unknown. And though they spy a glimmer of peace upon the horizon, Nidhogg's vengeful shadow yet remains to darken the way. Be that as it may, so long as the young commander of the Temple Knights and his heroic companions are there to guide them, the people may hold fast to hope. The hope that one day true peace will return to Ishgard, and that man and dragon may live in harmony once more as they strive ever heavensward. On the moon, the Ascian Elidibus recognizes the demise of Lahabrea and Igrium, both of them having been carelessly bested by mortals as they attempted to initiate the 8th rejoining, leaving Elidibus to deal with the consequences. Elidibus says that Hydaelyn's champion has grown too strong, and that his might encroaches upon the realm of gods. To restore the equilibrium, he turns to another and tells him that his time to join the fray has come, referring to him as the Warrior of Darkness. Patch 3.1. As goes light, so goes darkness. Once things calm down a little bit, Sir Emric invites Alphinaud and the Warrior of Light to meet him. He tells them that he has told everyone the truth of everything, and that the time for deception has come to an end. However, this has resulted in unrest within Ishgard, and some have taken issue with the Church, and others have chosen to doubt what Sir Emric would profess as true. In order to bring a definitive end to the Dragon Song War, they therefore wish to treat with the dragons of Annex Trine. So they ask the Warrior of Light and Alphinaud to escort Lucia and introduce her to the dragon Vidofnit. Having lent a hand to the Ishgardians, they then continue their search for the other Scions. Hoping to discover the whereabouts of Thancred, Y'shtola introduces the Warrior of Light to Crile, who has recently arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. Crile, too, possesses the Echo, along with some embarrassing stories about Alphinaud from when he was younger, but Alphinaud desperately manages to convince her not to divulge them. Crile is there to find Thancred's trail from when he was whisked away by Y'shtola's teleportation magic. However, she cannot do it alone, since she needs Master Matoya's crystal eye to accomplish the task. Therefore, they visit Matoya, who permits them to use her crystal eye for their purpose. Crile begins right away and discovers a trail leading from the Black Shroud to the northwest, towards the foot of Som Al. Following the trail, they discover the re-emergence of the primal Ravana, but as they arrive on the scene, the primal is already on its knees, as it faces off against a party of mysterious adventurers, their leader laying the primal low. Upon witnessing this, the Warrior of Light is visited by the Echo, as he is treated to a vision of the mysterious adventurers as they fight an Ascian. Y'shtola notes that the Aether moves strangely around the mysterious leader, and as they attack them, Y'shtola is forced to put up a barrier to protect her allies from a barrage of arrows. What follows is an all-out brawl, as the two groups fight until Thancred appears to even the odds. Before they take their leave, the mysterious party introduces itself as the Warriors of Darkness, telling them that they will meet again. Once alone, the Warrior of Light and the others decide to save their reunion with Thancred for a later time, as the Nath worshippers of Ravana are sure to return ere long. Once back to safety, they welcome Thancred back into the fold, and he tells them the story of how he re-emerged from the livestream stark naked, having had quite a hard time getting back on his feet. But even as the Scions celebrate the return of a long-lost friend, there is a plot to rid them of another, as Sir Emeric becomes the victim of an assassination attempt orchestrated by his fellow countrymen. Thankfully, Sir Emeric survives the attack, despite his wounds, but the trouble is far from over, as an armed mob seizes control of the vault, taking hostages as they barricade themselves inside. Calling themselves the true brothers of the faith, they demand that a conclave will select the next archbishop and declare that Sir Emeric is guilty of patricide and high treason. As a peaceful resolution is unlikely, the Warrior of Light and the others forcefully retake the vault. But as they reach the zenith, Sir Emeric comes face to face with a vault priest, who threatens to throw a hostage off the side of the building. Making good on his threat, the priest pushes the girl to her death, but miraculously the dragon Vidofnir arrives just in the nick of time to pluck her out of the sky, thereby saving her life. As things calm down, they thank Vidofnir for saving the girl. But regretfully, Vidofnir has less than happy news to share as he carries a message from Hraesvelgur, telling them that Nidhogg has gathered his brood to do battle with them. Sir Emeric believes that the day a dragon saved a girl within the walls of Ishgard will help further their cause, but Count Edmund still worries for him, saying that he couldn't bear to lose him like he lost his son Hoshefant. Back at the manor, Artorel tells them that his father intends to step down as the head of the house to absolve his family of suspicion following the death of the archbishop. As the eldest son, Artorel will succeed him, even though the circumstances fill him with more dread than anything else. He nevertheless resolves to use his position to serve others, just as Hoshefant would have. Elsewhere, surrounded by shackled books, Urianger is presented with information by none other than Elidibus, who is joined by the Warrior of Darkness. Elidibus tells Urianger that he knows what must be done, and as the Warrior of Darkness senses someone spying on them, the prying eyes disappear without a trace. In an undisclosed location, Papalimo and Ida are collaborating with soldiers to mobilize against the Garlean Empire. Papalimo comments that they have other obligations and cannot remain there indefinitely. Ida acknowledges this, affirming her commitment to her responsibilities. Patch 3.2 The Gears of Change. Infiltrating an Imperial custom, Cryal questions Thancred about his relationship with Minfilia, as she wants to ascertain the true motives of the people she is working with. They recognize that Minfilia is very dear to them both and press on, discovering the locations of unique etheric signatures which might lead them to her. Following the trail, the Warrior of Light comes face to face with the Word of the Mother. The Word of the Mother tells the warrior that they were once called Minfilia, but they are now something else. The Word of the Mother speaks for Hydaelyn, telling him that they will bequeath him with the most precious of gifts, the truth which lies at the heart of this world, asking him once more to hear, feel, think. The voice of the Mother tells the Warrior of Light of how the Source was divided into 13 reflections, each possessing a shard of the whole. Zodiark, however, longs to become the whole, so his servants, the Ascians, labor without rest to make it so, seeking to tear down the barriers which surround the Source, each calamity marking a rejoining. The voice of the Mother tells the Warrior of Light that the Ascians have succeeded 7 times, and that 7 times she has failed to stop them. Before she can tell him any more, she tells him that the crystal's power is all but spent, and that all she can do is return him to the shore of the ethereal sea. Returning to the others, the Warrior of Light tells them of his vision, leaving them all perplexed. Cryal theorizes that as Hydaelyn has grown so weak, she had to join with Minfilia, leading them to believe that Minfilia might be lost to them forever. In Falcon's Nest, preparations for peace talks between humans and dragons encounter difficulties, as people who lost loved ones to the dragons infiltrate the event, disguised as guards and servants. They drug the leaders and protest the peace talks, claiming them to be a trap set by their enemies. The situation escalates even further when Hydaelyn, the younger son of House Fortomps, orders the guards to stop a female protester, resulting in her being shot with an arrow. Following these events, Sir Emeric understands that many view the erasure of the past as a betrayal of Ishgard's martial heritage. To address this, he organizes a grand melee with the Eorzean alliance to showcase Ishgard's military prowess. Hydaelyn volunteers to redeem himself, and the Warrior of Light represents Ishgard. The event concludes with a spectacular duel between Rauban of the Immortal Flames and the Warrior of Light. With the people and dragons united, Sir Emeric and Vidofnir begin the peace talks with rousing speeches about ending the cycle of violence and building a better future. They unveil a grand mural depicting Shiva and Thraisfjörðr's meeting, symbolizing the peace between man and dragon. However, the ceremony is interrupted by the azure dragon Estinian, now fused with Nidhogg's eyes and armor. Speaking in Nidhogg's voice, he denounces the peace talks and vows to kill every last Ishgardian. He impales Vidofnir with his lance, splattering the mural with her blood, before transforming into Nidhogg and flying away. The crowd chants death to Nidhogg as the Warrior of Darkness observes from afar, followed by Thancred. Elsewhere, Papalymo warns Ida about the risks of trusting others too much, while an unknown figure sneaks into a tent and picks up a silver face mask. Patch 3.3 Revenge of the Horde. With Nidhogg's forces preparing for a massive assault, and the people of Ishgard clamoring for the worm's defeat, the Warrior of Light, Alphino and Sir Emeric journey to the churning mists to seek the aid of Thraisfjörður. Initially dismissive, Thraisfjörður challenges their intentions, but through the persuasive arguments of Alphino, Emeric, and even Miðgarðsormur, they convince him to test their resolve with a trial. Upon successfully completing Thraisfjörður's trial, they secure his support in the fight against his brood brother. Without warning, the ominous sounds of Nidhogg's attack resonate across Ishgard and Ravania both, signaling the onset of their final reckoning. The heroes race to the steps of faith in Ishgard for a final confrontation with Nidhogg, each riding on the back of a dragon to hasten their return. Back in Ishgard, an all-out war is unfolding as Nidhogg leads his brood into battle. Thraisfjörður makes one more attempt to reason with Nidhogg, but it amounts to naught, leading two dragons of Miðgarðsormur's first brood to do battle with one another. His wrath knowing no bounds, Nidhogg overpowers Thraisfjörður in the end, tearing off one of his wings. However, through great effort, and using the power of Thraisfjörður's eye, entrusted to him by the Great Worm, the Warrior of Light manages to halt Nidhogg. As Estinian briefly retakes control of his body, Alphino and the Warrior of Light grab hold of Nidhogg's eyes, attempting to pry them from Estinian's armor. The eyes prove difficult to remove. However, thanks to the spirits of their fallen comrades, Isael and Hoshefant, they are able to see it through. The eyes are eventually pried off and cast into the abyss leading to the Sea of Clouds, signaling the end of Nidhogg. Later, Estinian awakens to Alphino's tears. He reflects on the similarities between himself and Nidhogg, as they were both driven to revenge by the loss of their families. However, unlike Nidhogg, Estinian had people who cared for him. With Nidhogg defeated, Estinian relinquishes his role as the Azure Dragoon. Sir Emeric steps down as the interim leader of Ishgard, and as his final act, he dissolves the Archbishop's rule, establishing a republic with a House of Commons and a House of Lords, allowing both lowborn and highborn a say in governance. Thus, the Dragonsong War is finally over. Meanwhile, the Knight of Darkness stands on the edge of the Sea of Clouds, contacting the Warrior of Darkness, who is meeting with the Asian Elidibus. Their plotting is interrupted by a noise from the shadows. The Warrior of Darkness attacks, discovering Alphino's sister, Alisaie. He nearly strikes her down, but she is saved by Thancred, who had been following the Warrior of Darkness ever since the failed peace ceremony. Thancred swiftly escapes with Eorzea, hoping to evade their enemies and bringing Eorzea to safety. Patch 3.4 Soul Surrender. The Warrior of Light is invited to dine at Sir Emric's estate in Ishgard, celebrating Emric's new position as head of the House of Lords. As they reflect on their journey, Thancred arrives, carrying a poisoned Eorzea. Eorzea was struck by a poisoned arrow from the Ranger of Darkness during her investigation, but she brings crucial news. The Warriors of Darkness are headed to Selfatol, the homeland of the Ixal, to kill Garuda. The Warrior of Light rushes to the Ixal village to prevent the summoning and succeeds just as the Warriors of Darkness arrive, accompanied by a mysterious Ellison Arcanist dressed in grey. Having beaten them to the Primal, the Warriors of Darkness reveal their backstory. They come from a world overwhelmed by light, having defeated the Ascians, only to face destruction from a flood of light. Realizing that imbalance between light and dark is destructive, they then allied with the Ascians to restore balance and save the world. They then leave, the Arcanist dressed in grey lingering but a moment longer than the rest. After the confrontation at Selfatol, the Warrior of Light returns to find Eorzea recovered and ready to join her brother and the Warrior of Light on their mission. Tataru provides Eorzea with new adventuring clothes, delighting both twins. They head to the Waking Sands to consult Eorzea about strange etheric readings, and Eorzea mentions unusual activity among the kobolds, suggesting a possible resummoning of Titan. The trio travels to the kobolds' sacred mountain in La Noscia, where they meet a young kobold named Gabu. He seeks to help prevent his clan from sacrificing his parents to summon Titan. Despite their best efforts, however, Gabu's grief summons Titan. The Warrior of Light defeats the Primal, but Gabu is left traumatized and silent. At night, Eorzea comforts Gabu, fearing he might become a thrall of Titan. Meanwhile in Thanalan, the Warrior of Darkness meets with the Grey Arcanist, who relays orders from Elidibus to continue provoking the Beast Tribes. Frustrated by their slow progress, the Warrior of Darkness considers killing the Warrior of Light to trigger another calamity. The masked Arcanist, revealed to be Urianger, arranges a meeting. Once left alone, he contemplates whether his chosen path is the correct one. The next morning, the trio prepares to leave Camp Overlook. Eorzea asks the commander to care for Gabu until his condition improves, and Gabu thanks Eorzea before leaving with the commander. Returning to the Waking Sands, Urianger confirms the defeat of Titan and informs them about a shipment of stolen crystals, destined for Little Alamigo, possibly for summoning Ralgr. Thancred reports that the smugglers, linked to a former triple agent, were likely working for an Ascian, and that one shipment made it to Little Alamigo. In Little Alamigo, the Warrior of Light learns about a new resistance splinter group called the Masks, led by the enigmatic Griffin. Ida and Papalimo, who've been aiding the resistance, update the Warrior of Light on the situation. Disguised as adventurers, they infiltrate the Masks and learn that the crystals were to be traded to the Amalja for their aid in retaking Kurabania. The group tracks the stolen crystals to the Bowl of Embers, where they find the Warriors of Darkness hell-bent on hastening Eorzea's despair by killing the Warrior of Light. A fierce battle ensues, with Eorzea summoning an ethereal blade to defeat the warriors temporarily. Urianger then reveals himself as a true ally of the Scions, and orchestrates a ceremony to channel their light, transporting everyone to the ethereal sea for an audience with Hydaelyn. Minfilia, restored as Hydaelyn's emissary, bids them farewell, and departs with the Warriors of Darkness to offer hope onto their world, Urianger having traded one world for one life, even if the price was not his to pay. Back at the Rising Stones, the Scions discuss their future. Alphino proposes they pursue individual goals towards the common aim of protecting Eorzea. Ida and Papalimo head to Thanalan. Ishtola and Kryl focus on primals, and Thancred and Urianger continue their respective duties. Meanwhile, Alphino and Eorzea join the Warrior of Light as adventurers. Elsewhere, a fake Griffin and the real Griffin confer with Elidibus, who provides the Eyes of Nidhogg, retrieved by the Knight of Darkness. Meanwhile, Nerotal Skyva discovers an ancient Allagan monolith in Katino, anticipating exciting developments. Patch 3.5 The Far Edge of Fate. Alphinaud has summoned the Scions to the Rising Stones, but their meeting is interrupted when a Mikote from the Alamigan Resistance collapses inside the Rising Stones. She brings urgent news that the Griffin plans to provoke a war between the Eorzean Alliance and the Imperials by attacking Baelsar's Wall, the massive barrier between Girabania and the Black Shroud. The Scions quickly spread the word to the city-states, and the Warrior of Light visits Sir Emeric in Ishgard, who calls for an emergency meeting between the House of Lords and the House of Commons. Sir Emeric is chosen to represent Ishgard, but first sends word to Camp Dragonhead about a possible Imperial attack. There, the Warrior of Light meets Emmanuelaine de Fortemps, who is now in command after Hoshifan's death. The leaders gather in Gridania to plan the response. Ishgard and the Doman refugees agree to support the Grand Companies at Baelsar's Wall, but Alphinaud fears this might be a trap set by the Griffin to provoke the Imperials. Meanwhile, Ida, Papalimo, Thancred and Yugiri sneak through a hidden tunnel to Girabania to convince the Griffin to halt the attack. Alphinaud and the Warrior of Light stay with the Grand Company commanders to monitor the situation. Suddenly, an explosion on the wall signals that the Grand Company forces have launched an assault without orders, revealing the Griffin's plan to disguise his soldiers in Grand Company uniforms so that he can frame Eorzea for starting the war. The Warrior of Light confronts the true Griffin, who is revealed to be none other than Ilberd, the traitor from the Crystal Braves. Despite suffering defeat, however, Ilberd's plan is already in motion and cannot be stopped. His accomplices, disguised as Imperials, release Magitech killing machines that slaughter the Resistance fighters, causing much despair, making those who lie dying wish for the power to crush their enemies, even if it means summoning a primal. Using the Eyes of Nidhogg, Ilberd then sacrifices himself by willfully plummeting to his doom, summoning a powerful primal in the process, Shinryu. Upon witnessing the emergence of the dreaded primal, Papalimo sacrifices his life to seal Shinryu in a cocoon of light, affording the others the time to retreat. As they flee, Thancred carries Ida away and tells her not to resent Papalimo for his choice, Papalimo having done what he believed was right. The Warrior of Light returns to the Rising Stones to inform the others of Papalimo's fate, each member committing to work harder to address the crisis of the Cocoon of Light. The Eorzean Alliance and Cid Garland hold a meeting to discuss their next steps. In Vesper Bay, a lone samurai arrives seeking aid, having traveled long and far to reach Eorzea in a small boat. Upon seeing the man, Urianger suspects where he is coming from and takes him in. As the Eorzean leaders meet in Gridania, their meeting is interrupted by Nero Tolskaiva, who suggests using Omega, an ancient Allagan anti-primal weapon, to deal with the new threat. Despite their distrust of Nero and Allagan technology, the leaders ultimately agree, seeing no other recourse. As the samurai Gotetsu arrives at the Rising Stones, he recognizes Yugiri and offers his help against the Imperials. The team heads to Katino to activate Omega, and after a battle with Imperial soldiers, Ida decides to launch Omega towards Girabania. A fierce battle ensues between Omega and the primal Shinryu, resulting in both vanishing. Ida's Archon tattoos disappear, revealing her true identity as that of Lys, Ida's younger sister, who took up her identity after Ida's death. The leaders decide to gain the support of the Alamigan Resistance. Raban and his son are sent to secure Baelsar's Wall. Raban vows to reclaim Alamigo in Ilberd's memory. Lys, no longer hiding behind Ida's mask, commits to fighting for Alamigo's freedom. In Alamigo, the Imperial Viceroy takes an interest in Omega and Shinryu, smiling at the thought of what worthy challenges the future may hold. Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy XIV, Stormblood, the second expansion for Final Fantasy XIV. While it might sometimes be overshadowed by the glory of Heavensward and the acclaim of Shadowbringers, Stormblood's narrative is a powerful tale of resistance and freedom that deserves its place in the spotlight. I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and I invite you to join me on this journey. Remember to subscribe and click the bell to stay updated. But for now, let's dive into the epic saga of Stormblood. Brace yourself for a harrowing tale of tyranny and hard-earned liberation, so that you can stay with us every step of the way. At the Rising Stones, the Scions gather for a meeting of utmost importance, where Alphinaud explains that the Eorzean alliance will not set foot in Gurabania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition against the Empire. For this purpose, the Scions have been asked to act as intermediaries, taking advantage of Lyse's personal connection to the Resistance. Lyse embraces the role wholeheartedly, wanting nothing more than to see her homeland free of Imperial rule. Along with the Warrior of Light, she is joined by Alphinaud, Alizé, Y'shtola, and Kryl, as their allies Yugiri and Gosetsu return to their master in Doma to fight the Empire on a separate front. As they reach Gurabania, Lyse is starkly reminded of how Baelza's wall cuts the land in two, with freedom on one side and tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning, one that can only be bought with flames and blood. They journey to Rhalgr's Reach, a sacred sanctuary revered by the sons and daughters of Alamigo, a fitting bastion for the Resistance. There they encounter the steadfast commander of the Resistance, Conrad Kemp. In the shadow of Rhalgr's imposing statue, they forge a precarious alliance, vowing to liberate Alamigo from the iron grip of the Gallian Empire. Yet, Conrad reveals the dire state of their cause. The Resistance is fractured, a splintered force of divided camps and uncertain loyalties. He pledges to seek unity among the factions, but cautions that time is against them, and not all will heed the call to arms. Adding to their woes, the devastating fallout of Ilbert's betrayal has left their ranks depleted, their seasoned warriors lost, replaced by a desperate ensemble of inexperienced recruits. Splitting up, Kryl and Y'shtola opt to stay in Rhalgr's Reach and help at the infirmary. Alphinaud chooses to start resistance recruitment within the Scions, and the rest help with bolstering the camp alongside Conrad's top officers Mnago and Mefrid. Accompanied by Mnago, they update Rauban of the Immortal Flames on the dire state of the Resistance, which has only been worsened by the low morale following Ilbert's massacre. Pippin, the Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames and Rauban's adopted son, suggest the Resistance must showcase resilience and secure a few minor victories against the Empire to reignite hope. To do so, they ambush an escort transporting prototype Magitech armor, and the Warrior of Light engages in battle with Imperial soldiers led by Grinewat, who feels like all his name days have come at once since he gets the chance to fight the Warrior of Light again after having suffered defeat at his hands before. However, when the fight intensifies and the prototype is destroyed, Grinewat cowardly flees, handing the Resistance a much-needed victory. This small triumph invigorates the campaign to reclaim Alamigo, and the group begins recruiting anew, starting with Lyse's hometown of Alagana. At the royal palace of Alamigo, the arrival of the Viceroy and the Imperial Prince Xenos Igalvus is celebrated in a lavish display of splendor as he struts into the palace with the Gallian anthem sung in his honor. Seated upon his imposing throne, Xenos listens with cold detachment to reports from the region, including that of the ambush. Enraged by the cowardice and incompetence on display, he orders Grinewat's removal from the Legion and executes his commanding officer on the spot in cold blood. Frustration simmers within Xenos as he recalls his father's refusal to let him march on the wall after Shinryu's summoning. Seeking new thrills, Xenos therefore turns his gaze to the Resistance in Alamigo, eager to hunt them down like prey to satiate his hunger for blood. When he asks for suggestions, Fordola, a native Alamigan serving the Empire, steps forward, but is harshly rebuked by another commander on account of her low birth. However, Xenos, recognizing her fierce ambition, decides to entertain her proposal despite her lowly origins. Meanwhile, the Resistance plans a joint operation with Rauban to capture Castellum Veladina. While scouting the outpost with Pippin, they are caught off guard by explosions hailing from the direction of Rhalgr's Reach. They rush back to find Fordola leading a brutal raid on the camp, and as they arrive too late, they witness her delivering a fatal blow to Mefrid. Lys, consumed by rage, attacks Fordola, but her strikes are effortlessly parried. Xenos himself then intervenes, desiring a duel, and with a single swing he knocks Lys aside. Y'shtola attempts to shield Lys with a barrier, but is grievously injured as Xenos shatters her defenses and slices her with his formidable blade. The Warrior of Light and the others arrive just in time to rescue Lys and a critically wounded Y'shtola. However, they find Xenos' power insurmountable, as even the Warrior of Light cannot overcome him. During their fierce clash, Xenos breaks his blade against the Warrior of Light, but unimpressed by the resistance, departs the battlefield out of sheer boredom. In the aftermath of their crushing defeat, Conrad is engulfed by sorrow as he laments the loss of Mefrid, whom he had envisioned as a future leader. Disheartened, Conrad reveals the painful truth that the Skulls, Fordola's unit, are children of Alamegan dignitaries who were raised under the Empire's rule and are now loyal to their oppressors. As they contemplate their next move, Alfinor proposes reigniting the revolution in Doma, who was previously crushed by Xenos. This strategy would compel Xenos to battle on two fronts, weakening his grip. Rauban agrees, seeing this as a pivotal chance to rebuild the resistance stronger than ever. The spark of hope reignites, and the plan to turn the tide begins to take shape. For their perilous journey across the ocean to the far east, Tataru arranges transport with the captain of the Krakens in Limsa-Lominsa, leveraging secrets from the past. However, he can only ferry them as far as the city of Kugane. Before departing, Urianger presents Alesei with a finely crafted rapier, hoping it will serve her well. On their voyage to Kugane, the group navigates to a sinister ship graveyard near a haunted prison, where they confront a malevolent siren determined to make this their final resting place. After a fierce battle, they defeat the siren and continue their journey, finally reaching the only port in Hingashi open to outsiders, Kugane, located across the Ruby Sea from Othard. Upon arrival, they ponder whether Yugiri and Gosetsu are still in the city, as they must find them. As they disembark, they are greeted by Hancock, a representative of the East Aldenard Trading Company, who is acting on behalf of Chairman Lolorito of Uldar. Although initially wary of him, Hancock begins to earn their trust, as he warns them of numerous Imperial spies lurking around. Hancock then briefs them on Kugane, noting the Sekisegumi, the formidable police force tasked with maintaining order. Passing the imposing Imperial embassy, they reach the company office, which Hancock offers them to use, along with his services, as a gesture of goodwill from Lolorito and as an apology for his master's role in the bloody banquet. Aware of their mission to find the Doman Liberation Front, Hancock confirms that Yugiri and Gosetsu did indeed arrive in Kugane earlier, giving them hope that they might yet catch up to them. Seeking information about their allies, Lys and the adventurer follow a lead from Gyoto, a fisherman of the Namazu catfish beastmen, despite Hancock's warnings about his trustworthiness. Living up to his reputation, Gyoto betrays them and attempts to sell them out to the Imperials. After a fierce battle, they defeat their enemies and capture Gyoto, but the commotion draws the unwanted attention of the Sekisegumi. Fortunately, Soroban, a member of the tortoise-like Kojin beastmen, helps them evade arrest. Back at the office, Soroban introduces himself as a part of the mercantile Blue Kojin, who are notably more hospitable than their red Kojin counterparts. Sensing a business opportunity, he offers his ship to help them cross the Ruby Sea. Under interrogation, Gyoto reveals he sold out Gosetsu to the Garleans. However, Gosetsu fought off the Imperials, but was later arrested by the police. When they reach the barracks to rescue him, they find that Gosetsu has already earned his freedom through trial by combat, winning 10 matches in a row. Gosetsu explains that he split from Yugiri to increase their chances of finding Lord Hien, the heir to the Doman throne. He also reveals that Xenos has installed a ruthless woman named Yotsuyu as the acting viceroy of the region, a particularly horrid woman who delights in torturing the citizens. Determined to aid the Doman Liberation Front, Alfinor announces their intent to support their cause. Pleased by this news, Gosetsu offers to lead them to Yangsha, where Yugiri is based. Before crossing the Ruby Sea, Soroban reminds them of the price required by the pirate lords for safe passage. Tansui, the Confederacy's lieutenant, informs them that the price has tripled due to the looming threat of war. Their conversation is, however, abruptly interrupted by Imperials, who flagrantly refuse to pay, thereby provoking the Confederacy. Frustrated, Tansui admits the pirates are powerless, as the Red Kojin have sided with the Imperials. This powerlessness is further exacerbated by Yotsuyu's brutal treatment of Doman pirates, as Yotsuyu is currently keeping herself busy by menacing a nearby fishing village. Outraged, Gosetsu professes that he must aid the village. Moved by his determination, Tansui lets the group pass without paying the price, allowing them to reach Orthard and prepare for the coming battle. Arriving at the outskirts of the village, they witness Yotsuyu and Grinuat tormenting villagers on suspicion of betraying the Empire. To make them prove their loyalty, they force them to kill their own to save their families, with death as the only alternative. A man is even asked to slaughter his parents in cold blood, as they are too old to work, but when he can't comply, he is killed on the spot. To spare the villagers further agony, Gosetsu intervenes as he offers himself to Yotsuyu in order to relieve the plight of the people, if only momentarily. Yotsuyu accepts Gosetsu's gracious offer and captures him for interrogation. Meanwhile, the rest of the group follow Gosetsu's directions to the Confederacy headquarters. There they meet pirate Captain Rosho, who, though sympathetic to their plight, sees no advantage in provoking the Empire on their behalf at the moment. Determined to build goodwill, the Scions keenly observe the pirates' dire circumstances, sensing that their downfall is imminent, as the Red Kojin are already pursuing the Doman Confederates. Rosho acknowledges this grim reality and reluctantly concedes that paying a toll is preferable to being slaughtered in retaliation. Therefore, until the balance of power shifts, he opts for the path that offers the Confederacy a slim chance of survival. Upon hearing this, Alice boldly interjects and proposes they send a powerful message by depriving the Empire of Kojin support, wagering the pirates' allegiance if they succeed. Traveling to Tamamizu, the village of the Blue Kojin, they discover that the entire village is housed inside a giant bubble, situated on the sea bed. There they are welcomed by Soroban, and after hearing about their mission, Soroban takes them to their leader. The elder listens intently and explains that the Kojin believe that their gods, the Kami, favor certain sacred vessels. These divine treasures are highly prized and worshipped by the Kojin, including the Red Kojin, who pursue these treasures while hiding their true faith from the Gallians. The elder reveals that to sever the Kojin's ties with the Empire, they must recover a missing divine treasure, the Yasakani no Magatama, one of the Kojin's 3 most sacred artifacts. To aid their quest, Soroban grants them the blessing of the sea, allowing them to breathe underwater, and arranges for undersea mounts to expedite their travel. While they strive to win the pirates' allegiance, Yotsuyu interrogates and tortures Gosetsu, though his iron will remains unbroken. Gosetsu taunts her, suggesting it must bring her great joy to exact revenge upon them as the orphan of Nayuri and the widow of Sashihai, Doma having failed her and led her to a miserable life. Aggravated, Yotsuyu stomps on his head, declaring that her appetite for their suffering is a bottomless abyss, utterly insatiable. She mocks Lord Kayan, the former ruler of Doma, whom Gosetsu had failed to protect. She then recounts Gosetsu's past, speaking of the samurai who would do anything to return to his master's side, even pledging his blade to his sworn enemies and slaying 1,000 men in the Empire's name. Gosetsu does not deny his sins, but refuses to be judged by her. Yotsuyu claims she does not seek to reproach him, but rather to praise him, recognizing him as a survivor, much like herself. She then demands to know the whereabouts of Lord Hien, Lord Kayan's successor, and heir to the throne of Doma, whom the Empire seeks to eliminate. After recovering the Yasakani no Magatama, the Kojin elder presents the Warrior of Light and his party with a ceremonial knife, granting them access to the Kojin's treasure vault. This vault holds relics of such immense value to the Red Kojin that they cherish them more than their very lives. Attacking the vault therefore compels every Red Kojin to abandon their task and rush to defend their treasure, losing the Empire's hold over the Ruby Sea and leaving it vulnerable to a Confederacy assault. the trio infiltrates the hidden vault, where the Yasakani no Magatama suddenly begins to resonate with the other two premier sacred treasures, summoning Akami, who thanks the Warrior of Light for reuniting them. Overjoyed, the Kami chooses to celebrate with a battle, transforming into the Kojin's primal, the formidable swordsman Susanoo. After an epic clash amidst the tumultuous and sacred battlefield, the Warrior of Light manages to defeat Susanoo. Meanwhile, Soroban informs the Confederacy of their opportunity to strike back against the Red Kojin to liberate their captured allies and reclaim the sea for their own. Taking full advantage of this opening, Rasho makes good on his word and shows the Empire once and for all that the Ruby Sea does not belong to them. As Rasho and his men launch their attack, they manage to free Gosetsu, Yotsuyu having been unable to break him. Returning from his battle with Susanoo, the Warrior of Light and his allies see smoke, signaling the pirates' successful assault. After fighting off the Red Kojin, they then join the fray to find the pirates victorious, their victory rekindling the pirates' belief in a free Doma. As a result, the Confederacy pledges their aid to their cause. Having escaped, Yotsuyu and Grinuat slay some Red Kojin for failing to guard their post. They then turn their eye to the divine treasures the Red Kojin were guarding and take a blade of exquisite craftsmanship for themselves, believing they might be able to use it to make amends. Journeying to Yangsha, the once thriving heart of the rebellion, now gripped by fear under Yotsuyu's iron rule, the group arrives at the humble village of Namai, nestled near the fortified Doma castle, which looms behind an impenetrable magitech barrier. Gosetsu, drawn by his fondness for the village's persimmons, approaches only to incite panic among the villagers. A young farmer named Ise steps forward, explaining that if the Imperials discovered Gosetsu, the wanted retainer of Lord Kayan, they would burn Namai to the ground without hesitation. Moreover, Gosetsu's presence serves as a painful reminder of their loved ones who perished fighting alongside him. Pressing onward, they arrive at the House of the Fierce, the headquarters of the Doman Liberation Front. There they are welcomed by Yugiri, now clad in a new attire. Relieved to see her Eorzean allies, Yugiri reports having found Lord Heian in the Asim steppe. However, Heian did not return with her, insisting he would only come back if Doma was truly ready to rise against its oppressors. As such, he tasked Yugiri with gauging the true spirit of Doma, stating that he would be ready to fight for her if that was the will of the people. If not, however, he would offer up his own head if his people had resigned themselves to their fate their tyrants had allotted them. As they assist Yugiri in gauging the people's desire for freedom, they encounter a populace weary, frustrated, and disheartened by the endless resistance against the Empire. Survivors like Isse see no point in further suffering. To make matters worse, soldiers arrive, announcing that in retaliation for the Confederacy's attack on the Viceroy, villagers will now have to help defend the Empire as loyal subjects by working for its soldiers. Though Lys is eager to respond with violence, Yugiri urges patience, and, with the Warrior of Light, devises a plan to use sleeping blow darts and disguises to infiltrate the camp. Once there, they free the broken spirit prisoners. But the prisoners object to their rescue efforts, as they've lost the will to fight after suffering so many losses. Yugiri's willful pride and willingness to keep on fighting is like salt in their wounds. But Yugiri promises that even if they will not do it themselves, she will continue to lay her life on the line to fight for their freedom. Spotting an Imperial airship, they soon learn that Xenos has returned to Doma for a surprise inspection with Yotsuyu by his side. Yugiri sees this as a golden opportunity to assassinate him, but the others warn her that underestimating Xenos could be catastrophic, and killing the Crown Prince would undoubtedly bring the Empire's full wrath upon Doma. Undeterred, and believing she can save many lives by taking one, Yugiri makes her move. However, Xenos easily parries her attack, his delight at the lingering hatred embodied by Yugiri quickly turning to disappointment due to how weak she is compared to him. The Warrior of Light arrives to support Yugiri, but Xenos, now wielding the Ame no Habakiri, a new sword gifted to him by Yotsuyu, effortlessly overpowers them. Despite the lopsided battle, the Warrior of Light manages to break a piece of Xenos' armor, impressing the prince. Xenos commands the Warrior of Light to survive and grow stronger, effortlessly deflecting another attack from Yugiri. Just as he moves to finish her, an arrow from Isse interrupts him as a mob of villagers
stands defiantly against the seemingly invincible foe, proving that Doma's spirit remains unbroken. Alicey and Gosetsu arrive to extract their comrades, escaping under the cover of a smokescreen as Xenos departs, mildly amused by their meager display of resistance. Afterwards, Yugiri expresses regret for her impulsive actions, while Alicey points out that their presence in Doma has now been exposed to the Empire. Alphinaud emphasizes that they can't wait for reinforcements from the Alliance. However, with the Empire's forces currently spread thin, the Doman Liberation Front might have the strength necessary to launch an assault on Doma Castle if the people of Doma would unite under a single banner. Gosetsu concurs, noting that Lord Hien is essential for rallying the people of Doma, whose yearning for freedom has now become evident at last. In the keep of Doma Castle, Xenos prepares to depart Doma. Before taking his leave, however, he forcefully reminds Yotsuyu of her responsibilities and her apparent failure to crush the kingdom's spirit. He grants her one final opportunity to defeat the rebels, leaving her humiliated and seething with a thirst for vengeance against the Warrior of Light. Meanwhile, Estinian, Ishgard's former Azure Dragoon, comes upon a massive unnatural chasm, sensing that Nidhogg's eyes still pose a threat. Resolute, he continues to track their ominous presence, driven by an unyielding determination. Traveling to the Azim Steppe in search of Lord Hien, they are struck by its vast, untamed beauty, where numerous nomadic sailor tribes, a fierce proud type of Aura, vie for dominance in a delicate balance of power. They encounter Serenia, a close ally of Hien's, and witness an intense confrontation between the Oronir and Dothari tribes, the two most formidable factions. Serena explains that these tribes will soon settle their differences in a grand battle royale known as the Nadam, a contest that determines the Steppe's hierarchy and the ruler of the Dawn throne. Serena then leads them to Hien, revealing she found him near death and that her tribe, the Mole, nursed him back to health. Yugiri and Gosetsu relay the people's resolve to Hien, informing him that they are ready to rise and fight for Doma. Acknowledging their courage, Hien remarks that reclaiming Doma will be far more challenging than simply offering up his life. Nevertheless, he cannot ignore the will of his people, even if their dream seems impossible. Grateful, Hien thanks the Warrior of Light for all he has done, graciously bowing and accepting him and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn as their allies. However, Hien is not yet ready to return to Yangsha, as he plans to rally a sailor army by winning the Nadam as the Mole's champion, repaying the tribe for saving his life. He requests the assistance of the Scions and the Warrior of Light, and they agree. They meet the Mole Elder, who grants them permission to fight alongside the tribe. Although Serena doubts the Mole's tribe chances of victory due to their weakness and small numbers, Hien is confident that winning the Nadam in this way will earn him the respect and support of the other tribes. To prove their worth as warriors, they undergo trials and tame their own flying mounts. Just as they succeed, a contingent from the ruling tribe arrives to escort them to their leader, Magnai, the Oronir Khan, who demands that they swear fealty to him and the sun he represents. Hien, ever shrewd, views this as a prime opportunity to scout their rivals for the Nadam, and they reluctantly agree to perform tasks for the Oronir. Hien eagerly learns about their culture, while the adventurer meets Sadu of the Dothari, gaining insight into each tribe's fierce pride and love of battle. Gosetsu is originally skeptical of the Dothari's way of life, but ultimately comes to see the commonalities between their way of life and his way of the samurai, both being willing to die for something greater than themselves. Elsewhere, Lise takes the time to speak with Hien, gaining new perspectives on leading people out of suffering and finding renewed resolve in her fight for the people of Alamigo. With their task complete, the group makes final preparations for the Nadam, and as the battle for supremacy begins, the Warrior of Light fights through a storm of fierce combatants to reach the center point. In a climactic showdown, they fend off assaults from both Magnai and Sadu, ultimately securing the Dawn throne for the Mole and claiming victory in the Nadam against all odds. Before they can celebrate, Grinewat arrives with his forces to destroy the Warrior of Light. But the newly crowned Kagan, with his United Steppe warriors, confronts the enemy head-on. Grenewat is swiftly defeated through the combined efforts of the people of the steppe and flees once more. Hien then calls upon the steppe warriors to join the liberation of Doma. Adhering to their laws, they eagerly agree, ready to demonstrate their battle prowess, as it is in battle their souls shine the brightest. The group returns to Yangsha, where Hien is warmly welcomed by his people and they are reunited with the Scions. Alasei informs them that both the Confederacy and the Blue Kojin have pledged their support, and luckily Xenos is currently away in Gurabania, leaving them an opening to strike. With urgency, Alphino outlines his plan to disable the castle barrier and subdue Yotsuyu. During preparations, Alasei uncovers an Imperial spy disguised as a villager, who warns them that Yotsuyu would rather destroy everything than surrender. At the side of the man, the warrior of light is treated to a vision by the Echo, revealing the soldier's part in conscripting Asahi, Yotsuyu's talented younger cousin, to serve the Empire. Meeting back with Hien, the prince proposes flooding the castle to negate the ground forces and trap Yotsuyu in the upper levels without sacrificing their troops. Although Gosetsu initially objects to destroying the castle as it is a sacred symbol of Doma, Hien insists that the heart of the nation is its people and that they can always rebuild the castle. That night, Hien and Gosetsu raise a glass to freedom with the Warrior of Light, inviting Yugiri to step out of the shadows to join them. And so the battle for Doma Castle begins. Lys leads Isse and the citizens on the ground, while Zayla warriors target aerial artillery, attacking from the skies above. Alphino and the shinobi disable the main barrier, allowing the Confederacy to sail in and bombard the castle. Subsequently, the Kojin destroy the castle supports, flooding it and trapping Yotsuyu, who has no other recourse than to watch her castle burn from one of the balconies. The Warrior of Light, Gosetsu and Yugiri advance towards Yotsuyu, but are intercepted by the cybernetic Grenewat, now a berserk killing machine. After a fierce battle, they defeat him and catch up to Hien, who has already confronted Yotsuyu. She recounts her tragic backstory, culminating in her rise as an Imperial spy who delighted in the suffering of her tormentors. In a final act of defiance, she reaches for her gun and fires at Hien, who deflects the bullet and strikes her down, sympathetically promising that he will remember her words. As the castle begins to collapse, Gosetsu holds up a part of the ceiling to save the group. Yotsuyu, barely alive, shoots Gosetsu in the back multiple times, trying to bring them all down with her. Steadfast, the old samurai holds his ground, allowing the others time to escape. Despite the destruction of the castle, the revolution triumphs, resulting in a victorious end to their noble struggle. Not willing to accept Gosetsu's untimely demise, the group scours the castle ruins, but find no trace of him. They notice the floor has collapsed, suggesting he might have been swept down river. Hien reveals himself to the people of Doma, formally announcing the end of their 25-year occupation and expressing his gratitude for their unwavering resilience. The Scions, seeing their mission accomplished, quietly depart, knowing that the news of Doma's liberation will ignite revolutions elsewhere. They bid farewell to their newfound friends, reassured by Hien's promise of future Doman support in Eorzea. Hien encourages Lys to finish the fight and seize her future, sending Yugiri to aid her. In the royal palace of Alamigo, Xenos rests on his throne, but upon hearing of Yotsuyu's defeat, he executes the messenger in cold blood. Fordola enters, bearing Kryl as a prisoner, and Xenos promotes her for her service. Back in Eorzea, the group is informed of Kryl's capture, and told that Thancred is already searching for her location. At the wall, Arenwald, a half-Garlean, half-Alamigan affiliated with the Scions, apologizes for having failed to protect Kryl from Fordola. He reveals that he too possesses the Echo, albeit a lesser version, allowing him to walk through others' memories. He saw that Xenos personally ordered Kryl's abduction, indicating they want her alive. Reporting back to base, they are thrilled to learn of Doma's success. As the Empire deliberates its next move, Rauban sees an opportunity to strike while their enemy waits for reinforcements. Conrad emphasizes the necessity of total commitment to avoid another catastrophic defeat, dubbing their blitz operation Ralger's Beacon. Their first objective is to seize the bridge of Castellum Meladina, currently held by Fordola and her skulls. The next day, the Warrior of Light joins the ground team in their assault on the bridge. There they clash with Fordola and advance by bluffing their way to victory. Fordola's men fear betrayal by the Ananta Beast Tribe, and the Scions visit Mnago's village, where the Ananta have sent an emissary to the Alliance. The messenger explains that the Imperials quarreled with the Kalyana, the most powerful Ananta tribe, which sided with the Empire. The reason is that Fordola took the Kalyana broodmother's daughter hostage for leverage. When the Imperials lost, a skull then killed the hostage, prompting the broodmother to summon the primal Sri Lakshmi to revive her daughter. The primal's appearance forced the Empire to retreat, but the Kalyana now demand live sacrifices from the other Ananta tribes. Refusing this demand, they now seek the famed Icon Slayer's help, hoping that the Warrior of Light can slay the primal. Despite the timing, the Scions enter the Kalyana camp and find that the primal revived naught but a soulless husk. They challenge the Lady of Beauty and Bliss, banishing her, but the broodmother remains angry and bereft. Meanwhile, Fordola faces mockery from her peers and reports her failure to Xenos. Instead of killing her, Xenos sees the hatred in her eyes and offers her a chance to transcend her mortal power. She accepts, and Dr. Aulus, a Gallian scientist working under Xenos, prepares for his next inhuman experiment. Returning to the Alliance, they reclaim Alagiri, a former trading hub neglected by the Gallian occupation, and establish a new base of operations. From there, they plan to challenge Specula Imperatoris, a massive triple-tower military installation. Speed is essential, as the nearby Castrum Urbania houses a massive cannon, capable of reaching the site. Under Xenos' watchful eye, Fordola steps out of a radical procedure meant to boost her etheric manipulation by using Kryle's power against her will. Dr. Aulus elaborates that while Gallians are superior in physical and mental prowess, their inability to wield ether has left them at a disadvantage against magic-using races. To compensate, Gallians harnessed ceruleum and created magitech technology. Aulus, however, aspired to re-engineer the Gallian genome for magical abilities, a venture backed solely by Xenos. With Fordola now enhanced, Aulus clears her for active duty. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Thancred discovers Kryle's location. The Resistance and the Alliance launch a coordinated assault on the towers, encountering fierce resistance from the Skulls and Imperials. In Castrum Urbania, Fordola grimly reports that Xenos plans to use the cannon to annihilate the installation, even if it means sacrificing her own troops. As the cannon prepares to fire, Fordola is incapacitated by severe headaches due to her new ether sensitivity. The sudden artillery barrage catches both sides off guard, forcing them to retreat as the main tower collapses, burying many in the rubble. The Scions rush to aid the wounded, finding a mortally wounded Conrad, who names Lys as the new commander of the Resistance, tasking her with leading them to victory and freedom. As the Imperials ready the cannon for another strike, Estinian channels Nidhogg's residual power through his spear, severing the cerulean pipeline and neutralizing the cannon before vanishing. Lys, puzzled by the halted attack, investigates and reports back, realizing that this is their moment to capture Castrum Urbania. Warrior of Light leads a strike team into the facility, dismantling numerous magitech experiments and scientific abominations before confronting Fordola in the control room. Lys accuses Fordola of murdering her own men after they had surrendered. Fordola, though visibly troubled, defends her actions as an effort to uplift Alamigo within the Empire, aiming for eventual equality. Lys, refusing to be swayed, attacks. However, Fordola's eyes flare with newfound power, allowing her to predict and counter their moves effortlessly, even besting Alisei. Despite her advantage, she withdraws, informing the adventurer that Xenos awaits him in the castle for the royal hunt. With the Castrum effectively under Alliance control, they take a brief respite. Rauban shares memories with Lys and the Warrior of Light, recounting how her father, Curtis, led the uprising against the Mad King of Alamigo, inspiring young warriors like Rauban and Ilbert with his creed, liberty or death. Lys, embodying her father's ideals, recognizes that liberty for Alamigo must encompass all its citizens, even those like Fordola who despise them, and the Ananta who fear them. Stepping into her new role, Lise dons a traditional dress once worn by her sister Ida, symbolically carrying her spirit into the final battle. She requests a sparring match with the Warrior of Light to prepare for the imminent showdown. Warrior of Light gladly obliging her request. Afterwards, Lise reports in as the Alliance leaders converge with their forces to secure the royal palace, poised for the decisive battle to liberate Alamigo. Before they infiltrate the palace, they are intercepted by Eorzea, who proposes a plan to neutralize Fordola's new abilities by using Moan Breeder's etheric siphon to strip her of some of her power. Thancred leads the team into the research lab where Kryl is held and Fordola awaits. Using the etheric siphon, they manage to stagger Fordola long enough to subdue her. Lise, though burning with desire to kill Fordola, spares her life, declaring that such vengeance has no place in the Alamigo she envisions. After a decisive strike from Lise, Alphinaud rushes to free Kryl from her pod. Relieved, Kryl thanks Alphinaud for his timely rescue, having had faith they would come to her. Taking Fordola prisoner, she taunts them, warning them that Xenos remains a formidable threat, with a power akin to that of an icon. Back at the base, Kryl explains that the Imperials are creating enhanced beings, called the Resonant, confirming Eorzea's theory that they have reverse-engineered the Echo. Meanwhile, word arrives that the Imperials are deploying the Lupin, the Wolfman beast tribe from Doma. Alphinaud believes he can negotiate with them to stand down. Confronting the Lupin, Alphinaud informs them that Hien is alive and has liberated Doma. Initially skeptical, they reconsider after a battle with the Warrior of Light. Willing to take a chance, they agree to betray the Imperials in the upcoming conflict. The Alliance forces, bolstered by magic and might, breach Alamigo's main gates, initiating the final battle. Hien and the Doman allies arrive, making good on their promise to their friends by providing crucial aerial support. As they fight their way into the royal palace, they face Xenos, who unveils his secret weapon, a captured Shinryu, restrained by advanced technology. Xenos, admiring the primal born from Alamigan despair, explains that the Warrior of Light has not fully mastered the power of the Echo. He reveals that the Echo can bind an icon to one's will, declares that he too is a resonant. Therefore, unlike his forefathers, he would not see the icons exterminated, but rather dominated by the likes of himself. Demonstrating his dominance, Xenos shatters Shinryu's prison and merges with the primal. Despite his augmented form and artificial echo, Xenos is ultimately defeated by the Warrior of Light. Experiencing true defeat for the first time, Xenos revels in the unfamiliar sensation as he experiences transcendent joy. Believing he will never feel such intensity again, he takes his own life, bidding farewell with a decisive strike delivered by his own blade. His lifeless body embraced by a bed of flowers in the royal garden. The group, stunned by this development, confirms Xenos' death amid mixed emotions. Rauban focuses on their victory, while Hien urges Lise to stand tall for her people. Together with their friends and allies, the combined forces of the Alliance, the Doma Liberation Front, and the Alamigan Resistance, they celebrate their hard-won freedom and ending 2 decades of tyranny. Following the triumphant celebrations, the formidable task of rebuilding begins. High atop the royal palace, Estinian uncovers the eyes of Nidhogg, the vile catalysts used to summon Shinryu. With a powerful strike, he shatters them, declaring the end of the dragon's hateful legacy once and for all. Meanwhile, Elidibus confronts Emperor Varys, surprised by his indifference to his son's death. Varys, cold and detached, explains that his monstrous offspring was never destined for the throne, and expresses deep mistrust of the Ascians. Unperturbed, Elidibus assures him that trust will come in time. Removing his mask, he reveals a face so startling it pierces the Emperor's stoic facade. Back with the Scions, Lise expresses profound gratitude for their unwavering support in realizing her dreams. She announces her resignation from the Scions to devote herself entirely to Alamigo. Her comrades, understanding and supportive, reaffirm their friendship and wish her well on her new journey. As the sun rises over a free Alamigo, The sun similarly shines on a distant island, where Gosetsu fishes to sustain himself. Alive and well, he is joined by a fellow survivor, Yotsuyu. Patch 4.1 The Legend Returns. As Alamigo sets forth on its path to renewal, Lys spearheads the formation of a council to guide the nation's future. Seizing a rare moment of respite, Warrior of Light, Arenwald, and Alphino embark on an adventure quest to uncover the fabled treasure trove of the Mad King, the tyrant who once ruled Garabania before the Imperial conquest. Following a trail of cryptic clues, they stumble upon the drowned city of Scala, a macabre domain haunted by the undead remnants of the Mad King's dark reign. Successfully recovering the treasure, they return to Lys, offering the wealth to support Alamigo's reconstruction efforts. Upon their return, they find Alamigo in chaos, as the populace riots, demanding vengeance against Fordola, the infamous leader of the Skulls, now imprisoned in the capital. Rauban addresses the furious crowd, challenging their desire for endless retribution. His poignant words resonate, and the crowd reluctantly disperses. The Warrior of Light and Arenwald visit Fordola in her cell, where the Echo reveals her tragic past. Shunned by her people for her family's imperial ties, never fully accepted by the Empire because of her heritage, the haunting memory of her father's death while protecting her from an enraged mob lingers. Fordola in turn sees the Warrior of Light's hardships and is awestruck by his resilience. Arenwald notes that Fordola's uncontrolled Echo bombards her with the emotions and memories of every angry Alamigan, pushing the group to delve deeper into the experiment that bestowed her powers upon her. Later, the Warrior of Light is summoned to Uldar by Sultana Nanamo. She confides that, despite Rauban's intention to return to Uldar, she knows his heart lies in his homeland. Desiring to understand her kingdom's troubles, she decides to venture incognito through Thanalan, seeking the wisdom needed to aid Alamigan refugees. Guided by the Warrior of Light, she consults Godbert Mandeville, who warns her that aiding refugees without profit could invite sabotage and resentment. Acknowledging her limitations in business, Nanamo requests the Warrior of Light to arrange a meeting with Lord Lolorito of the East Aldenard Trading Company. Convening in secret at the Waking Sands, they devise a plan. Uldar will fund a settlement and business in Alamigo in exchange for a share of the profits. Returning to Garabania, the Warrior of Light attends a summit of the nation's leaders. Unexpectedly, the Kalyana tribe requests entry, asserting their right to participate. Rauban and the Warrior of Light agree, provided they leave their crystals behind. The summit, led by Lys, begins with discussions on the nation's future. However, the Kalyana disrupt the proceedings by summoning Lakshmi with hidden crystals. The Warrior of Light and Arenwald valiantly defend the summit, but it is Lys who frees Fordola, whose artificial echo helps them turn the tide of battle. After Lakshmi's defeat, a village elder expresses gratitude to Fordola, despite lingering resentment that refuses to fade away completely. Fordola returns to her cell, tears streaming down her face. In the royal garden, Rauban confides in the Warrior of Light about his future. Nanamo arrives, formally relieving him of his duties and appointing Pippin as his successor, freeing Rauban to focus on rebuilding Alamigo. He expresses deep gratitude for the opportunity to aid his homeland. In Kugane, Gosetsu and Yotsuyu, now known as Suyu, struggle to return to Doma without any funds. Gosetsu, having sold his sword, is exasperated to see Suyu using the proceeds to buy dango, underscoring their dire situation. Meanwhile in the Empire, soldiers scoff at rumors of Zenos' death, insisting he is merely recuperating. A figure in white armor watches from afar, hinting at deeper intrigue and mystery. Patch 4.2 Rise of a New Sun. The Warrior of Light receives an urgent message from Hancock in Kugane, who tells them that two travelers matching the description of Gosetsu and Yotsuyu have been spotted in the city. Teaming up with Yugiri, they race to the Ruby Sea and find Gosetsu and Tsuyu, as she now calls herself, under fierce attack by Imperial forces. After driving off the attackers, Gosetsu reveals that Tsuyu has lost all memory of her past and now has the innocent demeanor of a child. Though skeptical, Alisaie and Yugiri agree to return to Doma with them to seek Lord Hien's counsel. Upon their arrival, Hien carefully considers the situation. While the Empire might still pursue Tsuyu for the secrets she might hold, her amnesia renders her seemingly harmless. However, the people of Doma have not forgotten her many crimes. To avoid inciting unrest, Hien decides to keep Tsuyu hidden. Their deliberations are interrupted by the arrival of an Imperial airship, signaling for a peaceful encounter, a rare gesture in these turbulent times. Intrigued, Hien instructs Yugiri to respond in kind. The Imperial visitor is none other than Asahi, Yotsuyu's step-brother, who was raised in Garlemald, but still seems to be deeply connected to his Doman roots. Asahi claims to be a part of a political faction within the Empire, aiming to curb its expansionist policies and seek peace negotiations. He explains that the current Emperor's primary goal is the eradication of icons, and that peace would make attaining this goal easier. Asahi's arguments resonate with the Scions, as he acknowledges the vicious cycle of summoning and conflict. However, Hien remains ever cautious. To build trust, Asahi proposes a prisoner exchange, Doman conscripts for Imperial captives. Hien requests time to consider. Meanwhile, the Warrior of Light and Yugiri show Asahi around Doma, exposing him to its dire state. Asahi laments the suffering of the land and even helps defend the local children from a rogue Red Kujin attack who've strayed too far from their usual territory. After careful reflection, Hien agrees to the prisoner exchange with one condition. If Tsuyu's memory does not return to her by the time of the exchange, she is to remain in Doma. Asahi requests a private meeting with Tsuyu, and later confirms her amnesia is genuine. With that, the exchange details are finalized. The next day, as Asahi prepares to depart Yangsha, he requests a private audience with the Warrior of Light. What begins as a seemingly innocuous conversation quickly turns sinister, as Asahi's demeanor shifts to one of deranged rage. He reveals his fanatical devotion to Xenos, vowing vengeance for Alamigo. Asahi mocks the Warrior of Light, warning that any attack would jeopardize Doma's fragile peace. The Garleans depart, and the Warrior of Light informs his allies of Asahi's true nature. Despite the unsettling revelation, Hien remains committed to the exchange, hoping to bring more of his people home. Meanwhile, Tsuyu gazes into a mirror given to her by Asahi, lost in contemplation of her true identity. In the heart of the Empire, a doctor checks on his patient, who angrily dismisses him. The patient being Xenos, who is somehow miraculously alive and burning with renewed purpose. Patch 4.3 Under the Moonlight. Due to his advanced age and the toll of countless battles, Gosetsu has sustained injuries and is now recuperating under Tsuyu's care. Hien suggests that the Warrior of Light, along with the twins Alisaie and Alphino, visit the venerable samurai to help raise his spirits. During their visit, Gosetsu reminisces about his youth and expresses a longing for persimmons from the nearby village of Namai. Inspired, Tsuyu ventures out from the safety of the Doman enclave to find one. The Warrior of Light, Yugiri, and Hien track her down, but not before the villagers recognize her. Hien pleads with them to understand that Tsuyu has lost her memories and is now harmless. The sight of familiar faces stirs fragmented memories within Tsuyu, and she begs for forgiveness. Moved by her fear and Hien's words, the villagers relent and even offer her the persimmon she sought. The group then heads to Castrum Fluminis, a former Imperial base in the Yangsha region, to meet with Asahi and demonstrate Tsuyu's memory loss. Asahi, however, has his own scheme and brings along their parents, who were responsible for much of Tsuyu's childhood suffering. The sight of them causes Tsuyu further distress as fragmented memories begin to surface, even though they do not fully restore her past. Asahi, seemingly giving up on his ploy, agrees to proceed with the prisoner exchange at the island fortress. Before leaving, he whispers to Tsuyu that she will rejoin them soon. leaving the Imperials to depart with a sinister undertone. That night, during a discussion about the day's events, a servant bursts in, announcing that Tsuyu has gone missing again. The Warrior of Light finds Tsuyu's parents dead, and using the echo, sees the events unfold. Yotsuyu's memories had returned, and feeling guilty for Gosetsu's kindness, she attempted to end her life, until her parents appeared. Her mother, unaware of the memory loss, berates her, while her father sees an opportunity to sell her beauty for profit. Yotsuyu, realizing the depth of their cruelty, kills them both. Asahi, watching from the shadows, is pleased with the outcome and leaves with Yotsuyu. The Warrior of Light reports this to Hien, who realizes Asahi's duplicity. They plan to take precautions for the prisoner exchange. Hien assigns Alphino and Yuyuri to scout Castrum Fluminis and determine escape routes. Meanwhile, he asks Eorzea and the Warrior of Light to negotiate with the Confederacy for a larger ship to transport the prisoners. The pirates agree, swayed by Hien's humility and the prospect of bolstering their numbers with returning conscripts. At the prisoner exchange, Hien notices suspicious crates, but Asahi claims they are gifts for Doma's reconstruction. The charade ends when Yotsuyu, now fully restored to her former self, demands submission, proclaiming herself the rightful ruler of Doma. Hien rejects her, declaring her authority void. Asahi reveals the crates are filled with crystals and triggers a summoning. Tsuyu transforms into the primal Tsukuyomi, the goddess of the moon. In the chaos, the Warrior of Light battles the mad goddess, while the others evacuate the prisoners. After Tsukuyomi's defeat, Asahi returns to shoot his weakened sister, reiterating that the summoning nullifies the peace treaty. His gloating is cut short when Yotsuyu, with her last strength, conjures ethereal blades that impale him, fulfilling her final desire for revenge. Gosetsu, arriving with the group, mourns Yotsuyu's fate. Meanwhile, Pilus Maxima, Asahi's second in command, approaches Hien. Maxima, still committed to peace, wishes to proceed with the prisoner exchange despite all that has happened. The Domans reunite with their loved ones, and Gosetsu, now with a shaved head, announces his intention to go on a pilgrimage to pray for the souls lost to suffering. Hien thanks him for his lifelong service. The twins and the Warrior of Light return to Valgo's Reach to inform Lys of the troubling news that Xenos might be alive. Thancred suggests checking Xenos' tomb, and as they find it empty, it raises their suspicion of Asian possession. Meanwhile, an unknown resistance soldier observes from the shadows. Later, this soldier kills a superior officer before taking to the skies in a stolen air drone. Elsewhere, Alphino aboard an Imperial airship with Maxima is attacked while in the air. They crash in The Burn, a desolate, ether-depleted desert. Surrounded by enemies, they are saved by a mysterious Gallian wielding a gunblade, who claims to hunt Asians and offers his aid, introducing himself only as the Shadow Hunter. With no other option, Alphino and the Imperials join him. Patch 4.4 Prelude in Violet. In Alamigo, Thancred briefs them on the escalating situation, telling them how some subjugated provinces have been inspired by Doma and Gurabanian's rebellions to rise up against the Empire with mixed outcomes, the Dalmascan capital having been destroyed in retaliation. He also confirms their fears that the revived Xenos is in fact an Asian inhabiting the dead prince's body. Even more troubling, there has been no word from Alphino except a brief transmission mentioning the Burn. Gathering their allies, the group ventures into the Burn. Though they find no trace of Alphino, they uncover evidence of a conflict between Imperial factions, including the elite royal guards. Eorzea fears the worst, that the Emperor has her brother, but Hien and the Warrior of Light urge caution. Yugiri suggests returning to Doma, leaving the shinobi to continue the search. Back in Doma, Hien meets with a visiting dignitary, Lys, who invites Hien to a summit of the Eorzean Alliance to discuss the Asian threat and formally welcome new allies into the fold. Hien agrees, but insists on securing Doma's safety first. Lys understands and assures him they will set the summit date when Hien is ready. Hien then shares his vision of forming an alliance with the neighboring nations, the Confederacy, the Azim steppe tribes, and even Kugane and Dalmasca. Their first stop for negotiations is the Azim steppe. Hien recounts an ancient Mol fable about a stranger who used a shard of Nama's power to raise a ruined earth to the sky. Y'shtola suggests this refers to the Aziz La and Dalamud. They meet Sirena of the Mol, who directs them to the House of the Crooked Coin, a sacred site. However, entering without permission would alienate the tribes. Hien decides to seek the tribe's favor, starting with the Dawntrail. Despite initial reluctance, Hien and the Warrior of Light meet Sadu, the Dawntrail leader. She agrees to the alliance on one condition: a duel with the Warrior of Light. The intense battle draws Magnai of the Oronir, who insists on deciding the alliance's fate as Nama's protector. Y'shtola and Hien block his interference, resulting in 2 epic battles. Ultimately, the Warrior of Light and their allies prevail, securing access to the sacred site and the allegiance of the Dawntrail and Oronir tribes. Magnai, intrigued by Y'shtola, is quickly rebuffed when she mockingly calls him Little Son. The group returns to the Mall, who also agree to join the alliance, hoping the lesser tribes will follow. At the House of the Crooked Coin, Y'shtola reactivates an ancient Allagan device, restoring ether flow to the burn and enhancing regional defenses. With Orthar's security bolstered, Hien agrees to attend the Eorzean summit in Alamigo. At the summit, leaders discuss strategies to combat the Empire and the Ascians. Thancred proposes a propaganda campaign to sow doubt within the Empire by suggesting the Crown Prince is possessed. As discussions progress, the Scions are struck by a mysterious force. The Warrior of Light is plunged into a dark void, where a voice warns of an impending wave of light that will consume all life, unless history changes. The plea to throw wide the gates ends with Thancred collapsing into a coma. Rushing back to the Rising Stones, the Scions consult Urianger, who confirms he too heard the voice. He reveals that the strange etheric voids Y'shtola found in Othard are appearing worldwide. As they discuss this, the voice calls out again, and both Y'shtola and Urianger fall unconscious. Desperate, Alasay takes the Warrior of Light to visit Gabu, a young kobold battling primal possession. Seeing Gabu struggle gives Alasay a glimmer of hope, as she confides her fear to the Warrior of Light, finding solace in his support. In the Imperial capital, the Ascian-possessed Xenos converses with the Emperor, revealing himself as Elidibus. He offers the Emperor the full might of the Empire to crush Alamigo. The Emperor's silence provokes Elidibus, who sarcastically bids his father farewell, hoping to dispel his doubts. Alone, the Emperor is taunted by the voice of Solus van Galvus, the Emperor's founder and an Ascian, who mocks his indecision and reiterates the Empire's true purpose: to maintain the balance of light and dark. The Emperor, defiant, shoots at Solus, but the Ascian reappears unharmed, continuing his mockery before vanishing. Deep in Imperial territory, Shadowhunter and Alphino arrive at a resistance camp to find everyone dead without a fight. Shadowhunter identifies the work of Black Rose, a deadly Imperial bioweapon. They agree this bears the Ascian's mark and proceed cautiously. Patch 4.5 A Requiem for Heroes. As the comatose Scions remain unresponsive, Alasay's anxiety begins to mount. Kryl arrives to help, examining Urianger and Y'shtola, and concludes that their ether, their very souls, has been extracted. Kryl suggests they trace this etheric trail, much like they did to find Thancred during the Dragon Song War, but to that end they need Matoya's crystal eye once more. Matoya, upon learning that Y'shtola is involved, willingly lends the eye. Kryl traces the ethereal trails, only to find they abruptly end, as if severed. This troubling discovery suggests the soul are still out there, somewhere. Suddenly, Alasay receives an urgent message, telling her that a group of Imperial Populares including Maxima, has defected to Alamigo. In Alamigo, Alicey urgently questions Maxima about Alphinaud, and Maxima explains that Shadowhunter let them out of the burn before parting ways, with Alphinaud choosing to stay with Shadowhunter. Maxima also brings alarming news. The Empire is deploying alchemical weapons, capable of annihilating entire armies, and is marching west towards Alamigo. Rauban and Lys plan to delay the invasion through negotiations, and send Alicey and the Warrior of Light to inform Hien in Doma. In Doma, Hien unveils a new alliance comprising the Confederacy, the Sailor of the Steppe, the Kojin, Dalmasca, and the Naksha. He invites Alicey and the Warrior of Light to witness the testing of the Allagan barrier in the burn, suggesting it be named Serious Wall. The test is successful, repelling an Imperial flyer. Shadowhunter emerges from the ship, carrying a comatose Alphinaud. Alicey is devastated. The Warrior of Light recognizes Shadowhunter as Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. Gaius reveals his quest to hunt Asians since the fall of Castrum Meridianum. He shares crucial information, telling them that the black-masked Asians serve the red-masked ones, with La Habrea, Elidibus, and Emmet Selch being the highest ranked from the source. Gaius and Alphinaud disable the Black Rose factory, discovering a cloning facility with replicas of Emperor Solus. Gaius departs, leaving Alphinaud in their care. Meanwhile, Emperor Varys oversees a new Black Rose facility as they prepare for the invasion of Alamigo. Varys tries to remind Solus of the harm their course of action could do to the Empire, much like the civil war which ensued upon his first departure. However, Solus reveals that the civil war following his alleged death was orchestrated by him to create chaos. The Warrior of Light and Hien attend the Eorzean Alliance's negotiations with the Empire, where Emperor Varys himself is present. The talks are tense, with Varys deflecting criticisms and proposing that uniting under the Empire is the only way to withstand the Essens. However, the Alliance, realizing his plans involves more calamities, ultimately rejects his offer. With battle lines drawn and peace off the table, the Warrior of Light helps repel the Empire's initial assault. After the battle, Alicey suggests pressing the advantage, but they are struck by the mysterious voice again, and Alicey collapses. The Warrior of Light takes her back to the Rising Stones, while Xenos, possessed by Elidibus, prepares to join the conflict. The Warrior of Light meets Rauban to strategize, when the mysterious voice pierces their mind, urging contact. They learn Xenos has breached the defenses and rush to confront him. Lys, Hien, and Yugiri engage the possessed Xenos to buy time, but he overwhelms them. The Warrior of Light faces the possessed Xenos and initially defeats Elidibus, but the Asian revives, turning the tide. Just as he is about to strike, the warrior is transported to a strange ethereal realm and meets an enigmatic figure who warns of an impending oblivion and invites them to the First, a shard of the Source separate from their own. The Warrior of Light awakens in Ishgard, saved by Estinian. Emmerich explains that Xenos and the Emperor have retreated, creating a stalemate. Back at the Rising Stones, the Warrior of Light recounts recent events to Tataru and the remaining Scions. Tataru theorizes that the enigmatic figure might be connected to the Scion's condition and urges the warrior to accept the invitation to travel to the First. Meanwhile, the true Xenos, now a nameless soldier, continues his quest to find the Warrior of Light, urging them to grow stronger for the next encounter. The Warrior of Light stands on the brink of a new adventure. Gazing at the Crystal Tower, a voice ringing out across time and space, beckoning him forward.
Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy XIV, Shadowbringers. The third expansion, and some would say the best expansion for Final Fantasy XIV because of its fantastic story. But we'll let you be the judge of that. Shadowbringers is a story about holding on to hope in desperate times, the balance between light and darkness, and existential questions about whether you're truly fighting on the side of good, not to mention some bunny and lion people who speak with Icelandic accents.
But anyway, I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video I hope you'll join me as we take a step into another world, with the fate of all worlds hanging in the balance. It's going to be a long way from here until everyone can enjoy their day in the shade, but I hope you'll stay with us as we embrace the emo within and bring some much-needed shadows to a world overrun with light. Scouring the trench around the crystalline circus tower, the Warrior of Light discovers a peculiar gear emblazoned with the emblem of the Garland Ironworks. Biggs and Wedge suspect a counterfeiter's handiwork, but before they can investigate this matter further, a powerful wave disorients the warrior, and an ethereal voice pierces his mind once more. Focusing intently on the voice, the Warrior of Light is drawn into a surreal realm as he hurtles through a collection of crystal shards, each fragment holding memories of the past, the attempted assassination of the Sultana, Hoshephan's tragic death, the confrontation with the Warrior of Darkness, and finally, a vision of Minfilia halting an imposing wave of ethereal light. Minfilia's voice resonates within the warrior and reassures him that his time has not yet come, before everything fades to black. As the warrior awakens, he finds himself in a strange and unfamiliar world, where he happens across a familiar yet enigmatic peddler in a forest where the greenery sports a purple hue. Perplexed by the ever-bright sky, the warrior comments on its unusual brightness. The peddler, amused by the warrior's bewilderment, reveals they haven't experienced a dark night in over a century, and directs him to the Crystarium, a settlement built around a radiant tower located on the other side of the forest. The tower's gleaming spire rising to such dizzying heights that its tip threatens to pierce the blinding heavens above. The place that will become the Warrior of Light's bastion in the fight between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt, the one true struggle. At the gates of the Crystarium, the warrior is met with Lena, a vigilant guard captain who speaks in a strange yet somehow alluring accent. Skeptical of the warrior's origins, Lena is about to bar his entry when an eerily white monster suddenly attacks. Lena swiftly dispatches the creature, before uncovering a ring belonging to the peddler. She notes that the monster is recently fed, leaving little hope for him. Before she can continue to deny the Warrior of Light access to the Crystarium, the enigmatic robot figure who contacted the warrior appears, introducing himself as the Crystal Exarch. He explains that he summoned the warrior and the Archons to the First, one of the 13 shards of Hydaelyn, to help him save this world and prevent another calamity in the warrior's home world, the Source. The Exarch tells the Warrior of Light of a luminous flood which occurred over a century ago that swallowed everything in its path, leading to the eradication of 9/10 of their star. What's more is that those fortunate enough to have survived continue to be hounded by abominations born of that very catastrophe. Abominations known as Sin Eaters, the white monstrosity at the gate earlier having been one such creature. Journeying to the tower, the Exarch reveals the fate of the other Scions, who were inadvertently drawn into the First as he tried to reach out to the Warrior of Light. Unlike the warrior, however, who arrived whole in body and spirit, the other Scions' minds and souls were transported, while their bodies are now mere ethereal illusions, their true physical forms remaining in the Source. The Exarch tells the warrior that time flows erratically between the First and the Source, with hours in one translating to nearly a year in the other. As such, the Scions have already been in the First for years. At first, they strove to find their way back home, but now they are guided by a vision of the future witnessed by Eorzea, who depicted the rejoining of the Source and the First, and the death of the Warrior of Light. In order to prevent the 8th Umbral Calamity from coming to pass, the Scions therefore decided to abandon all attempts to return home until the present crisis has been averted. To help him prepare for the road, the Exarch offers the warrior a place to rest in the Crystarium and introduces him to Feoul, a pixie who can facilitate communication and transportation through the Rift, allowing him to travel between the First and the Source. The Exarch also provides the warrior with a room in the Pendants, the local residence hall where he can safely lay his head. In his room, the warrior encounters the shadowy figure of the Warrior of Darkness, who once aided the Ascians in Ishgard back in the Source. He identifies himself as Ardbert, a hero from the First, whose soul was left to wander after his comrades and Minfilia sacrificed themselves to stop the flood of light a century ago. Ardbert, baffled by the warrior's ability to see and hear him, warns that this world is beyond saving and has completely lost its appetite for heroes. He departs, telling the warrior that he will be watching him. After a good night's rest, the Exarch prepares for the warrior's journey to find the twins, Alphinaud in Eorzea, an island kingdom where the wealthy indulge in excess, and Alysae in Am-Arang, a desert region situated along the wall of primordial light, where fear of sin-eaters, abominations of light, is a daily reality. Traveling to Eorzea in search of Alphinaud, the Warrior of Light is reunited with his trusty ally in a local tavern. Alphinaud looking well accustomed to the workings of the First after having spent so much time there. Alphinaud's mission in Eorzea involves crafting a daring plan to infiltrate Yulmore, the city of final pleasures, where the affluent revel in luxury while the rest of Eorzea clings to survival. Outside Yulmore, in the aptly named Gate Town, desperate locals gather, hoping to be selected by the city's whimsical harlequins, one dressed in red, the other in blue, who occasionally emerge to choose individuals deemed worthy and distribute an item of food called meal to the starving crowd. Intrigued by this selection process, Alphinaud devises a scheme involving a trade with the local Sahagin, known as Ondo, to exchange pearls for vegetables. However, a local named Kai Shur overhears and attempts to usurp Alphinaud's plan for his own gain. Alphinaud, staying true to himself, allows Kai Shur to proceed, enabling him to reunite with his friends already chosen for entry into Yulmore, even if it means that he himself and the Warrior of Light will not be chosen. As Alphinaud and the Warrior of Light return, they witness a harrowing sight. A man cast from Yulmore's balcony by its ruler, Lord Vorthri, after failing to secure another task following his dismissal as a painter. In his final moments, the artist offers Alphinaud his paintbrush, suggesting it could gain them entry into Yulmore, when the Harlequins next seek a replacement artist. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they are at last granted entry into Yulmore, where the pleasure of the moment is made to outweigh thoughts of doom and gloom. Inside, Alphinaud begins painting a portrait of his patrons, Chai Nuz and his wife Dulia Chai, while the Warrior of Light gets to work uncovering the city's dark secrets. Through his efforts, it becomes apparent that the affluent citizens have traded all their possessions to Vorthri in exchange for eternal luxury, exploiting the desperate and desolate people living outside the walls as bonded servants. When a bonded servant outlives their usefulness, they are either expelled or made to ascend, supposedly taken to the heavens by sin-eaters under Vorthri's control, Vorthri mysteriously being able to control the sin-eaters. This grim reality is starkly illustrated when Kai Shur, revealed to be a fraudulent businessman, is sentenced by Vorthri to have his living ether forcefully fed to the sin-eaters. Alphinaud, horrified by the cruelty, rescues Kai Shur and flees with the Warrior of Light as Vorthri throws a tantrum. At the back of the crowd, a mysterious figure watches from the shadows as events unfold. Traveling to Am-Arang, meaning majestic land in the language of its people, the Warrior of Light begins his search for the second twin. After traversing the desert, he finds Alysae on patrol as she is working as a guard against sin-eaters. Overjoyed to reunite with her friend, Alysae shows him a great wall of white, a remnant of the flood which swept the world a century ago, as the balance tipped decisively in favor of light over darkness. She explains that sin-eaters were once living creatures, or people who were flooded with light ether and now hunger for the ether of others. The stronger ones can even infect others, turning them into sin-eaters. The inn at Journey's Head offers solace for those undergoing this horrific transformation. Back at the inn, Alysae and the warrior assist the residents, including Hulric, a boy nearing the end of his transformation. Alysae then explains the practice of sparing the afflicted from a painful end by giving them their favorite food, laced with poison. For Hulric, it's nectarines. As they return, they treat it to the fabled children's tale of the Warrior of Darkness, who will one day rescue the souls of sinners and sin-eaters alike. However, their meal is interrupted by the alarming disappearance of Hulric. Heslin, the woman who had been caring for him, finds him first and manages to save him from a powerful sin-eater by severing one of its wings. Heslin, however, pays the ultimate price, as she is mortally wounded in the process. Subsequently, she undergoes a horrific transformation, screaming as light ether consumes her, spilling from her eyes and mouth as her body contorts and forms a cocoon. Emerging as a new sin-eater, she flies off to join the others of her kind. Distraught by these tragic events, Alysae decides to leave the inn and return to the Crystarium, determined to put an end to the sin-eater threat once and for all. Back at the Crystarium, the Levelier twins meet with the Crystal Exarch and the Warrior of Light. The Exarch reveals the existence of Light Wardens, powerful sin-eaters that perpetuate eternal daylight. He believes defeating them is key to preventing another umbral calamity, as the death of a Light Warden might cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse. However, Ulfenor warns that Lord Vorthry's control over sin-eaters means Yulmore will oppose any attempts to disrupt the current balance of power. The Warrior of Light questions how defeating a few monsters could prevent the next umbral calamity, and the Exarch explains that the 13 reflections of the source are all interconnected. This means that an excess of any elemental ether in one shard could trigger disasters in the source, eventually causing an umbral calamity. This has already happened 7 times before, each time the respective shard being rejoined to the source at the cost of a world. To prevent this from happening to the first, which suffers from an overabundance of light ether, it is therefore imperative they put every Light Warden to the sword. Their discussion is cut short by Lena, who reports that Holstminster Switch is under attack by sin-eaters. The Exarch asks the warrior to defend the settlement, providing a practical demonstration of his theory. In Holstminster Switch, the warrior confronts familiar foes, including the sin-eater encountered in Am Arang and Heslin, now a mindless abomination. Finally, they face and defeat the Light Warden, Philia. As the Exarch predicted, the warrior absorbs the Light Warden's ether, taking the light into himself and unleashing a blast that restores the night sky for the first time in a century, bringing much-needed shadows to the land once more. As a result, rumors begin to spread that the fabled Warrior of Darkness has at last arrived. Back at the Crystarium, Ardbert's spectre awaits the warrior, finding it somewhat amusing that this time he will play the role of the Warrior of Darkness. In Lakeland, a young woman in white looks up at the night sky, resolved to seek out the Warrior of Darkness. Meanwhile, on the Source, Estinian attacks an Imperial base to destroy the Black Rose, a chemical weapon designed to stagnate ether. There he encounters the Shadow Hunter, Gaius, who has already dismantled the production facilities. Gaius reveals that many other bases are still manufacturing the weapon, and invites Estinian to join him on a quest to Garlemald. Before long, the Yulmoran army descends upon Lakeland in response to the felling of a Light Warden, sending an emissary to confront the Exarch. In order not to show their hand prematurely, the Exarch veils the Warrior of Light and the twins with his magic, allowing them to listen in on his meeting with the emissary without being seen. The emissary is none other than General Ranjit of Yulmore's forces. He accuses the Crystarium of aiding the culprits who slew the Light Warden, thereby shattering the fragile harmony between humans and sin-eaters that Lord Vorthry had meticulously crafted. The Exarch retorts that they embraced the night sky regardless of who is responsible. and if that constitutes aiding, then so be it. Before taking his leave, Ranjit looks straight in the direction of the Warrior of Light and the twins, implying that he has been aware of their presence all along. Once they are alone, Lena relays rumors to the effect that the Yulmoran army's true mission in Lakeland is to capture the Oracle of Light, Minfilia. A century ago, the original Minfilia is said to have halted the flood of light before vanishing. Years later, a girl with the same blonde hair and sapphire eyes was born, possessing the ability to resist Sin Eater corruption. She fought valiantly until her premature death. Since then, new Minfilias have emerged shortly after the previous one's demise. The current Minfilia had been imprisoned beneath Yulmor, as she had been perceived as a threat to Vothri's decadent peace, until Thancred liberated her, he having been her guardian ever since. The twins and the Warrior of Light decide to rescue Minfilia and possibly reunite with another scion. Reluctant to reveal the Warrior of Light, now known as the Warrior of Darkness, in the first to their foes, the Exarch convenes a council of Crystarium's leaders. They unanimously agree to wage war against Yulmor. A strategic plan is devised to deploy their flying beasts, Amaro, to prevent Yulmoran airships from departing, then bombard the Yulmoran army with sleeping powder to thin their ranks, allowing Captain Lena and the Crystarium Guard to rescue the Oracle of Light, letting that be their answer to Yulmor's ultimatum. The plan unfolds flawlessly, until the Warrior of Darkness and Lena free Minfilia and regroup with the Guard, only to encounter Ranjit, who swiftly overpowers the Guard, Lena, the Scions, and even the Warrior of Darkness. Recognizing Alphino as the missing artist Vothri wanted recaptured, Ranjit relishes in his twofold victory. But suddenly Thancred appears, launching a fierce assault on Ranjit with his gunblade. Though Ranjit seems to gain the upper hand, Thancred uses the opportunity to teleport everyone to safety. Enraged, Ranjit attempts to give chase, but is intercepted by the Crystal Exarch in an open act of defiance. Ranjit vows to raise the city, but the Exarch calmly declares they would rather face destruction than the corruption of what they hold dear. After ensuring the others escape, the Exarch allows Ranjit to pursue them, warning that they have ventured into the kingdom of fairies, a realm even Yulmor fears. From a high vantage point, the enigmatic figure who observed Alphino's dramatic exit from Yulmor now watches events unfold. He contemplates the Exarch's identity and his power to summon the hero of the Source to the First, thus thwarting his schemes in Yulmor. Reflecting on his next move, the figure considers how to leverage such a formidable heart in his future plans. Thancred leads the group through the eerie, mist-shrouded woods of Ilmeg, a haven for Fae folk. He reveals that after losing track of the young Minfilia, he had gone to seek the Exarch's guidance, at which point the Exarch gave him a contingency plan if things turned sour. The plan was to seek refuge with Urianger in Ilmeg, and eliminate the region's Light Warden in the process. Minfilia explains that she wandered off because a voice in her dreams urged her to seek out the hero from another world, the Warrior of Darkness. Thancred chastises her for her recklessness, but their exchange is interrupted by haunting voices echoing throughout the forest, taunting them. When Thancred asks Minfilia for directions to Urianger's house, she suddenly forgets. They realize they've fallen under the Pixie's spell, and Thancred notes they must entertain the Fae's whims if they wish to proceed. Using a looking glass plant that Urianger had once showed him, Thancred reveals the hidden Pixies. Though they appear in swarms, they refuse to lift the spell until the group completes various tasks for them. Frustrated, Thancred inquires if the Warrior of Darkness knows any pixies willing to negotiate, at which point the warrior recalls his pact with Feo-Ul. As Feo-Ul arrives, she threatens the other pixies, compelling them to leave the party alone. They agree, but insist on keeping the twins until the warrior's business with Urianger is done. With the deal struck, the pixies reveal the true splendor of Ilmeg, the Kingdom of Rainbows. Thancred, Minfilia, and the Warrior of Darkness make their way to the Bookman's shelves, Urianger's grand abode in Ilmeg. Upon arrival, Urianger shares his vision of the 8th Umbral Calamity. He tells them how in his vision, the Eorzean alliance begins to push back the Garlean Empire, but in desperation, Garlemald unleashes Black Rose, a weapon that decimates Eorzea's population. The Scions perish, nations crumble, and the world reverts to savagery. Urianger explains that Black Rose owes its inherent potency to the same principles behind the etheric imbalances present during a rejoining. On the source, magic's poles are astral, representing the active, and umbral, representing the passive, while on the first, these are darkness and light. If light ether flows from the first to the source, stagnating magic like Black Rose becomes more potent, allowing it to effortlessly kill by halting the ether flow in living beings. To aid the warrior in their fight against the Ascians, Urianger then gives him a piece of white auracite, so that he might trap their foes and destroy them once more. Once Urianger's explanation has concluded, Thancred recounts his encounter with the original Minfilia at the wall in Am Arang. The warrior experienced their encounter as a vision brought on by the echo. At the wall, the original Minfilia explained to Thancred that she possessed the young girl to communicate, telling him that she would not return, and that he must accept this grim reality. According to the original Minfilia, she would either continue being reborn, or, if the girl chose her own path, grant her remaining power unto her. Urianger, preparing gifts for the pixies to secure passage to the Light Warden's castle, notes that the time for Minfilia to choose is near. The pixies accept Urianger's gifts and reveal that the Light Warden is their king, Titania, who turned after slaying the previous Light Warden. Titania was sealed in the castle with 4 relics as keys. They present the first key, a dress, and explain that the other keys are held by the 4th, Nomu and Amaro. The party heads to the 4th's underwater kingdom to obtain the next relic. The 4th demand a good show in exchange for the relic, and after an intense battle, they offer the Shell Crown, but attempt to drown the Warrior of Darkness. Unbeknownst to them, however, the warrior had learned to breathe underwater from Soroban of the Kojin back in the Ruby Sea. Ardbert's spirit appears, sharing stories of the now desolate kingdom of Wobert, as he urges the warrior to find meaning in his quest in this dying world. In order to acquire the 3rd relic, they visit the Numo, who agree to help them after hearing the warrior's story. They present him with a stone scepter after asking him for assistance in their village. During these tasks, Minfilia expresses her fear that Thancred presents her as a reminder of the original Minfilia. She desires to prove herself, but worries about further disappointing him. Finally, they seek the last relic from the Amaro. Seto, the Amaro who guards the relic, tests the warrior by summoning waves of Sin Eaters. After the battle, he asks the warrior to retrieve a lost medallion from the lake, the medallion having been a gift from his former master, Ardbert. Upon receiving the medallion, Seto recognizes the warrior's noble soul and entrusts him with the crystal shoes, completing his set of relics. Suddenly, a pixie arrives with dire news, telling them that Ranjit has become immune to their tricks. The party decides to delay Ranjit while the Warrior of Darkness heads to the castle. Reaching the throne room, the warrior defeats Titania, absorbing her light into himself and restoring darkness to Ilmeg. Afterwards, Feo Ul reveals that the relics are gifts for the new king, a role she assumes in the warrior's stead to maintain the balance between light and dark as he continues on his quest to save the world. Meanwhile, Ranjit confronts the party, but as night falls, the whole of Ilmeg celebrates the new king and forces him to retreat. Having just saved them, Feo Ul declares that the Fae will repay their debt by aiding the warrior whenever needed. As they return to the Crystarium, they find the city still intact, as Yulmo had focused all efforts on pursuing the Warrior of Darkness and Minfilia. Suddenly, a voice from behind, chastises the party for their late homecoming. The mysterious figure, who Urianger recognizes as Solus Galvus, founder of the Gallian Empire, introduces himself as Emmet Selk, an Ascian. He expresses frustration at their success in delaying the rejoining by restoring the balance of light and dark. Nevertheless, he proposes an alliance, offering knowledge and aid, as he strives to ascertain whether their goals are truly incompatible. With his offer made, Emmet Selk departs, promising they will meet again. In his room at the Pendant, the warrior finds a basket of sandwiches from the Exarch. Ardbert appears, questioning the Exarch's origins and expressing distrust towards the Ascians, recounting how their deceitful ways once cost him everything. The next morning, the Warrior of Darkness steps into the Ocular in the Crystal Tower to find Emmet Selk waiting. The Ascian greets them with a casual shrug and reiterates his wish to be an observer and occasional advisor, allowing the warrior to slay each Light Warden and prove his heroism. If he succeeds, Emmet Selk vows to reveal the profound truths safeguarded by the Ascians. Thancred, unimpressed, bluntly rejects Emmet Selk's offer. With a resigned sigh, Emmet Selk accepts a passive role, but warns that the warrior will soon face decisions that require the perspective of an eternal being. With that, he fades into the shadows once more. Left to their lonesome, the Exarch proposes splitting their forces to hunt the remaining Light Wardens. Alicey will return to Amarang, and Alphinaud to Colusia, while the warrior, Urianger, Thancred, and young Minfilia head to Raktika to reunite with Ishtola in the Great Wood. Though he wishes to join the party, he has been summoned to speak with Lord Vorthry in Yulmore. Entering the Great Wood, the party encounters Emmet Selk again, who reminisces about civilized parties invading primitive lands, akin to the Garlemald of old. A heated argument erupts between Thancred and Emmet Selk, until Minfilia asks Emmet Selk to fight alongside them if he truly wishes to help. Emmet Selk declines, claiming that the overwhelming light would make fighting unbearable for him. The group heads to the charred remains of a local fort, once inhabited by the Knights Blessed, a faith which emerged as people turned away from the worship of light, instead venerating the darkness. They are soon surrounded by the Knights Blessed, who mistake them for Sin Eaters. Emmet Selk, bored with the confrontation, teleports away, increasing the Blessed's suspicion. However, tensions ease slightly when Ishtola, using the alias Master Matoya, recognizes her old friend's Ether, but remains wary of the warrior, whom she initially mistakes for a powerful Sin Eater due to the abundance of light present within him. Once reassured, she invites them to Slitherbow, the Knights' blessed new home. Beneath the massive tree that shelters the village, Ishtola explains how the Exarch's riddles and secrets eventually led to him losing her trust. She also confronts Thancred about his feelings towards the young Minfilia, and how he might be conflating them with his feelings for the original, provoking him to storm off in anger, much to Minfilia's dismay. During preparations for the evening meal, they learn that Sin Eaters have been sighted in the forest, halting the search for a deceased villager's heartstone, an important funeral artifact for the Knights Blessed. Eager to prove herself, Minfilia volunteers to find it, and the warrior agrees to accompany her to mitigate Thancred's potential anger. Together, they venture into the Great Wood and defeat a pair of Sin Eaters to retrieve the Jade Heartstone. Upon returning, they participate in the funeral ceremony, where the Heartstones are cast into a ceremonial pool. After the ceremony, Ishtola shares with them that the Light Warden they seek is possibly hiding in Ixmaya, the ruined Ronkan capital which they cannot access at present. She speaks of an old treaty from the Ronkan Emperor and says that it might gain them access to Ixmaya. However, more Ronkan texts are needed, and they can only be found in caves controlled by a rival sect, the Children of the Everlasting Dark. Ishtola and the warriors sneak into the caves, where they find murals depicting heroes from different ages of Norvrandt's history. Ardbert's spirit appears, explaining the murals and sharing a personal story about helping a researcher who promised to immortalize him and his friends. Ishtola completes the translation and they return to Slitherbough. Back in Slitherbough, the warrior overhears a conversation between Y'shtola and Urianger as she expresses concern that their present course risks the warrior himself becoming a Light Warden, his ether being so different from before. As Y'shtola is blind and only views the world through ether, she is particularly sensitive to this fact, but she nevertheless scolds Urianger for overlooking it. Before they can finish their conversation, a man comes running back to camp with the news that Yulmor's army has entered Rak'tika. Meanwhile in Yulmor, the Crystal Exarch meets with Lord Vorthri, who confronts him about the Warrior of Darkness slaying Sin Eaters, and accuses the Crystarium of being complicit in this villainy. The Exarch tells Vorthri that defeating the Light Wardens represents the world's only hope of survival, and that the people of Lakeland and Ilmeg now rejoice in the return of the night. Vorthri believes that the hope the Exarch clings to is but a fevered dream, and refuses to partake in such an exercise in futility, telling him that the world is beyond salvation. He tells the Exarch that the only thing left to do is to offer them sanctuary, as he unites the world under his dominion. The Exarch claims that Vorthri underestimates the warrior, and says that he will resist his every effort to shackle him. Knowing how the Exarch would respond, Vorthri tells him that his plan to capture the warrior is already in motion. But as he tries to capture the Exarch, it is revealed that the visiting Exarch has been naught but a glamour, this realization triggering another tantrum by Vorthri. At the same time in Greatwood, Ranjit declares Rak'tika under Yulmoran control, and demands that the Knights Blessed join the Children of the Everlasting Dark or be branded traitors. To ensure a positive response, Ranjit has poisoned members of the Knights Blessed, withholding the antidote until he receives a favorable response. However, Y'shtola, refusing to yield, decides to take the offensive, believing that killing the Light Warden will force Yulmor to retreat. The party ventures to Fano, the Viera village, or the V's as they are known in the first, to seek their help. Using their research of the Ronkan Empire, they convince the V's to aid them. The V's reveal that the Light Warden can be found at Rak'tika Falls, which is accessible through the Kitana Ravel, but it remains sealed by Ronkan magic. Solving the pyramid's riddles to reactivate the ether flow proves challenging, but just as they succeed, Ranjit arrives. In a climactic struggle, Ranjit's lackey accidentally triggers a trap, opening a bottomless pit. The lackey attempts to bargain with the warrior and Y'shtola by offering them the antidote, but Ranjit ruthlessly kicks him into the pit for his insolence. In order to secure the antidote, Y'shtola dives into the pit to retrieve it for the poisoned Blessed, throwing it back to the warrior before she herself falls into the abyss. Suddenly, reinforcements arrive, as Urianger and Thanquid manage to knock Ranjit into the pit, ensuring the group's escape. Back at Fano, the warrior delivers the antidote to the injured, including Runar, one of the Knights Blessed's leaders and Y'shtola's trusted confidant. Having apprehended an intruder, the V's then bring Emmet Selk, who claims he might be able to retrieve Y'shtola from the livestream, as he recklessly used her teleportation magic once again to escape death. Traveling to a suitable location, Emmet Selk manages to pluck Y'shtola from the ether flow, momentarily foregoing his role as a mere observer of events. Runar, overjoyed to see Y'shtola alive, picks her up in his arms to celebrate her return, Y'shtola telling him to dry his tears. Reunited, the group ventures through the Kitana Ravel and finally defeats the Light Warden of the Greatwood, the warrior absorbing the subsequent outpour of light ether once again. As they travel back, they happen upon ancient murals, and Emmet Selk nostalgically recognizes the scenes they depict. Emmet Selk explains that the murals depict a world before the Great Sundering, which shattered the world into the source and its reflections. A world that knew naught but peace and prosperity, until it was faced with a great crisis. To prevent the world from falling into oblivion, prayers and sacrifice were used to manifest the will of the star, and thus Zodiark was born, and by his grace the calamity was averted. However, there were those who feared Zodiark, and their prayers eventually gave rise to Hydaelyn, who was to serve as his shackles, to bind him and hold him in check. And so they fought, and they fought, and they fought, until, in the end, Hydaelyn was victorious. With all her strength she smote him, dealing a blow so devastating that it split the very fabric of reality. And thus Zodiark was banished, and his being divided. The group is stunned to learn that Hydaelyn and Zodiark are both primals, much like the ones they have dedicated themselves to fighting. Y'shtola asks how Emet-Selch could know all of this, to which point he praises her for asking the right questions. He then tells them that the Ascians know this because it is their own history, they having been the ones who summoned Zodiark as the natives of the world back before it was sundered. This is the reason they desire the great rejoining, as it's the only way to make their world whole again. Before departing, Emet-Selch claims they would no doubt do the same were they in his position. In the pendants, Ardbert discusses the importance of different perspectives with the warrior, reflecting on the blurred lines between heroism and villainy, saints and saviors. Regardless of such matters, however, he finds solace in quiet moments, such as witnessing the return of the night sky, alongside the night's blessed. Meanwhile in Garlemald, Gaius and Estinian work to dismantle the Black Rose weapon and learn of a general's mysterious disappearance from the front lines, suspecting another Ascian intervention. As they leave, a mysterious nameless soldier watches on, yearning for the return of his eternal rival and make him whole again. The warrior of darkness is jolted awake in the dead of night by the unmistakable sounds of battle echoing throughout the Crystarium. What awaits him is the horrid sight of Sin Eaters attacking in full force, War 3 finally having made good on his threats. With urgency, the warrior and the Scions activate the city's barrier wall and rush out to defend Lakeland. The onslaught seems endless, and the grim reality soon becomes clear as fallen guardsmen are being transformed into Sin Eaters, bolstering the enemy's ranks and forcing the people of Lakeland to fight their own people. Ardbert, the spectral observer, watches in frustration as his efforts to protect the fallen are ultimately futile, leading him to cry out in anguish and question the purpose of his ghostly existence. After Lena is injured, the warrior rallies the guard to reclaim the area. In the aftermath, a distraught Lena laments her failure to protect her men. As the hostilities come to an end, War 3's airships fly overhead, broadcasting a chilling message that the assault is the price of rejecting War 3's divine rule and his proposed peace between humans and Sin Eaters. Having just weathered a brutal assault, the Exarch reveals that during his visit to Yulmore, he discovered War 3's mind control abilities. These abilities afford him the power to enslave the minds of others, including the Sin Eaters, allowing him to orchestrate an unprecedented coordinated assault. As the discussion turns to the next Light Warden, Alfenor reports no leads from Kalusia, but Alasay mentions a potential hiding place in an abandoned mine in western Am-Marang. However, searching the mines and the waterways would be an enormous task for their small group. Minfilia suggests that as the Oracle of Light, she could find the Light Warden. To do so, she proposes returning to the wall to summon the true Oracle once more. Emet-Selch finally realizes why he viewed the present Minfilia as a lesser reincarnation. He notes that the Oracle lies dormant within her, and to fully awaken, they must merge body and soul, which means one would consume the other. Thancred vehemently opposes this, but Minfilia insists it's the right thing to do. Emet-Selch, intrigued by the idea, suggests heading to Am-Marang immediately. In Am-Marang, the group arrives in Garrick, where Mord residents confirm the presence of Yulmoran forces to the east and suggest using an old trolley system from a nearby mine. At the mine they encounter trolley enthusiasts who mistake them for robbers. They reveal that the Talos, massive stone and ether golems needed to operate the trolley, have broken down, and the company maintaining them is long gone. They introduce the party to Magnus, a trolley engineer and leader of their settlement, Twine. However, Magnus is in a drunken stupor as he mourns the tragic deaths of his son and wife. With Magnus offering no assistance, the party decides to repair a Talos themselves. But despite their efforts, the Talos remains inactive, until one enthusiast, Jarek, suggests the heart might be damaged. They discover that Magnus's wife, Agna, had died trying to extract the necessary materials for a new heart from the mines. Finishing what she started, the party succeeds in forging a new heart and uses it to repair the Talos and bring it to life. Seeing the Talos function, Magnus curses the cost, triggering an emotional reaction in Minfilia, who runs off. Urianger follows her and attempts to console her as she expresses her despair and belief that the world would be better without her, much like Magnus would prefer having his wife over the soulless Talos. Meanwhile, the Exarch and Emet-Selch converse in the Crystarium. Emet-Selch is curious about the Exarch, who never sleeps and seems to be privy to secrets about the Crystal Tower's capabilities that even he himself isn't aware of, even though Emet-Selch had a hand in shaping the once great nation, whose ingenuity gave birth to it. Bringing the warrior from the source in possession of his mortal flesh being one such unexplained accomplishment, a feat not even Emet-Selch himself could have achieved. The Exarch claims that he is the keeper of the tower's boundless wisdom, the wisdom of ages without age, of everywhere and nowhere, the great work of those who tamed the wings of time and grasped the nature of the rift. He hints that his abilities stem from sacrifices not yet made, and that he guards a sacred history unknown to Emet-Selch. With the trolley operational, the Scions prepare to depart, Urianger leaving to fetch Alizé and Ishtola. Meanwhile, Thancred, Minfilia, and the warrior set off on the trolley, only to be ambushed by Ranjit, who foresaw their coming. He demands Minfilia's return, claiming he only wishes to keep her safe from the Sin Eaters, but Minfilia refuses him. Thancred orders the warrior to take Minfilia and escape, while he himself engages Ranjit in brutal battle, which results in a stalemate. Ranjit retreats, leaving Thancred collapsed in the sand, his thoughts being of the original Minfilia, as he reminisces about their time together. The warrior and Minfilia reach the crystal wall where the flood has halted, and receive a vision through the echo of that moment in time. A time wherein the Oracle of Light stopped the flood by freezing it with the ether of Ardbert's allies, who bequeathed it to her of their own free will, Ardbert being the only one left standing. Ardbert demanded to know why he wasn't sacrificed, but the Oracle said it wasn't his time, hinting at his future role in giving hope to another hero. The two Minfilias meet and discuss the burden placed on the younger. The younger Minfilia desires the strength to protect the world, knowing the risk of merging. In a flash of light they fuse, and the warrior awakens to find a young woman with bright red hair and steely blue eyes, now embodying Minfilia's resolve and the Oracle's power. Reunited with the Scions, Thancred expresses his relief at Minfilia's transformation, as she has chosen not to sacrifice herself. Ishtola suggests a new name for the reborn Minfilia, and Thancred christens her Rhine, meaning blessing in the language of the Fae. Rhine guides the group to Malek's well, where she senses the Light Warden deep below. They defeat the Light Warden, returning the gentle embrace of night to the region. However, the warrior is racked with pain from absorbing the light ether, alarming both Ishtola and Rhine. Back at the Crystarium, Ardbert expresses frustration over his fate, lamenting the Oracle's merging as it leaves him with unanswered questions. The warrior tries to comfort him, but is struck by another wave of pain. Ardbert's touch triggers a reaction, and the warrior wonders if this is related to the Oracle's final words. That night, the warrior dreams of someone reading through Heavensward, the tome written by Count Edmond de Fortemps, detailing the dragon's song, War. The mysterious figure desires to learn of events beyond the battle for Al Amigo, but is interrupted as another man enters the room, urging them to leave for the airship, stating that this isn't just a war, but the end of the world. The warrior awakens, pondering the vision. The next morning at the Ocular, the Scions convene to strategize to hunt for the final Light Warden, concealed in Kalusha. Ishtola mocks Emet-Selch, confident in their imminent victory, but he dismisses her taunts with a weary sigh. He claims their supposed triumph is ephemeral, and will merely postpone the first's inevitable doom. The Scions challenge his notion, asserting that immortality is not needed to achieve lasting change. Emet-Selch counters this with a more detailed recounting of Hydaelyn's strike against Zodiark, explaining how it shattered the star and divided everything into 14 parts, dispersing the strength, intelligence, and soul of every living being, except for the 3, Emet-Selch being among the unsundered, along with Lahabrea and Elidibus. Thus, only 3 Ascians retained their full essence, preserving the power and immortality that all beings once possessed. The Ascians' goal is to restore the world to its original state, a vision Y'shtola condemns because of the countless lives that would be sacrificed in its pursuit. Emet-Selch swiftly dismisses her concern, however, as he views the sundered beings as incomplete and thus not truly alive. Nevertheless, he harbors hope that the Warrior of Darkness might chart a new path of lesser tragedy. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by Lena, who brings urgent news from Yulmore, as she tells them that Vauthry is amassing vast resources to fortify the city's defenses. The Exarch speculates that the Light Warden might be hidden within Yulmore itself, and with Ryan's newly realized powers, he hopes they'll soon be able to confirm this. In Collusia, they find the people succumbing to Vauthry's mind control, praising him as a deity. Meanwhile, Ryan detects a powerful tainted Sin Eater within the city. Alizé encounters Kai Shur, who reveals himself as the spy who has been sending updates to Lena. He describes how Vauthry unleashed a hot, sticky wind that spread his control over the populace, sparing only a few newcomers and himself. Urianger puzzles over this until Y'shtola and Ryan realize the connection. Meal, the foodstuff distributed in Yulmore, is made from the flesh of Sin Eaters. They surmise that it gradually turns those who eat it into monsters, allowing Vauthry to control them. Alphinaud adds that no one ever leaves Yulmore alive, the city essentially being a factory to produce Sin Eaters. Determining that subtlety is no longer an option, the Scions prepare to storm Yulmore. They force their way into the city, leading to a final confrontation between the Warrior of Darkness and Ranjit. The general reveals he serves Vauthry willingly, without being controlled, believing his rule is the only way to break the cycle of conflict. In a fierce duel, Ranjit is defeated, content to join his fallen pupils in the afterlife. The Scions then confront Vauthry in his chambers, finding him gorging on meal. Ryan realizes Vauthry is a monstrous amalgamation of man and Sin Eater, the Light Warden of Collusia they had been seeking. She pleads with Thancred to stop him from eating, but it's too late. Vauthry transforms, revealing a second face and sprouting wings as he unleashes a wave of noxious ether that renders everyone unconscious. This affords him the opportunity to ascend to Mount Gulg as it rises into the sky, declaring it his new paradise. With Vauthry out of reach, the Scions focus on helping Yulmore's people recover. Ryan removes Vauthry's control, while the warrior and the others tend to the injured. Alphinaud addresses the survivors, urging them to use this opportunity for redemption, as they are not without sin. Their first task is to repair the ladder, a massive elevator scaling the bright cliffs. Dulia Chai reveals her husband Chai Nus is the heir to the company that built the Talos. Despite his doubts, he agrees to help. While repairs begin, Emet-Selch visits the warrior, praising his ability to lead and reminiscing about his lost world. As the Talos becomes operational, Ardbert appears, expressing sympathy for Emet-Selch, knowing the pain of losing loved ones. Once the ladder is functioning again, the Scions explore the area at the top, discovering Amity, a village of exiles from Yulmore. They learn that Vauthry's air defenses make an aerial assault impossible. The Scions regroup, and, inspired by Dulia Chai's comment, Y'shtola proposes constructing a massive Talos to reach Mount Gulg. Chai Nus is skeptical, but admits it's possible with enough resources and manpower. In order to construct the Talos, the Scions rally their allies from across Norvrandt, uniting the Crystarium, the Knights Blessed, the Mord, and the miners of Amarang. The Fae of Ilmeg also arrive, led by an indignant Feo Ul, to help repel the Sin Eaters. With the talos nearing completion, the Exarch shares a tender moment with the warrior, revealing his crystalline body is the result of fusing with the crystal tower to ensure his plan's success. He speaks of his inspiration, wishing he could share his secrets and adventures. However, he must forfeit his hopes and dreams for the sake of the world. In Garlemald, Elidibus in the body of Xenos assures Emperor Varys of their plans. The mysterious soldier then arrives on the scene, revealing himself to be none other than Xenos, possessing another through the borrowed power of the Echo. He demands Elidibus' cooperation in regaining his true body and unsheathes his sword as a sign he is ready to reclaim it through force. Back in Colusia, the gigantic Talos rises, grasping Mount Gulg and creating a path to the floating mountain. Meanwhile, the Fae fend off Sin-Eaters in the air, allowing the Scions to ascend the mountain's height. At the top of Mount Gulg, they confront Vothri, now fully transformed into the Light Warden, Innocence. The Warrior of Darkness battles him alone, ultimately defeating him. Suddenly, a vision brought on by the Echo reveals Emet-Selch's involvement in Vothri's creation, as he altered Vothri while he was still in the womb, promising that it would make him a transcendent being, capable of ruling over all. As the warrior absorbs the Light Warden's ether, his body begins to fail. Suddenly, the Exarch appears, revealing his plan to transfer the light to the Crystal Tower. Acting as if he were a villain, the Exarch claims he will steal the ether for his own devices. But it soon comes to light that this is all but a desperate ploy to disguise his noble sacrifice, as he plans to take the ether into the rift at the cost of his own life to save the warrior. As the Exarch's hood falls, exposing his face, the warrior calls out his name, Grahatia, his friend from back when he ventured into the Crystal Tower back in the Source. Graha is touched by being remembered, but before he can finish what he started, he is shot in the back by Emet-Selch. Emet-Selch claims that the warrior has proven to be a disappointment, as he cannot contain the light, and breaks off his honest yet fleeting partnership with him and the rest of the Scions. He then takes his leave, carrying the collapsed body of the Exarch along with him. The warrior awakens in his room, and Ardbert explains that Ryan has managed to delay the inevitable transformation. The night sky has vanished, replaced once again by perpetual light. Ardbert urges the warrior to cherish his remaining time. Later at a watchtower, the warrior is once again joined by Ardbert, who offers words of empathy. He acknowledges the weight of responsibility the warrior bears, but praises his achievements, feats even he and his comrades couldn't accomplish. The successful rallying of Norvrandt to construct a giant talos convinces Ardbert of the warrior's strength. He extends his hand for a fist bump, and upon contact, a flash of light reaffirms their intertwined fates. Visiting the Crystal Tower, Captain Lena shares a key to a secret room. Inside, the warrior experiences a vision from the Echo, witnessing Grahatia revealing to Eorzea his origin from a future ravaged by the 8th Umbral Calamity. Using Sid's theories, Graha traveled through time and space to avert the disaster. He asked Eorzea to disguise his identity and assist him when the time came for his master plan to be acted out. The vision fades, and Ardbert appears, ready to accompany the warrior to confront the Exarch and Emet-Selch in the depths around Colusia, known as the Tempest. Outside the Crystal Tower, the warrior is joined by the rest of the Scions, who agree to journey below the waves together. To do so, they travel to an island that is in fact a Fae version of Bismarck, the flying whale revered by the Vanu back in the Source. Initially reluctant to help them, Bismarck is ultimately convinced by Feo Ul as the ruler of Il-Meg. Doing her bidding, Bismarck dives into the ocean, creating an air bubble at the bottom for the Scions. There they discover a community of Ondo, who ask if they are emissaries of the Ancients, due to glowing lights having been seen in the deep recently. The Scions decide to earn the Ondo's trust by assisting them, and through their efforts they learn that the Ondo reveal the ruins of an ancient city, believed to be built by the Ancients. Ishgard notes that the architecture predates the sundering of the source, confirming Emet-Selch's truthfulness and the significance of this location. Believing the Scions to be agents of the Ancients, the Ondor grant them passage to the city of the Ancients. Descending into the trench, they find a bustling metropolis, Ishgard noting the city's vivid ether. The group encounters a towering figure who identifies the city as Amarot, specifically the Polylaritite district, where the Convocation of 14 meets to address the final days, the Convocation being the main governing body of the unsundered world. Eorzea theorizes that this impressive city is not but a memory of the Ancients' last peaceful days, before the summoning of Zodiark and Hydaelyn. Hydaelyn, an ancient who, unlike the others, is aware of his spectral nature, explains the sacrifices made to summon Zodiark. He reveals that division within the Ancients then led to Hydaelyn's summoning, as some believe the renewed world should be left to the next generation. Hydaelyn tells the warrior that Emet-Selch has ever been a champion for the will of Zodiark, as he has chosen to bear the fate of his people on his shoulders. Noticing a second soul with the warrior, Hydaelyn hints at the ancient connection between the warrior and Ardbert, noting that they were once one and the same, when the world was whole, the color of their souls telling the tale. Having come to know Emet-Selch's plight, the Scions confront him. He once again confirms his plan to rejoin the Shards and resurrect the Ancients at any cost, dismissing the lives of the present beings as insignificant compared to the Ancients. Alphinaud argues for the value of the lives now being lived, but Emet-Selch will hear none of it. Having lived 1,000 lives and seen history unfold as he has, he deems them wholly unworthy of being entrusted with their legacy. As Alphinaud continues to challenge him, Emet-Selch angrily asks them to prove themselves worthy of inheriting this star, inviting them to witness the final days for themselves, the end of the world being intended as their final judgment. Making their way through the dying city, the Scions engage Emet-Selch in battle, but each Scion's attack is repelled by Emet-Selch's increasingly powerful spells. Meanwhile, the warrior, weakened by surging light, collapses, unable to lend them a hand. Ardbert appears to him and asks if they can save the world together, offering his axe and telling him they will fight as one. Returning to confront Emet-Selch, the warrior is enveloped in light. As Emet-Selch looks on, he sees an ancient in the center of the light, claiming it to be impossible. Suddenly, G'rahatia appears and summons heroes from beyond the rift to aid the warrior, while Emet-Selch, revealing his true name as Hades, launches a final assault. The Scions fight valiantly, trapping Hades with white aura sight, allowing the Warrior of Darkness to deliver the final blow, defeating the Ascian. As Emet-Selch fades, he somberly requests the warrior remember that the Ascians once lived, before disappearing. Emet-Selch smiles, and thus he is no more. The Scions find the warrior's ether normalized, and theorize that the clash of ultimate light and darkness must have expended the surplus light. Ryan, however, believes there's more to it, as the cracks in the warrior's soul have healed. Looking out into the distance, the warrior beholds Ardbert's spectral axe dissipating into the ether, the warrior telling them that he had help from a hero of this world. G'rahatia apologizes for his deception, but is quickly forgiven by all. As they return to the Crystarium, they are treated to a hero's welcome as the people celebrate their victory. However, they still have some problems to overcome. Back at the Crystal Tower, G'rahatia explains that the original plan was to return the Scions' souls to the source upon his death, but since he survived, they are now stuck on the first. As G'rahatia opens the way for the warrior back to the source, he reaches out his hand, only to be rejected by the portal. He nevertheless revels in the thought of his adventure continuing, and him being able to play his part. In Garlemald, Estinian and Gaius confront Xenos, who has just reclaimed his body and dealt his father, Emperor Varys, a deadly blow. Xenos, indifferent to the Empire's fate, awaits his rival's return for a final duel. On the moon, Elidibus mourns the passing of Emet-Selch, which now makes him the last of the Unsundered. In order to rectify the situation, Elidibus plans to trap the Scions on the First, and proposes a new enemy for the new Warrior of Darkness, namely the Warrior of Light. Patch 5.1 Vows of Virtue, Deeds of Cruelty. The Warrior of Darkness returns to the Rising Stones, where Kryl explains that the link between the body and soul of those summoned to the First is gradually weakening, due to their ether being trapped there while their bodies remain on the source. As such, it is imperative that the warrior finds a way to restore his friends' souls to their bodies, post-haste. Returning to the First, Grahatia and the Scions explore what options are available to them, but as Graha suggests that if all else fails, he could yet sacrifice his life for theirs. He is promptly scolded by Alisei, who refuses to let him be so quick to forgo his own well-being. Thankfully, Y'shtola has another proposal, as she suggests they attempt to traverse the rift by letting the warrior carry their essences within pieces of Orosite, much like the ones they have used to trap the souls of Ascians. To accomplish this, Graha recalls a reclusive Numo named Bek Lug, an expert in soul magic. Though initially hesitant, Bek Lug is eventually swayed by the Scions' determination and decides to join them at the Crystarium. She believes the Orosite method could work, but insists that much work is needed to accomplish such a task. Traveling to the inn at Journey's End, Bek Lug suggests creating a familiar to act as a conduit for soul magic. Heeding her suggestion, Alizé learns to summon her Porksy, Angelo, who momentarily revives young Holric, allowing him to shed a tear for his mother, despite being contaminated by light at an advanced stage. This technique gives hope for treating others with tempered souls, like the kobold child Gabu back at the source. Suddenly Kai Shi arrives, to urgently summon the warrior and Alphino to Yulmore. Once there, they learn that Dulia Chai is worried about her husband, Chai Nuz, who is nowhere to be found. Before vanishing, Chai Nuz had been pressured to become Yulmore's new mayor, and Dulia Chai suspects he didn't feel up to the responsibility of such a role. In order to alleviate her concerns, Alphino, the warrior, and Kai Shi follow Chai Nuz's trail through Yulmore and beyond, discovering he is assessing the region's problems and seeking out an advisor named Brendan, who had previously served Vorthri's father. Brendan tests Chai Nuz's resolve and resourcefulness by having him address food shortages in the area, at which point Chai Nuz proposes using Yulmore's resources to re-establish agricultural areas and reprograms malfunctioning towers to assist in this endeavor. Brendan, impressed by Chai Nuz, agrees to support him. Chai Nuz returns to Yulmore, where he delivers a rousing speech, promising to commit to building a just and equitable society for all. As the warrior returns to the source to update Kryl and Tataru, he is met with Estinian, who reveals he's been helping them. Estinian tells them of his journey to Garlemald, where he encountered the true Xenos, who had reclaimed his body from Elidibus before killing his own father and sparking civil war in Garlemald. Estinian and Gaius had fought Xenos, but to no avail, as his overwhelming power dwarfed even their combined battle prowess. As the Imperial Guard arrived on the scene, Xenos departed, leaving Estinian and Gaius to make their own daring escape. They ask whether Estinian can lend them a hand a bit longer, but he declines, stating he has other matters to attend to. In Garlemald, the streets run red with conflict, as various factions vie for power. Meanwhile, Xenos, spectating the carnage from high above, meets a white-robed figure who attempts to entice him with the promise of a new hunt, Zodiark. In Yulmore, the act of rebuilding excites the population, allowing them to dream of a promising future. From the sidelines, a tangible form of Ardbert watches on, eager to rekindle that feeble flame of hope for his own purposes. Patch 5.2 Echoes of a Fallen Star. Upon returning to the Rising Stones, the Warrior of Darkness is greeted by Maxima, a Garlean defector now allied with the Alamican resistance. Maxima extends an invitation for the Scions to attend a crucial meeting in Alamigo concerning the Empire's abrupt withdrawal. Gaius von Balsar attends the meeting, where he delivers a dire warning, as he tells those present that the Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon, with a prototype already en route to Eorzea. Back in the Crystarium, the warrior briefs the Scions on these new developments, making it even more urgent for them to return home. Thankfully, the Exarch, Bakaluk, and Urianger have crafted a white Orosite spirit vessel, capable of holding both mind and soul. Now all they need to do is find a way to harness Grahatia's unique Allagan bloodline to facilitate the transference. Before they can pursue the matter further, however, Captain Lena approaches the warrior with a request. Lena invites the warrior to join a squad of guards to hunt a Sin Eater that has been sighted in Lakeland. Upon arrival, they find the creature already slain. The guards report that a lone man with an axe killed it before declaring himself a warrior of light. Lena, aware of Ardbert's true story, dismisses the guards, but expresses concern about the mysterious figure, calling himself the Warrior of Light, as it is a name still cursed by the people of the First for causing the Flood of Light. Back at the Crystarium, Alphinaud suggests making the true history of the Warriors of Light from the First public in order to clear their names. To do so, the Scions rally the citizens, and the warrior delivers a stirring speech, explaining that Ardbert and his companions sacrificed themselves to stop the Flood of Light, rather than cause it. The people acknowledge this new truth, and feel sorry for the heroes for having been cursed for their selfless acts of bravery. Amidst the crowd, a familiar figure steps forward, the figure being Ardbert himself. Declaring his rebirth alongside this world's renewal delivers a powerful message, telling everyone that the Warrior of Darkness will eventually return to his own world, and that the people must strive to become their own heroes. Though the crowd is skeptical, Ardbert emphasizes his own humble beginnings, telling them that all they need is the will to lend a helping hand to those in need. However, despite Ardbert's positive message, the Warrior of Darkness and Alphinaud suspect foul play, and return to the Crystal Tower to discuss the matter in private. In the Crystal Tower, Urianger theorizes that the figure is in fact Elidibus, the Ascian emissary, who is manipulating the myth of the Warrior of Light. With limited information, Y'shtola proposes exploring newly unearthed ruins in the Greatwood for more clues about the Ascians. In Ronka, Y'shtola and the warrior discover the tomb of the Whi's archmage, Tiona, whose powers resembled that of the Echo. There they find murals depicting how Tiona gained her abilities after witnessing a star shower, much like the warrior had experienced. This revelation links the Echo to the final days as a way of awakening ancient power within sundered souls. Making a connection with the other murals and the Amarot of old, they realized the star showers must have stirred deep-seated memories from back when the world was whole. As they prepare to leave the woods, Alphinaud, Alisei, and Urianger arrive, telling them that Ardbert is traveling around the First, slaying Sin Eaters and preaching for others to become warriors of light. Suspecting a confrontation, they anticipate his arrival in Slitherbough. Meeting with Thancred and Rhine, they discover a freshly killed Sin Eater. Ardbert arrives, but the warrior tricks him into revealing his true identity as that of Elidibus, since the impostor doesn't know him the way Ardbert did. Confronted, Elidibus dismisses Emmet Selk's final words, and insists on his mission to enact the Convocation's will. He then departs, leaving no room for common ground. Y'shtola suggests investigating the non-glamoured ruins of Amaro in the Tempest for answers to what he might be plotting. There they find crystals containing the preserved wisdoms of the ancients. Among the crystals they find records of dissenting ancients, led by one called Venat, who opposed Zodiark's absolute rule. Alphinaud noting that this is the first time they've heard of this Venat. Digging deeper, they discover that Venat was willingly offered up as Hydaelyn's heart. But just as surprisingly, they discover that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiark's heart. That being the case, they wonder who the Elidibus they face now is. Y'shtola remains to investigate further, while the others return to the Crystarium. There they find the Exarch struggling to dissuade guards from leaving their posts to become warriors of light. Suddenly, a star shower appears in the sky above, accompanied by Hydaelyn's voice, stirring something within the people. The party confronts Elidibus, who says that he has awakened the people to what little power is left within their sundered souls, what they call the Echo. The Echo being naught but a fraction of what men, in their completeness, once possessed when the world was whole. It remains in all as a whisper of the past, burned into their very ether, along with the memories of how the world ended. That is why the sight of the sky falling can awaken people to use this power. Urianger realizes the Echo is not Hydaelyn's gift, but rather a latent memory awakened by star showers, conjuring something from within people as opposed to bestowing them with something. Elidibus's goal remains unclear, but his intent to create new warriors of light is evident. In the Crystal Tower, Grahatia, Baklug, and Urianger struggle to create the spirit vessels necessary to return to the source. Graha is suffering more and more from his spreading crystallization, but refuses to rest due to the high stakes. Meanwhile, on the source, Xenos dreams of the final days, and his white-robed companion asks about it, since he is fascinated by recurring dreams. Xenos tells him that he always dreamed of it, fire, falling from the heavens, and the whole world ablaze. Upon hearing this, the white-robed figure recognizes the scene as that of the final days, and tells an intrigued Xenos about how the world ended. Patch 5.3 Reflections in Crystal. As dawn breaks over the Crystarium, the Warrior of Darkness is summoned by Morin, the custodian of the Cabinet of Curiosity. Alongside Rhine, Alphino, and Alisei, they gather to hear the ancient legends of the Warrior of Light. Morin tells them that before Ardbert and his comrades, many others bore the title to signify their heroism and service to the realm. However, in the wake of the Flood, light came to be regarded with fear, and thus the title of Warrior of Light came to be shunned, until now. Morin tells them Norvrandt's oldest epic, telling them the tale of the original struggle between good and evil. He tells them that in a time when all lay shrouded in darkness, a prophesized hero rose to deliver the world from its doom. This hero ultimately became known as the Warrior of Light, and in the centuries that followed, other heroes appeared who claimed the same name. Alphino points out that similar stories have existed in the source ever since antiquity, hypothesizing that the title originated from Hydaelyn. The warrior recalls Hydaelyn bestowing the title upon him, further strengthening this hypothesis. That night, the warrior once again encounters Elidibus, still wearing Ardbert's guise. For a moment, Elidibus glimpses the warrior as an ancient, and afterwards, the warrior sees a memory of Elidibus being tasked by the Convocation to guide the world upon its true course, but taking on the role of Elidibus. Elidibus brands the Warrior of Darkness as an enemy, and accuses him of sowing chaos and hindering his vision of restoring the one true world. Their tense exchange is interrupted by the Crystal Exarch, who implores Elidibus to leave. Before departing, Elidibus strikes the Exarch with a beam of darkness, but his strike surprisingly does not penetrate his soul, due to how dense it is, despite Graha not being one of Hydaelyn's chosen. As Elidibus leaves, Graha and the warrior discuss the crystallization Graha is suffering from, but he shrugs all talk of his affliction off, calling it a badge of honor. Graha tells the warrior that he has a reckless favor to ask of him, but before they can discuss the matter further, they are interrupted by Rhine, who tells them that Thancred has collapsed. At the rising stones back in the source, the warrior finds Kryl tending to the Science's lifeless bodies, with a weakening connection between their bodies and souls continue to deteriorate their corporeal forms. The implication being that they are running out of time. In the Crystal Tower, Baklug presents the wayward souls with new spirit vessels, augmented with parts of Graha's crystallized body. Alisei notes that there are 6 vessels in total, but only 5 of them. G'raha then explains that the 6th was created for testing purposes, and potentially to allow himself passage to the source. As the warrior goes to check on Ishtola, he finds her unconscious. However, as he rushes to her aid, he is confronted by Elidibus. Elidibus tells him that Ishtola's condition is not of his own making, and that it is simply a result of the bond between her body and soul wavering due to their separation. Transporting them to Amarot's memory, Elidibus challenges the warrior to relive his journeys and battle familiar faces. Elidibus then derides the warrior's existence, claiming it breeds conflict and death. Ultimately, Elidibus says that he must test the warrior himself, and as the warrior bests him in battle, Ishtola returns to his side. Ishtola reveals Elidibus is a primal, an ancient, sacrificed to become Zodiark's heart, driven solely by the desire for salvation. Elidibus confirms her suspicions and asks the warrior to prepare for their final confrontation. Before returning to recover after his ordeals, the warrior finds peculiar soul stones engraved with constellations. Following a trail of crystals, he is then reunited with Hydaelyn, who explains the crystals awaken sundered souls to their ancient memories. He gives the warrior a final crystal, imbued with the spirit of Azem the Traveler, one of the 14 members of the Convocation, who defected due to opposing the summoning of Zodiark. The office of Azem was unlike the other 13, for while they sat in Amarot, Azem was tasked with gaining intimate knowledge of the wider world. Hydaelyn tells the warrior that the magic sealed within the crystal will allow him to summon allies to his side. Upon returning to Yulmore, everyone in the city bears witness to a star shower, courtesy of Elidibus, as a vision of Amarot spreads across the sea. Upon seeing this, some of the citizens are overcome by a feeling of intense grief at having lost something dear to them, despite this being the first time they see the city. Suddenly, beings of pure light appear, attacking the warrior and the Scions. To help the Scions along, Chai-Nuz offers them the use of an airship as the mayor of Yulmore, allowing them to head to the Crystarium. As they reach the gates of the Crystarium, they are intercepted by a horde of warriors of light. In order for the warrior to pass, the rest of the Scions then create an opening and stay behind to hold the line so he can go and find the Exarch. A short while earlier, Elidibus had confronted the Exarch, revealing his plan to summon warriors of light from other shards, just like the Exarch had done before, although he doesn't require them to be summoned in their entirety. The only thing he needs is their determination to vanquish the darkness. To accomplish this, Elidibus required G'raha's magics, but Baklug's familiars managed to buy time for her and G'raha to escape. However, Elidibus uses the spirit vessel, imbued with G'raha's memories, to summon his army regardless. As the warrior rushes to his aid, he finds the Crystal Exarch wounded in the woods, along with Baklug. G'raha, now severely crystallized, insists on accompanying the warrior to the tower, telling him that Elidibus has his Allagan blood as a part of the spirit vessel, affording the Ascian control over the tower. Before reaching the Crystal Tower's peak, G'raha is forced to stay behind due to his advanced crystallization, but the warrior presses on, believing G'raha to be able to fend for himself. At the top of the tower, Elidibus laments having reached out to the warrior as a possible pawn, as it led to the untimely demise of Lahabrea and Emmet Selk, leaving him the last of the Unsundered. Elidibus then transforms into the legendary warrior of light, fully prepared to do battle to the death. Using Azem's crystal, the warrior summons allies to his side, confounding Elidibus by employing an invocation of Eld, as Elidibus does not know how he came by such power. As they do battle, the warrior brings the immortal Elidibus to his knees. Elidibus refuses to be outdone, but as he tries to get up again, G'raha appears and absorbs him into the very tower itself, claiming the Ascian's power for the tower. This reveals Elidibus' true form as that of a young ancient, who grieves his lost friends and explains his mission to guide the star so that they might all be reunited again. Elidibus then disappears, his ether being added to that of the tower's vast reservoirs. G'raha, overexerted, crystallizes entirely, leaving his crystallized form to adorn the tower's zenith. However, he leaves the warrior with his spirit vessel, housing both his soul and memories. The Scions prepare to return home, and the warrior takes the Exarch's spirit vessel on a tour of the First to bid farewell to friends. Reuniting at the Crystarium, Ryan thanks them and assures them it will be okay without them. Thancred telling her he is proud of her, wishing her all the happiness in the world. Lena then asks the warrior to deliver a message to the Exarch on the Source, encouraging him to pursue his dreams. Inside the Ocular, the Scions transfer their souls into the spirit vessels, allowing the warrior to carry the vessels with him back to the Source. Once there, he delivers them to Kryl and Tataru. The Scions finally awaken in their own bodies, and the warrior rushes to the Crystal Tower to get G'raha back. The Scions then welcome G'rahatia into their ranks, finally making him a true adventurer as they leap into action in response to a cry for help. In the Garlean Imperial Palace, the white-robed Ascian introduces himself as Fandaniel and reveals that he is possessing the body of none other than Asahi Sas Brutus. Fandaniel gloats over the ensuing chaos and the fact that the last of the Unsundered has now fallen, leaving the playing field open for him to take action. He seeks Xenos' permission to recreate the final days on the Source to draw out the Warrior of Light for Xenos' ultimate duel, and Xenos grants him leave, eager for the battle. Patch 5.4 Futures Rewritten. With the Scions now settled back into their bodies on the Source, a meeting is called to determine the next course of action. Thancred, driven by a sense of urgency, volunteers to investigate the ominous developments in Garlemald, with Urianger offering his support and etheric expertise. Lys arrives, summoning the Scions to a critical Eorzean alliance meeting regarding the Empire's recent maneuvers. However, Alysae declines. She wants to focus her efforts on adapting Bekalug's soul-healing techniques to treat those tempered by primals. G'rahatia eagerly joins her, and the warrior and the trio sets off for Azizla, aiming to uncover ancient Allagan research on tempering. Upon reaching the floating continent, they uncover a fragmented report on tempering by an Allagan named Owen. Determined to find a backup, G'raha uses his royal Allagan ancestry to access Owen's residence. Meanwhile, Alysae and the Warrior of Light reminisce about her time at the Studium. Before long, G'raha returns with Owen's archived node, but without the password to access it, they are forced to take the orb back to Revenant's Toll to seek Cid's expertise. Cid connects the node to a data terminal and runs through the Allagan dictionary, eventually unlocking it with the password Freedom. The report reveals that tempering shifts a person's ether alignment to match that of the primal, creating stagnant, umbral ether that suppresses individuality and creates loyal thralls. To cure tempering, they must realign the etheric balance and rejuvenate the soul. G'raha suggests using the memory transference technique they developed to return to the First to accomplish the task. With the Allagan node, they run calculations and test the magics, nearly destroying the ironworks in the process, but ultimately succeed, crafting a new spell to cure tempering. Eager to test the cure, they head to Limsa Lominsa to help Gabu, a young kobold who had summoned Titan in his grief, subsequently becoming his thrall. Alysae, who has a bond with Gabu, hopes to save him. Everyone channels their energy into G'raha, who transfers the spell into Angelo, Alysae's Porksea familiar. After a tense process, Gabu was restored to his former self. However, G'raha warns that the treatment is limited and may not work on all tempered individuals due to the etherical costs. Alysae is nevertheless determined to save as many as possible, and suggests creating an army of Porksea familiars to distribute the cure. Continuing their quest to untemper thralls, they head to the Dravanian Forelands to seek the aid of Master Matoya, who agrees to help them create familiars. Together they create a mother Porksea that is capable of generating smaller Porksies, imbued with G'raha's spell. With the distribution method secured, they then return to Limsa Lominsa to facilitate peace talks with the kobolds using their newfound cure. However, tensions in Limsa Lominsa are high. Admiral Merlwyb has been striving to forge a treaty with the kobolds and Sahagin, but her reforms have angered many citizens, particularly a band of rebellious pirates. the Scions investigate and discover that these pirates, led by Ishgard, acting captain of one of Limsalominsa's 3 great pirate powers, have been raiding Beast Tribe territories and justifying their actions by dehumanizing their victims. This culminates in a duel between Ishgard and Merlwyb, which the Admiral swiftly wins by displaying her superiority with a pistol. Instead of killing Ishgard, however, she is joined by the true captain, Hilfer, who supports her vision of peace. In her cabin, Merlwyb reveals that the hostilities between Limsalominsa and the Kobolds are rooted in a poorly defined ancient pact that left room for exploitation. However, to rectify this wrong, she now plans to offer stolen crystals and herself as bait to negotiate peace, using the cure for tempering as leverage. The tense negotiations nearly fail, until Gabu intervenes. Merlwyb then offers her pistol, death penalty, to the Kobold Patriarch as a symbol of her commitment, telling him to take her life if it will earn them their trust. The Kobold Patriarch fires it into the sky, agreeing to the new pact without the need to spill blood. As they leave, a dark, organic-looking tower looms on the horizon, one of many appearing across Eorzea. The appearance of these towers perplexes the leaders of the Eorzean alliance, who gather in Alamigo to discuss this new threat. Suddenly, Fandaniel appears in the palace gardens, riding atop a beast he calls the Lunar Bahamut. There he announces his plan to recreate the final days. When Alphinaud questions his motives, Fandaniel reveals his disillusionment with the Unsundered Skulls, telling them that he is now free to pursue his own nihilistic desire for annihilation. He taunts the Warrior of Light with a message from Xenos, who eagerly awaits their confrontation. Meanwhile, in the locks, scouts return from investigating one of the towers, armed and chanting "Glory be to Garlemald," despite having been loyal to the Alliance before setting out. At the same time, in the Garlean Imperial Palace, Fandaniel updates Xenos on how their plan is progressing. Xenos, anticipating a grand reunion with the Warrior of Light, declares his need for a new weapon worthy of the occasion. Patch 5.5 Death unto Dawn. Traveling to Gurabania for a meeting with the Alliance about the towers, which have appeared as far as Yangsha, the grim reality is soon laid bare, as it is reported that Tempered Scouts worship not a primal deity, but the very concept of the Garlean nation itself. Adding to the crisis, robed figures, armed with Garlean weaponry, have been abducting members of various beast tribes, halting plans for a coordinated assault on Garlemald. In response, Rauban assembles a team resistant to tempering, consisting of Arenwald and Fordola, who both possess the Echo, allowing them to investigate the tower in Paglathon without being enthralled. Alphinaud, troubled by Arenwald's perilous mission, watches as Fordola, driven by a need to understand Garlemald's motives, joins him. With the tower team thus deployed, Alphinaud shifts his focus to uncover the mysteries of the enigmatic Lunar Bahamut. News of Estinian's presence in Ishgard sends Graha, Alisei, Alphinaud, and the warrior rushing to find the elusive dragoon. After an exhaustive search, they encounter him by chance when he mistakes Alisei for her twin brother, igniting her ire. Once she calms down and Graha stops fanboying over the former Azure Dragoon, Estinian reveals his intent to visit Tiamat in Azizla, to ask her anything she might know about the Lunar Bahamut. Meeting Tiamat, the ancient worm vehemently denies any connection to the Lunar Bahamut, and seethes at the thought of her beloved's image being distorted once again. However, she fears to act due to her own ancient tempering, as she was enthralled by the primal Bahamut at the time of the original summoning. However, Alphinaud and Alisei propose using their cure for tempering on Tiamat, who agrees to aid them so that they may finally lay Bahamut's memory to rest. As they cure Tiamat and unlock her restraints, they get word of Lunar Bahamut having been sighted over Paglathon. Leading an army of dragons, Estinian leaps onto Tiamat, promising to join the fray. The group travels to Uldar, learning that Lunar Bahamut lacks the power to temper, allowing all to fight alongside the Warrior of Light. Bolstered by this revelation, the Scions charge into battle, confronting Fandaniel's Telephoroi cult and the Tempered Dragons, ultimately defeating Lunar Bahamut. Grateful, the Amalja pledged to join peace talks. Meanwhile, inside the Paglathan Tower, Ironwald and Fordola uncover scores of Amalja imprisoned in tortuous contraptions, triggering an alarm that summons Lunar Ifrit. Back in Uldar, Alphinaud joins Fordola and Estinian as they wait outside the room where healers do their best to tend to Ironwald's grievous injuries. Tensions rise between Alphinaud and Fordola, as Alphinaud refuses to accept the death of his comrades as a necessity in war, but they are interrupted by a summons from the Sultana. Meeting the Sultana, the Scions discuss the lunar primals, twisted visages of primals which serve Garlemald, and the eerie resemblance between the towers and the transformed Imperial Palace in the Imperial capital. Nanamo reveals the simultaneous activation of other towers, each calling forth more lunar primals. In Mor Dhona, Kryl announces her intent to journey to Sharlayan to uncover knowledge on the Telepharoi and the Asians, and to seek aid from the Forum, the main governing body of the reclusive island nation. She aims to investigate the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing, Hydaelyn having stayed silent since the end of the Dragon Song War. Estinian, reflecting on the Science's resilience and optimism, formally joins their ranks. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Xenos samples various weapons while Fandaniel updates him on the dragons and Tiamat. Xenos, preparing to wield a new weapon, reflects on the Empire's true purpose as a nation, forged for Asian ends, and Fandaniel, elated by their progress, hints at an impending calamity. Later, the Scions attend a Grand Alliance meeting with the Beast Tribe leaders to forge a united front against the Telepharoi. They name this new alliance the Grand Company of Eorzea, a nod to Alphinaud's past vision for the Crystal Braves. During the proceedings, Elder Seetsia Kanisena requests Alphinaud to draft a report on his experiences with the Crystal Braves to guide the new Grand Company. As Alphinaud prepares his report, he learns of a Sharlayan envoy arriving in Gridania, the envoy being none other than his and Alisei's father, Forchino Lavalier. Forchino meets with the Elder Seetsia and declares Sharlayan's continued vow of non-intervention in what they deem a petty conflict. He disowns his children for abandoning Sharlayan principles, leaving Alphinaud and Alisei devastated. As a Sylph messenger announces that the Grand Company of Eorzea is assembling at the Cardinal Flats to confront Fandaniel's forces, Fordola brings a wheelchair-bound Ironwald to bid Alphinaud farewell, urging him to continue being the hero Ironwald can no longer be due to his injuries. At Cardinal, the Scions face the Telepharoi and their lunar primals, protecting the ethereal confluence points. The Warrior of Light confronts Fandaniel, who retreats, leaving the Scions to aid the Tempest survivors. In the end, the Grand Company stands united as the moonlight bathes the battlefield. In Garlemald, Xenos, wielding a new scythe as his weapon of choice, practices on his soldiers. Fandaniel, frustrated by setbacks, suggests tapping into ether closer to home, requiring deeper dreams from someone he dubs the Dreamer. With the Gateway of the Gods complete and the stage set for an epic finale, Xenos eagerly anticipates his clash with the Warrior of Light. At Silvertear Lake, Y'shtola observes weakened ether currents, a trend noticed near every tower. The Scions deduce the towers drain ether from the land itself to summon lunar primals. As they prepare to inform the Grand Company, the Warrior of Light is visited by a luminous figure, an ancient with a dire warning about the coming darkness, who tells the warrior that the fate of the star rests in his hands, and thus does the final curtain rise. Welcome to the complete story of Final Fantasy XIV, Endwalker, the epic conclusion to the Zodiark Hydaelyn saga that will take us all the way to the moon and back. Endwalker is a tale of holding on to hope, even in the bleakest of times, and how we can find the will to go on, even in the face of insurmountable sorrow and inevitable death. Not to mention some new bunny people. This time they are small and have funny names. But anyway, I'm Peter from Birds of Play, and in this video I hope you'll join me as we take a walk all the way to the end, holding our head high, even in the face of despair. It's going to be a walk to remember, and I hope you'll stay with us every step of the way as we revisit the grand conclusion to this saga that has become beloved by so many. Traveling to Lim Zalominsa, the Warrior of Light and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn prepare for their journey across the sea. As Kryl has secured them passage and entry into Shadowbringers, a solitary island nation of the north, where they hope to find answers that might help them avert the encroaching calamity. During the voyage, the Warrior of Light awakens to a mysterious voice, which compels him to visit the ship's deck, where he encounters the luminescent woman he once saw at Lake Silvertear, the woman rejoicing that her voice still reaches him. The mysterious woman reveals herself to be none other than Hydaelyn, and confirms Emet-Selk's revelation that her true nature is indeed that of a primal, just like the ones they have dedicated themselves to fighting. As the primal Zodiark was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, she too was brought forth in a similar fashion to bind him. But now, as the Ascians have partially succeeded in rejoining the shards of the sundered world to make their god whole again, Hydaelyn has grown weak in equal measure. As such, the power to draw the Warrior of Light's mind into the rift is no longer hers to command. Regardless, she now presents her weakened image to the warrior to relay a message of utmost importance, as she tells him that the impending conflict will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. Finally, she tells him that when his journey has prepared him to surmount the insurmountable, she will honor a promise made in another age. As the ship nears Shadowbringers, Hydaelyn fades away, and the warrior returns to his companions, filled with a renewed sense of purpose. Together they behold Old Shadowbringers, the capital of Shadowbringers, a great center of knowledge and learning, where they might find the answers they seek as they walk united to face the end. Upon arrival, they are faced with the harbor's immigration officer, who proceeds to process Grahatia, Ishtola, Thancred, and Urianger first, seeing as they all bear the mark of Archons, signifying that they have excelled in a particular field of study in the eyes of Shadowbringers. The twins also have an easy time gaining re-entry into their homeland, although rumors of the disownment by their father, Master Foshino, have become widespread in the city proper. As such, the immigration officer cautions them not to make matters worse by continuing to rebel against their father's and the Forum's wishes. Meanwhile, the Warrior of Light is processed as an adventurer, while Estinian has some difficulties providing his current profession, seeing as he is no longer the Azure Dragoon of Ishgard. Coming to his rescue, Kryl interjects and introduces him as a mercenary for the students of Baldesion, thus sponsoring his entry into the country. With such formalities finally behind them, Graha and Kryl give the warrior a tour of Old Shadowbringers, before regrouping at the Baldesion Annex, the headquarters of the students of Baldesion. There they discuss their next move, regarding how they can prevent the Telephoroi's evil scheme from coming to fruition by foiling the machinations of this particular faction of the now splintered Gallian Empire, headed by Crown Prince Xenos and Fandaniel, the Sundered Ascian. Their discussion revolves around Sharlayan's enigmatic stance on the end of days, which has resulted in the Forum being unwilling to cooperate with them, and the ominous Telephoroi towers that have been popping up all around the world without warning. Kryl mentions a lead in Thavnir, an island just south of the coast of Ilsabad, home to the city-state of Radzadhan, which might help them gain some insight into the sudden appearance of the towers. This prompts the Scions to divide their efforts. Thancred, Urianger, and Estinian are to venture to Thavnir, while the others probe the Forum's secrets in Shadowbringers. As their champion, the warrior is tasked with overseeing progress on both fronts, Kryl deferring the decision regarding which front to tackle first to the warrior's own discretion. Choosing not to venture far, the Warrior of Light opts to begin looking for answers in Old Shadowbringers. Initially, the investigation proves unfruitful, so he takes the time to sit down for a little heart-to-heart with Alicey, who shares with him her feelings about her and Alphinaud having been disowned by their father. Their father's philosophy and that of their grandfather Louisoix had always differed greatly regarding Sharlayan's commitment to non-interference. However, now that she has found herself on the receiving end of her father's unflinching conviction, she admits to having felt angry. Alicey tells the warrior that but it wasn't until afterwards she realized how childish she had been, how being self-righteous and stubborn must run in the family. For if she could only have mustered a civil response, things might have turned out differently. As they contemplate what could have been, they spy gleaners, people who take on various jobs for the Forum, ferrying goods to Labyrinthos, a vast complex situated beneath the island. The complex is used to house Shalayan's living library and is composed of all manner of flora and fauna for study. However, the amount of goods being ferried by the Gleamers seems excessive, prompting Alysae to suspect that Labyrinthos may hold a clue to what the Forum is planning. Together they descend down into Labyrinthos, deep beneath the city, where a false sun lights up a fabricated sky. Once there, the warrior makes the acquaintance of a Viera Gleamer by the name of Erenwyll, helps him capture a specimen he has been tasked with procuring. As a way of showing his gratitude for the help, Erenwyll divulges that he has been asked to bring the specimen even further down into the depths of Labyrinthos, to the restricted section, which is open to only a few select researchers, handpicked by the Forum. The research being conducted there is so secretive that even those who have risen to the rank of Archons know not of it. Erenwyll himself is not privy to what the Forum needs the specimen for, but he suspects that they are gathering materials for some sort of migration, perhaps to Marasidia in the south. The reason he suspects this is that the flora and fauna the Gleamers have been asked to gather are mostly known to serve as reliable sources of sustenance, or for otherwise making soil and water viable for consumption. Delving deeper into Labyrinthos, they happen upon peculiar white flowers known as heart blooms. What makes these flowers unique is that they are seemingly attuned to ambient emotions, leading them to take on the color of the intense feelings found in their surroundings, the working of this empathetic effect being a mystery to even the scholars of Shalayan. The party is fascinated by the existence of such flowers, but must nevertheless continue their efforts to uncover the Forum's secrets. In order to do so, they trail Erenwyll disguised as frogs, in order to eavesdrop on his conversation with a member of the Forum as he finishes making his delivery. Successful in their task, they witness Erenwyll issue his complaints about how the Gleamers are being kept in the dark despite being made to do so much work. The Forum member then shares with Erenwyll that in ages past, Shalayan was tasked with a tremendous duty to counter the final days, and that the time has now come to fulfill that charge. The Forum member says he can't share any more information at present, but promises that all will be revealed in due course. In the meantime, he asks Erenwyll to simply believe that the Gleaners toil in the service of the greatest good. Erenwyll accepts this answer for the time being, but warns the Forum members that the Gleaners will not go on working like this forever. Afterwards, Erenwyll gives the frogs a look, having easily seen through their disguise. He then tells the party that he hopes the conversation was informative, before taking his leave. Returning to Kryle's side, she offers the warrior a heartbloom flower, imbued with a spell to keep it from wilting, telling him that Hydaelyn had told her that he will need it for the journey ahead. She then becomes a vessel for Hydaelyn, who tells him, walk free and to believe what he will of his own volition. The bloom will serve as his guide, testing and proving his conviction as he bears the light for others to follow. Before they can investigate the mysteries of Labyrinthos further, Master Fortuno appears in the capacity of an active member of the Forum to intervene, since he believes their meddling may impact the important work being done. He tells them that the Forum will convene to determine their future in the city, and that Grahatia has already been detained for reading books from the restricted section of the library. The Forum apprehends the Scions, and as the Forum convenes, Fortuno accuses the Scions of having entered their country under false pretenses, their true objective being to disrupt their work. The Scions make their case, and Y'shtola reveals that they know that the Forum now struggles to complete some great work, even though the Scions still haven't uncovered exactly what that work entails. This seems to verify Graha's findings, who explains how the policies of Shalayan have shifted dramatically from accumulating knowledge for the betterment of society to structuring society for the betterment of the accumulation of knowledge, especially in regard to Labyrinthos,
as obscene funds have been afforded to the expansion of those facilities. According to Graha, this change in course dates back to some 270 years, when Sharlayan scholars began their study into the ethereal sea. Upon hearing this, Fortuno admits that they are bound to duty they cannot ignore, and say that they will fulfill their mission, not through battle and bloodshed, but rather survival. Unconvinced, Y'shtola declares that the Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until their last breath. Alphino similarly declaring his commitment to press on, to tread a different path from his father. Suddenly, the discussion is brought to a close, as Scholar Monteshane, the head of the studium, defends the Scions, leading the forum to simply restrict their activities, as opposed to outright banishing them after a vote which wins them a slender majority. After receiving such a harsh welcome from their countrymen, Alphino and Alizé return to House Levelier in the company of their mother, Ameliance, who instructs the servants to keep their visit a secret from Lord Fortuno. She then instructs the servants to take her children aside and present them with gifts she had prepared for them. Once alone with the Warrior of Light, Ameliance thanks him for taking such good care of her children and inspiring them to greatness. As the twins return, they are adorned with a new set of clothes, individually tailored to their needs. Furthermore, Alphino was presented with a set of sage armaments that once belonged to his father, his mother hoping they will serve him well, as he simultaneously leads to heal and cause harm on the field of battle. She then hands Alphino a sage's soul crystal, hoping that the wisdom embedded in the crystal will serve him well, believing he will master his new role in no time. Lastly, Ameliance expresses her hope that one day they will find common ground with their father. For even though it's hard to tell, she believes that their father ever toils with his children's best interests at heart. Having exhausted their investigation in Old Sharlayan for the time being, the Warrior of Light meets up with Thancred, Oriange, and Estinian to look for answers elsewhere, at last following Cryel's lead. Through an experimental aetherite, the party then travels to Thamnir, but once there, they are racked by an agonizing wave of ethereal sickness, which can be attributed to the aetherite's experimental nature. That is, aside from Estinian, who had already attuned to the aetherite in Thavnir proper. As they regain their footing and learn of the island's economic plight, their journey leads them to the Great Work, a secluded village of alchemists, teetering on the edge of collapse. There they are introduced to Varshan, a young aura who serves the enigmatic satrap, the provincial governor who rules from the city of Ratzat-Han. Estinian eyes Varshan with thinly veiled suspicion, but chooses to bide his time. Despite the tension, Varshan presents the villagers with some scales, shimmering with untapped power. These scales are the last hope of the alchemists who are desperate to forge warding talismans against the mind-twisting horrors of the towers. Estinian's unease deepens as he recognizes the scales as dragon scales. Seeing as he has a long history with dragons and is still keenly aware of the legacy of the Dragon Song War, he demands the truth behind the origin of the scales. Upon being questioned, Varshan reveals that the satrap has brokered a covenant with a dragon who is willing to aid their cause, and before Estinian can press the matter further, he is led away by alchemists interested in researching his dragon-like powers. Using the scales, the alchemists hope to nullify the etheric emissions emanating from the accursed towers, one such tower already looming over the landscape in Thamnir. The Scions assist in testing the talismans, and once their work is complete, Nithana, a dedicated alchemist, presents the Scions with a warding scale, meant to shield the soul completely from corruptive ether. This is quite a discovery, as it might allow any of them to approach the towers without fear of being taken over by their influence, even without possessing the echo. To test the efficacy of the item, the Warrior of Light and Nithana enter the Tower of Salt, a sinister spire looming over the island. Thankfully, the experiment is a resounding success, as Nithana is uninfluenced by the tower. However, as they celebrate the ward's effectiveness, Van Daniel appears,
his dark magic, ensnaring Nitana and pulling her into the tower's depths. Giving chase after her, the Warrior of Light confronts Fandaniel inside the tower. There, the sundered Ascian reveals his past to the warrior, the experience further enlightened by the power of the Echo. Fandaniel tells him that, theoretically speaking, he inherited the position and the soul of the Fandaniel who sat on the Convocation of 14 in the time of the final days. Practically speaking, however, that fact is of no consequence to him, as he was born and lived as himself. Eventually, he was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but he never truly felt like they were a part of who he was. Knowing that the warrior has poked his nose into an Allagan ruin or two, he then divulges that he was once the one and only Amon, the Allagan scientist who twisted life into grotesque experiments to entertain a decadent empire, though he always longed for more. During that time, he had pledged his allegiance to Emperor Xande, a tyrant who dragged his people into conquest to further an empire intended to stand the test of time. However, Emmet Selk offered Amon the mantle of Fandaniel, telling him to take his place amongst his peers, rather than to die a pointless death amidst the ashes of a doomed nation. Amon, driven by despair and ambition, accepted Emmet Selk's offer, leaving his clone to serve Xande in his stead, while he ascended as an Ascian, noting how even the once great Allagan Empire was destined for nothingness, proving that nothing truly endures. Having listened to Fandaniel's tale, the Warrior of Light makes a strategic retreat from the tower, carrying grim news back to their allies. Summoned to Radzat Han, the group meets the elusive satrap. However, as the satrap bids them welcome, Estinian's patience runs out, as he accuses the satrap of deception, demanding that he show himself. His instincts prove true, and as the curtain behind the throne is drawn, there stands Vertra, a mighty worm, son of Midgardsormr, and sibling to Tiamat and Bahamut. For centuries, Vertra has ruled from the shadows, driven by an unyielding love for his people. What is more, Varshan, the boy whom they thought they were already familiar with, is in fact the dragon himself, the boy's body having been fashioned as a simulacrum, capable of nesting the great worm's eye, allowing him to travel his realm without revealing his true nature. The dragon's plea is as heartbreaking as it is desperate. The tower must fall, and his imprisoned people must be freed. The Scions promise their aid, but recognize the enormity of the task ahead. For now, they must regroup and forge a plan to challenge the forces of the Telepharoi, knowing that every moment counts in a battle against despair itself. Back at the Annex, the Scions regroup, their path forward now clear, yet still fraught with peril. With Vertra's request weighing on their hearts, and the promise of the warding talisman within their reach, their decision is made. The Tower of Sot must fall. They devise a bold plan, dividing into two teams. One team will break through the tower's defenses and face the Magus Sisters, the twisted guardians bound to its will. The other will safeguard the imprisoned people of Thamnir, sustaining their fragile lives until the core of the tower is destroyed. The assault is executed with precision and grit, and as the Magus Sisters fall and the tower's defenses crumble, the Scions converge at its heart. There, an ominous revelation awaits. Massive pulsing machine, draining ether far beyond what is needed to sustain the tower. Ishtola, driven by both curiosity and dread, uncovers its horrific secret. A human limb serves as the core's heart, grotesquely fused with machinery. Estinian, unmoved by her horror, demands swift action, and with a decisive blow, the core is destroyed, forcing the tower to come crashing down. As the structure disintegrates, Graha weaves levitation magic to suspend the Scions and the liberated prisoners in the air, guiding them safely to the ground below. The Scions then return to Radzat Han, where the great worm Vertra awaits their return. He offers his gratitude and his aid, promising to provide them with a bounty of warding scales sufficient to arm an entire company of soldiers. Before allowing him to take his leave, Vertra then addresses the Warrior of Light and urges him to protect those he holds dear, for they will be his strength and salvation. In the bustling capital, Nithana, now recovered, greets the Scions with unrestrained joy. Her passion stirs something profound in the Warrior of Light, causing the heart bloom he received in Labyrinthos to bloom a brilliant orange. Intrigued, Nithana wonders aloud if this is Akasa, the intangible force theorized in Hanish alchemy, born of emotions and separate from ether. Returning to the Baldesian Annex, the Scions assess their newfound strength. With the warding talisman secured, they are ready to summon their allies and strike at the heart of Garlemald, without fear of its oppressive dominion. Plans are set in motion to rally their friends and comrades, but for now, they allow themselves a rare respite, sharing food and laughter. They find fleeting comfort in each other's company, eating hamburgers the size of their heads. In the corner of the room, the heart bloom glows a gentle green, no doubt moved by their feelings of friendship. Elsewhere, far removed from the warmth of the camaraderie shared with the Scions, in the icy expanse of Garlemald, Xenos and Fandaniel stand amidst the desolation they have wrought. With twisted glee, they revel in the few fleeting joys left in the world they intend to reduce to ash. Xenos looking forward to being reunited with the Warrior of Light, the only one who can set his soul aflame. As dawn breaks, the Warrior of Light joins Kryl, Alize, and Alphino on a quest for more answers, and together they visit Skolark Monteshane, who had previously helped them during their run-in with the Forum. Upon meeting him, Monteshane tells them that he has always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. He tells the twins that Master Louisoix would have been proud of how they conducted themselves in front of the Forum. Alphino asks Monteshane whether he can tell them anything about this duty they believe they must fulfill, but Monteshane regrets to inform him that he can tell him nothing, as he is sworn to secrecy. Furthermore, said secrecy is enforced by an enchantment, which makes it impossible for him to break his oath without the express permission of the Forum. To explain how this is possible, Monteshane gives them a lecture on etherology, explaining the division between the soul, memory, and the corporeal form. He asks them to think of the soul as paper, and memory the words written upon it. Then he asks them to imagine what would happen if that same paper would be doused with even more ink, resulting in everything that had been written being blotted out. This is the secret behind why he can't break his oath. But at the same time, this phenomenon was also witnessed following the 7th Umbral Calamity, where the people of Eorzea lost their memories regarding the aftermath of Bahamut's rampage. In order to undo this enchantment, 9/10 of the Forum must agree. Only then will they be able to share the secret behind their sacred duty. Making for Alamigo, the Scions are met with warriors from every guild and faction across Eorzea, standing side by side. A diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose: to fight, not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. They are even joined by Lord Emmanuel de Fortemps of Ishgard, despite having earned his reputation as somewhat of a coward. Furthermore, they are joined by factions from Dalmasca, Oja, and Alamigo, all lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire, but are now willing to fight to protect its people, the common folk of the very same empire that once benefited from their suffering. As a representative of Alamigo, Lys reiterates their commitment to the cause, noting that the citizens of Garlemald are people just like them, not monsters. To aid their cause, the Garland Ironworks have provided them with airships to carry this mighty force across the treacherous mountains encircling Garlemald, delivering them to the icy plains near the capital's perimeter, just out the Telephoroi's reach. What awaits them, however, is grim. A coalition of tempered Imperial legions, former enemies, now united under the Telephoroi's banner. The campaign begins with precision. Thancred leads a covert team to disable Magitech reinforcements, while the main force divides, one group escorting supplies, the other breaching the defenses. The Warrior of Light weaves between these efforts, lending strength where the battle burns hottest. Success comes at a cost, but the Alliance secures a foothold, establishing a camp in the ghostly ruins of a town they christen Camp Broken Glass, named for the sound of cracking ice beneath their feet. With the camp secure, the Scions scatter to their tasks. Thancred leads scouts into the city, machinists toil over damaged magitech, and Ishtola tends to the Tempered with healers from Gridania. The warrior joins Alysae, Alphinaud, and the disgraced Emmanuelaine in a search for survivors in the eastern wastes. It is there they spot a lone figure in green, darting through the snow. Following her leads them to a crumbling manor, where a small group of survivors clings to life, their stories painted with despair. The survivors recount the night Garlemald fell, a monstrous roar that tore through the city, turning allies into mindless thralls. Some cling to hope, believing the Emperor's voice, heard through crackling radios, signals his return. They plead for help, contacting the Tappers, outcasts who survive by harvesting ceruleum from frozen lakes. The Scions learn of the Tappers' tenuous existence, reliant on their craft to trade for survival in a land that once scorned them. But trust is fragile. When the Scions return to the manor, tensions explode. The woman in green reveals her sick sister, sparking panic. Accusations fly, and the sisters flee into the frozen wilderness, choosing the merciless cold over risking betrayal by outsiders. Wounded, but understanding, Alysae and Alphinaud resolve to return to camp and report what they've learned of the locals' fear and mistrust. Back at Broken Glass, Lucia and Maxima uncover grim truths about Garlemald's collapse. A civil war stoked by lies and fear, funded by Fandaniel and House Brutus. An earthquake and a terrible roar enslaved the city, leaving only those near radios, coincidentally emitting a protective field, untouched by the tempering. The weight of their discoveries is interrupted by the arrival of Serena, who reports the capture of a Garlean soldier stealing supplies. The prisoner, a youth named Iulus, lashes out, calling Lucia and Maxima traitors for aiding outsiders. Despite his venom, the Scions extend mercy, offering aid for his people. Iulus reluctantly agrees to lead them to his commander, but his disdain is palpable, dismissing Alphinaud and Alysae as children unfit for the task. Lucia's unwavering confidence in the trio sets them on their path. The journey through the icy ruins ends at a hidden stronghold, where Lord Quintus von Cinna awaits. The Legatus, weary yet unbroken, meets their plea for peace with scorn. To him, their unity is hypocrisy, a facade to enslave Garlemald. His piercing question silences the twins. Why reject the Empire's unity only to pursue their own? Declaring the Scions prisoners, Quintus spares the warrior from a shock collar, but warns any defiance will be met with pain for their allies. Now trapped in enemy territory, the Scions must navigate a delicate balance, finding threads of hope amidst a fraying tapestry of pride, despair, and unspoken truths. Yet the Scions see the truth. Supplies are dwindling, and the remaining ceruleum reserves are barely enough to keep the cold at bay. Alphinaud suggests seeking aid, but Iulus resists, as rumors speak of reinforcements, of a lifeline arriving from beyond the ruins. However, Alphinaud argues that survival cannot hinge on whispers. Reluctantly, Iulus takes the matter to Quintus, but the Legatus refuses all aid. As such, scavenging is their only recourse for survival. Huddled together in their cell, the twins reflect on the long road that led them here. Alphinaud's political failures, the shattered dream of the Crystal Braves, Alysae's endless search for purpose, the lessons learned amidst the wreckage of Dalamud. They have lost before. They will rise again. The warrior and Iulus travel into the ruined city to see what they can find, but their foray yields little. But even a handful of ceruleum is a victory. As they search, Iulus watches the Scions with wary curiosity. He has spent his life seeing Eorzeans as usurpers, but their actions defy his expectations. They do not hoard, they do not mock, they give. Beyond the ruins, Iulus and the warrior tread through the snow. Iulus pauses at the remnants of a home. its shattered walls whispering of a past stolen too soon. It was once his mother, his siblings, waiting for him to return. But the day he was meant to bring them to safety, he arrived too late. The Telophoroi had claimed them, turned them. He did what duty demanded. He ended their suffering with his own hands. Iulus asks whether they might have been saved had they turned to the gods of the Eorzeans, but he doesn't entertain the blasphemous thought too long. At Camp Broken Glass, Iulus delivers Quintus's demands for returning the twins. Lucia listens, then calmly states the truth, telling the young makeshift emissaries that Thancred and his scouts have already freed the twins. The collars are gone. Iulus falters, horror creeping into his eyes, and then chaos. Quintus's true orders unfurl like a noose. The Legion strikes. Garlean soldiers and Magitech war machines surge forward. But the wind howls in defiance, a mighty gust splitting the battlefield, as Arwusana, the Pajal of Gridania, turns the tide with a single invocation. Lucia steps forward, voice steady, telling Iulus that Garlemald's 10th Legion has reached out to the Grand Company of Eorzea. The Empire is broken, its scattered remnants desperate for purpose. They have asked for aid, and with that, she delivers a message meant for Quintus, asking his legion to stand down so that they might help the people of Garlemald. Over the radio, the legatus listens. Recognition flickers in his weary eyes. With a simple nod, he orders his forces to halt. The battle is over. His dream is dead. He dismisses his men, releases them from duty, and takes one last moment to mourn the vision of a Garlemald that will never be. A gunshot rings through the air, and the legatus is no more. His blood covering the mark of Garlemald, an emblem depicting 3 chains joined together. The one in the center painted red, in remembrance of those who have bled for the Empire. That night, there is a celebration held at Camp Broken Glass, and even Iulus is invited, despite his many failings. Iulus stumbles towards the fire, where an Alamegan soldier offers him a steaming cup. He watches the Eorzeans bickering, laughing, clashing in spirited debate, as though the world is not crumbling beneath them. They speak not as conquerors, nor as saviors, but simply as people. Iulus, the proud soldier, the defiant patriot, finally breaks. His wall crumbles, and for the first time in too long, he allows himself to grieve, tears streaming down his cheeks. Then a sound shatters the fragile peace. A monstrous roar bellows from the Tower of Babel, another imposing spire, much like the Tower of Sot back in Thevnir. The radio crackles, carrying the unmistakable voice of a dead emperor. Warding talismans ignite as those unprotected begin to fall, their minds no longer their own, and in the chaos, a familiar voice calls to the warrior of light. The warrior turns to find a Lominsan soldier staring back. But it is not a soldier, it is Fandaniel. With a smile, the Ascian strikes, and darkness swallows the world as the warrior loses consciousness. The warrior awakens to an unusual sight. A dining table, a monstrous chamber, and across from him, Xenos, watching with quiet amusement. Fandaniel welcomes the warrior with the glee of a host unveiling a grand feast and invites him to try out his new form. The warrior looks down, and an unnatural spectacle unfolds as he realizes that he is not in his own body. The limbs, the hands, the reflection staring back, they are a stranger to him, as he is trapped in the form of a nameless Garlean soldier. Fandaniel hums, pleased with himself, and tells the warrior that the mind-jacking technique he's now experiencing was conceived of long ago. However, Fandaniel, ever the artist, has improved upon the science of stolen flesh. And then the roar is heard again, a terrible deafening sound from the depths of the chamber. The warrior stiffens in confusion, and Fandaniel obliges him with an explanation. He tells the warrior that the Empire might have rejected gods and outlawed faith, but that belief cannot be erased, only redirected. Therefore, when war consumed Garlemald, the people cried out, not to the 12, nor to nameless deities, but to one figure who had towered over them for generations, Emperor Varys. Their desperation, their devotion, their final plea for salvation, all had been funneled into his rotting corpse. And from it a god was born, Anima. The towers, the chains, the siphoning of ether, all were mere conduits. The work of Anima, drawing strength from the world itself, feeding it to the Tower of Babel. Xenos cares for none of this. His hunger is singular. He tells the warrior that he has honed his craft, that he will make this battle worth the struggle, that their dance will be legendary. Then he reveals the warrior's true body. With a single smirk, Xenos wields his artificial echo, tearing his soul free and claiming the warrior's form as his own. He then vanishes, leaving the warrior trapped, nameless, and cast into a city teeming with tempered beasts. The warrior of light has fallen. Now, in the body of a common soldier, he must claw his way back to Camp Broken Glass, before his own flesh, worn by a monster, unleashes havoc upon the ones he holds dear. Through shattered streets and corridors of frostbitten ruins, the nameless Garlean soldier moves like a phantom, silent, unseen, a lone shadow in a city of ghosts. Their stolen body aches with wounds, the weight of unfamiliar limbs slowing each desperate step. Somewhere beyond the ruins, his true body awaits. Somewhere beyond this nightmare, the Scions are searching for him. At Camp Broken Glass, the crisis has been contained, wounds tended, minds unshackled, the tempered slowly reclaimed from the abyss. Yet one thing remains unresolved, the matter of the missing champion. Then, on the horizon, a lone figure stumbles into view. Excitement surges through G'raha and Alasei, and a flood of relief washes over them at the sight of their friend's return. However, Y'shtola hesitates, her gaze narrowing. Something is wrong. The ether, subtle, shifting, is not as it should be, and then the false warrior smiles. A shadow ripples through the air as they raise a hand, summoning forth an avatar of the void. The twisted creature lunges, its claws thirsting for blood, only to be stopped mid-flight by the gleam of a thrown blade, piercing through its form and scattering it like mist. G'raha, Alasei, and the impostor turn in unison to face the one who cast the blade. A lone Garlean knight stands at the edge of the battlefield, their voice raw as the warrior demands his body back. Xenos, wearing the stolen flesh of the warrior of light, meets the challenge with amusement. And then steel sings as the two clash in a vicious exchange. The impostor and the unknown knight locked in a battle neither was meant to fight. The world blurs. The unnatural bond between body and soul begins to unravel, and then Fandaniel arrives. He watches the spectacle unfold with a smirk, folding his arms as if entertained by a well-rehearsed play. The pieces fall into place. The beasts, the tempered, the suffering. It was all by his design. He needed time, needed them distracted, needed them occupied while he fed Anima, while he gathered the ether that would undo the very foundations of the world. Xenos, now fully in control, turns to the warrior, still trapped in another's form. There is no urgency in his voice, no gloating, only certainty. He tells the warrior that he will feast upon his world, and asks him to render unto him all his hate, all his rage, so that he might savor their battle to the fullest. The warrior's vision darkens, and the stolen body collapses. As the warrior reawakens, he is surrounded by familiar voices, welcoming him back. his own limbs, his own flesh, returned. However, there is no time to recover further, as Fandaniel's plan nears its final stage, the Tower of Babel looming before them. G'raha speaks of its name, the Old Allagan, meaning Gateway of the Gods, a title once given to the Void Gate of the Crystal Tower. But there is no time to dwell on history. A plan must be forged. The strategy is twofold: a full-scale assault to draw the Telephoros forces away, while a smaller strike team infiltrates the tower itself. The underground tunnels that once ferried Imperial supplies will now serve a different purpose, as the path of their salvation. Through steel corridors and the echoes of suffering, the Scions carve their way through the tower's defenses, and at its heart, the icon stirs. Anima, twisted, unnatural. A god born of grief and madness writhes against them with immeasurable fury. But it is not invincible, not today. When the beast falls, the group presses on, reaching the tower's pinnacle, where Fandaniel and Xenos stand waiting. The Tower of Babel, now brimming with gathered ether, suddenly fires its accumulated energy toward the heavens. Blast collides with the arcane defenses enshrining the moon, disrupting the prison that has held Zodiark for eons, or at least partly. Making haste for the moon, Xenos and Fandaniel then depart, using a transporter to finish the job. A moment later, Hydaelyn once again speaks through Kryl, her voice resonating as she explains the true nature of the seals. She tells them that the seals are a brand of etheric power, designed to keep the ancient god bound. But now nearly all of them have been shattered, with only one remaining. The warrior swiftly makes his choice, as he decides to pursue Xenos and Fandaniel to the moon, toward the unknown, toward the battle that will decide the fate of all. Upon setting foot on the moon, the warrior of light is enveloped by a voice, a resonance ancient and sorrowful, that beckons him forward. It is not a greeting, but a lament. The presence flickers, its words unraveling in agony before vanishing into the void. Then another force takes hold, a silent pull, leading the warrior through the lunar expanse to a grand crystalline bastion where an enigmatic figure awaits. The Watcher, the solemn guardian of the moon's lone prisoner, Zodiark. With a voice akin to a whispered memory, the Watcher unveils the devastation that has unfolded. 5 of the 6 great locks binding the fallen god have been obliterated. Only one remains, hastily restored. Yet its strength falters. The prison, once a sanctuary of sacrifice, has become a beacon for the lost, souls torn from time, now seeping into the desolate surface, their wails woven into the lunar wind. These spirits, bound to Zodiark's birth, linger in the twilight of existence, having been sacrificed to bring him forth. The warrior moves to confront the restless dead, only to be met with a tide of voices, pleas, accusations, confusion. They were promised salvation. They gave their lives to ensure the world endured. But where is the paradise they fought for? Why has their perfect star been reduced to ruin? The weight of their sorrow is suffocating. Just as the warrior begins to falter, a familiar voice cuts through the clamor. A quiet chuckle. A presence recognized not from this world, but from the recreated Amarot. It is none other than the true Hythlodeus that was sacrificed to Zodiark along with the other wandering souls. He gazes upon the warrior with knowing eyes, amusement laced with fondness. He has never met the warrior, and yet he believes in him, just as Emmet Selk did. With a parting smile, he turns to the anguished souls, promising to guide them back into a stillness while the warrior secures the final seal. But there is no time. A shattering sound ripples through the moon, the last seal trembling on the brink. The warrior rushes forward, guided by the spectral hound Argos, but arrives in time only to witness Xenos' scythe cleave the final pillar apart. The beast stirs, Fandaniel, eyes alight with euphoria, watches as the last remnants of control are torn away. Even incomplete, the entity stirs with unfathomable power, its very presence a discordant wail against existence. Now stripped of Elidibus, its heart, Zodiark is nothing more than raw primal hunger, a god without a master. Xenos barely glances at the rising calamity, his gaze locked upon his only quarry, the warrior. He calls him forward, offering battle as a mere appetizer for the slaughter to come. The warrior prepares to strike, but Fandaniel interjects with a playful smirk, offering to make things brief. And then, with the certainty of one who has long since cast aside fear, he leaps off the ledge. The depths of the moon devour him, his laughter turning into an echoing scream as his body is swallowed by the darkness below. And then it begins. The prison shatters, the void rushes forth, a vortex of suffocating oblivion, and the warrior is consumed by its maw. Suspended in shadow, the cries of the dead surround them. Zodiark's fragmented consciousness stirs, its myriad voices proclaiming its purpose, the savior of the world, the shield against destruction. But the tide is silenced as a new voice rises, mocking, triumphant. Fandaniel has become the heart of the beast. His essence seeks into the ancient god's broken will, forcing it into submission. The souls that once made up Zodiark cry out, their final desperate pleas falling to nothingness as they are devoured. To combat this apocalyptic threat, the warrior of light takes the crystal of Azem in hand and reaches beyond the void, calling upon forces unseen. And so, the battle begins. Zodiark's form, twisted by Fandaniel's control, moves with devastating force. He had originally intended to pit his fractured divinity against Xenos, but seeing as the warrior is already there, he ends up being the more tempting option. The warrior fights not to slay, but to prevent the god's corruption from consuming all. In the end, he succeeds. However, victory is but a fleeting illusion. Fandaniel, battered but unbowed, speaks his final words, a parting gift. This was always the plan. With the last of his strength, he forces Zodiark's own claws into its chest, rendering the god asunder. A being never meant to fall is unmade before their eyes, its divine essence fracturing into nothingness. The first primal, the last wall against annihilation, gone. As the dark god crumbles, Fandaniel welcomes the warrior to the final days, and with a final bitter laugh, he vanishes, his soul scattering into the ether. During his last moments, Fandaniel ruminates about how the man he was would weep for what he has now become, and the all-consuming contempt he harbors towards life. However, he claims that he is justified by the wisdom of 10 millennia, which helped him find the answer to the question of existence, ultimately choosing to end it. All shall return to nothingness. The warrior of light awakens, the moon eerily silent. Where once stood Zodiark's prison, a chasm gapes, bleeding crimson light into the abyss. The air trembles with an unseen force. A vision floods the warrior's mind, a world unraveling, skies choked with fire, reality itself corroding into a nightmare. The Watcher's voice, steady, even in the face of calamity, pulls the warrior back. It was no illusion. It was the truth of what is to come. The final days have begun. Before the weight of this revelation can settle, another figure emerges from the abyss, Xenos. But for once, his blade is still. He sneers unimpressed. His quarry is distracted, consumed by thoughts of greater threats. He will not fight the warrior while his mind is elsewhere. No, he will seek power, drown the world in despair, and only then, when the warrior has nothing left but rage, will they face each other in battle once more. He walks away, his presence like a shadow cast over the coming storm. The Watcher turns to the warrior, revealing that his allies now await his return. The warrior follows the Watcher back to the tower, where Thancred, Urianger, and Y'shtola await. Their expression is grim. After sharing what they have learned, they delve into the tower's records, uncovering long-buried truths regarding the unimaginable efforts required to keep Zodiark bound, and the Ascians' refusal to free him before his full strength was restored. As they piece together the mystery, the Watcher speaks of the final days, and a world before the Great Sundering, where there was but a single world, Etheirys. The Watcher recounts the ancient calamity, a catastrophe that began with a single sound, a roar from the heart of the planet that twisted creation itself, warping the ancients' magics into abominations of suffering. It spread like an unseen plague, striking wherever the ether grew stagnant. Zodiark was their answer, a god of darkness, of movement, of change, rewriting the very laws of nature to halt the decay. Hydaelyn knew this truth. She knew that slaying Zodiark would unmake the balance that kept the world safe. So she sundered the god, the world, and even herself. She weakened him, imprisoned him, sacrificing her own power to hold the chaos at bay. But now Zodiark is no more. Thancred asks the question that hangs heavy in the air. If the final days consume the source, what of its reflections? However, the answer is chilling in its simplicity. If the source falls, all else follows. Suddenly the moon trembles, and the Watcher turns skyward. A new plan must be enacted. They must rely on the lunar arc for survival. The arc is a final contingency, forged long ago by Hydaelyn. In the case all else fails, the moon will serve as a vessel carrying the people of Etheirys to another home, and its pilots await. The Watcher leads the Scions to Argos, who guides them to a great door where the truth about their moon-piloting saviors awaits. As the Scions enter, they are greeted to the sight of a horde of creatures, small and furred, who scurry around in a flurry of movement. They prepare, plan, chatter in excitement. Their leader, a sprightly rabbit-like being named Livingway, greets them with enthusiasm. They are the Loporites, and they are the architects of Hydaelyn's great exodus. Loporites are thrilled to finally meet some of the people they are meant to help ferry to some distant star, where they might find a new home. However, the Scions exchange glances as unease begins to settle in. Livingway's knowledge is outdated, and the Loporite preparations are therefore laughably insufficient. In an attempt to mend this error, Urianger, ever the mediator, stays behind to aid them, while the rest of the Scions return to Etheirys, determined to stop the final days before Hydaelyn's exodus becomes a necessity. As they return to Old Sharlayan, the citizens have gathered to hear what the Forum has to say. The members of the Forum finally break the enchantment placed upon them by unanimous decree, so that they may unveil their secret, the truth of Hydaelyn's warning, the coming apocalypse, and the celestial exodus that has been in the making for generations. Understandably, however, not everyone is so eager to abandon their world and brave a new frontier, so this revelation is met with some reservations, despite perhaps being their only hope of salvation. Afterwards, Fortuno faces his children once more, as they explain to him how they have chosen to live their lives. He does not apologize for his treatment of them. He does not waver. But in his eyes the truth is clear. He is proud. All he asks is that they do not get in their way. That night the warrior dreams. The voice from the moon calls again. The vision returns. The sky burns. And in Thavnia, the nightmare begins. A cry for help has come from Radzad-Han as the final days have begun. The sky burns, the land writhes, the very air festers with corruption, and from its depths unspeakable creatures arise. Upon arriving in Thavnia, the sky bleeds fire, and the chaos strangles the city. The acting satrap, Hydaelyn, meets them with graven words, telling them that the monstrosities consuming Thavne are not mere invaders, they are its very people, twisted beyond all recognition. Their torment began with a single towering beast, an ancient horror reborn. Vertra, the true leader of the city, has flown north to Vanaspati in a desperate attempt to aid those still clinging to life. But the satrap fears that the worm's mercy will be his undoing. Aboard a storm-tossed boat, the Scions race to the jungle's depths and to Vertra's aid. The journey is a waking nightmare, as along the path they witness more people succumbing, friends, children, lovers, all unraveling into monstrosities before their eyes. At the heart of this ruin, they face the original blasphemy itself. It shrieks a final tortured lament. "I'm ruined," before crumbling into dark mist. Silence follows, but it is not peace. Y'shtola steps forward, her vision bound to the unseen flow of ether due to her blindness. But she sees nothing at all. There is no ether within the beast, no life, no soul to reclaim. A harrowing realization washes over her as she recalls the Watcher's warning on the moon. Ether does not simply decay, it stagnates, it dies. The creatures before them are not merely transformed, they are the result of utter oblivion, and as such can never be saved, as there is nothing left to save. Hydaelyn and Vertra rejoin them, the former pleading for the Great Worm to step out of the shadows and lead his people as their true ruler. However, Vertra resists, claiming that mortals should not see him as their king, lest fear tighten its grip in these most fragile days. The Scions agree to assist in stabilizing Radz-at-Han, while Vertra, joined by Estinian, continues his desperate defense of the sky. Back in the city, the Scions scatter to uncover the catalyst of this disaster. A single name surfaces: Khalzal. Once a merchant, once a man, now something else entirely. It began with failure, with loss, with ruin. The weight of shattered deals, broken dreams, and an irredeemable future crushed him until his despair swallowed him whole. He was the first, but he will not be the last. The truth is inescapable. Despair is the trigger. G'raha and the warrior recall a harrowing detail. Khalzal transformed before the skies turned red. Alice's heart sinks at the implication. There is no warning. There will be no signs before another falls. The final days are already here. Panic stirs in the streets. A lone woman pleads for Hydaelyn to save her grandson in the village of Palaka's Stand. However, her cries are answered not by reassurance, but by ill fate. Matsya stumbles into the square, breathless, bearing news that monsters have descended upon the village. And then the woman transforms into a blasphemous monster. A convulsing wail splits the air as dark mist spills from her form. Her despair is contagious, as a single scream becomes 100. One transformation ignites another and another, until the city itself writhes in agony. Chaos erupts, yet Hydaelyn, unwavering, shields a grief-stricken father who had just lost his son, only to fall in his stead. All seems lost as the people of Radz-at-Han lose the man they believe to be their leader. However, with a resolute breath, G'raha rises to the occasion and slams his staff against the ground, his voice rising above the madness. He is the Exarch once more. He commands, he steadies, he restores order. The battle turns in their favor. Half the Scions remain to aid the people of the city, while the warrior and the twins race toward Palaka's Stand. Receiving news of what has transpired via Linkshell, Estinian confronts Vertra as he tells him of Hydaelyn's untimely demise. The former Azure Dragoon speaks plainly. Fulfill his final wish. Reveal yourself to your people. Vertra hesitates, drowning in the fear of rejection, but Estinian does not waver. If mortals and dragons were meant to be enemies, the Dragon Song war would have never ended. If we were doomed to fail, Thraisvelgur and Shiva would have never found love. Meanwhile, in the village, the search for Matzia's friends begins. A husband, a wife, a child. When the husband is found, his wounds are fatal. His final breath is a plea, "Save my family." The search continues. Then, a scream. The wife is found moments too late, her body wrenched and discarded like a doll. The child falls into a pool of water, and the warrior dives after it. Emerging from the water, child in hand, he finds the battle growing ever more dire. The twins are struggling, the horrors are multiplying. There is no choice. The warrior must entrust the safety of the child to Matzia as he commands him to run. But hope is a fickle thing. Matzia flees, yet in his arms the infant stirs. A faint cry, a wisp of shadow, and then darkness. The newborn, innocent and unknowing, begins to unravel, and so does Matzia. Terror seizes his heart. The mist curls around him as he faces the prospect of losing the child. The jaws of despair are about to close, until steel rends it asunder. Blades slice through the abyss, carving salvation from ruin. A streak of light, a dragon's cry. Estinian and Vertra descend from the heavens, tearing through the darkness. The Matanga and the child are saved. And at last, Vertra speaks his truth. Before the people of Palaka stand, before all of Radzad Han. He reveals his true identity. And they do not cower. They do not flee. They welcome him. Estinian and Alphino exchange quiet smiles. Somewhere in another time, Ysael would have wept with joy to see dragon and man come together in peace. But their moment of peace is brief. Visitors have come from Shalayan, led by none other than Forshino. In the name of the Forum, he comes bearing an offer of salvation, telling the inhabitants of Thavnia to escape with them to the moon, to flee while there is time. Vertra leaves the choice to his people, but in his heart he questions whether running is truly the answer. Elsewhere, Nidhana and the Scions study the blasphemies. They should not be able to move. They should not exist. They are void of ether, yet they endure. A single theory emerges. Akasa, negative emotion given form. To test it, the Warrior of Light unveils the heart bloom he received in Labyrinthos and watches it blacken to dust. The answer is clear, but the path is not. Only a single thread remains. Elpis, name given to the heart bloom flower in times of old, a whisper from the past. Alizé voices what they're all thinking. There is no one left who can tell them its meaning. But Graha speculates that might not be entirely the case, as the Warrior of Light might be able to converse with remnants of Elidibus saved within the Crystal Tower on the first. Beneath the tower in a hidden chamber, the warrior activates a long-forgotten mechanism, conjuring a spectral remnant of Elidibus. The once proud Ascian is diminished now, stripped of purpose, and burdened by a question he cannot fully answer. Zodiark is gone, and he no longer feels his presence. Elidibus reveals that he never knew Elpis as a flower, but rather as a place, a testing ground for nascent life, guided by a man named Hermes, whose name would later darken into infamy as Fandaniel. With the last of his fading essence, Elidibus opens a rift in the weave of time and casts the warrior into the age before the Sundering. However, he warns him that time is a river that cannot be diverted. One may walk its banks and observe its flow, but the past cannot be changed. Thus begins the journey to Elpis. Upon arrival, the warrior finds himself seemingly miniature in stature, merely ankle-high compared to the towering ancients. The sheer density of their ether overwhelming in comparison. By chance, or perhaps fate, he is discovered by two members of the Convocation of 14, the ever-withly Hythlodaeus and the skeptical yet sharp-tongued Emmet Salk. Mistaking the warrior for a familiar of Azem, they grant him strength, form, and attire befitting the age. Their path leads to Hermes, found attending to a curious flock of aquatic creatures in the company of a childlike figure adorned with blue feathers, Meteon. In halting words, and then through clear telepathy, she confesses a kinship with the warrior. They are both different, Hydaelyn detects her fragile etheric signature, and Hermes admits she is his project, one not yet registered with the Bureau. The trio joins Hermes for a formal meeting. Emet-Selch brings important news. Hermes has been chosen to succeed his mentor as the next Fandaniel, but the honor is soured. His mentor is chosen to return to the star, a euphemism for death. Meteion, unfamiliar with such customs, asks the unthinkable. Is he going to die? Hermes is left shaken by the question. Among ancients, death is viewed as noble, an offering of one's essence back to the planet. Yet Hermes cannot comprehend why any soul would choose to vanish willingly. As the meeting ends, Hermes asks the warrior to accompany Meteion for a while. Away from the solemnity of duty, she shares more of herself, her power to sense and project emotions, her telepathy, merely the mind's attempt to interpret raw feeling. She grows distressed when those around her are upset, as she did with Hermes. Later, joined again by Hermes, the group stumbles upon a field of Elpis flowers, strange blooms that respond to emotional energy. Like Meteion, they are entelechies, life forms able to interact directly with emotions. As such, they are able to detect Akasa, or dynamis, as it is known in Elpis, dynamis being an elusive force born from feeling, far weaker than ether, but abundant in the vastness beyond the stars. Hermes wonders aloud, what if one day dynamis could overwhelm even the mighty flow of ether? And he chuckles, but behind the laugh hides intention. Meteion, he reveals, was born to test that very idea. As they explore Elpis, Hermes continues his passionate defense of flawed life forms, creatures others would discard. He works to preserve. His colleagues argue for euthanization and redesign through magic. Hermes resists. These lives, however imperfect, are still lives. He even created a device, Kairos, to overwrite memory, an alternative to death. Then comes the news. A group of creatures has begun killing others without cause. Hermes departs, entrusting Meteion once more to the warrior. She confesses that Hermes sees life differently. Where others see tools, he sees potential. She wishes to cheer him up and leads the warrior to another patch of Elpis flowers. They darken, just as they do for Hermes. The shared sadness stirs something in him. For the first time, he sees he is not alone in his sorrow. Gazing skyward, Hermes speaks of the other stars, worlds unknown, possibly filled with life and dreams alien to their own. He confesses Meteion is not alone. He created countless sisters who have already taken flight into the cosmos to ask a single question: what do others live for? Soon after, Hermes is forced to destroy a violent creature he once tried to protect. He speaks gently to one as it dies, telling it to return with hatred in its heart if it must. Mankind may deserve it. Emet-Selch pushes him again to join the convocation. This time, Hermes' reply is different, darker. He sneers, asking what the point is. If perfection is the end goal, and they must all die to attain it, what meaning is left? His voice twists, revealing the shadow of the Fandaniel to come. The warrior journeys onward with Emet-Selch and Hydaelyn, and soon encounters a woman unlike the rest, Venat, the former Azam. Venat sees through the illusion instantly, as she identifies the warrior as a traveler from the future, recognizing the blessing of light as her own traveler's ward. Pressed for answers, the warrior shares the truth about Zodiark, Hydaelyn, and the end of the world. Emet-Selch rejects it all, scoffing at the idea that he would fall so far. He storms out, leading Hydaelyn to follow after him, but Venat stays. Together with the warrior, she begins to unravel Hermes' research, his obsession with dynamis, the creation of Meteion, and the mystery of the stars. She reveals her own truth. She has not returned to the star because she still believes in the boundless potential of mankind. She will wait as long as it takes until the world no longer needs her. They discover that Hermes regularly visits a secluded floating island. A researcher witnessed a flock of blue-feathered girls departing into the sky. To pursue them, Venat calls her familiar, Argos, the loyal moon dog. but Argos won't acknowledge the warrior. Bernard insists the warrior proves himself through battle. She tests the warrior personally. Blades flash, spells collide, but the warrior prevails. Argos, satisfied, grants them passage. On the island, Bernard uses the echo to glimpse the past. They see Meteion, part of a vast, interlinked consciousness, receiving updates from her distant sisters. Hermes had sent them not out of ambition, but hope. A belief that others out there might value life as he does. But good intentions can still birth calamity. They find Hermes once more and share the truth of what's to come. Hermes listens and agrees. The final days sound like a phenomenon of dynamis, an emotional poison seeping through the cracks in the star's defenses. If it comes from beyond, then it may already be too late. Before the group can act, Meteion collapses, her body racked by overwhelming despair. Her sisters have returned with her answers from the worlds they visited, worlds that are all now gone, civilizations extinguished by war, sacrifice, or suicide. Their conclusion: life exists only to suffer. Meteion declares that she and her sisters will build a nest at the end of the universe and sing a requiem, one so powerful it will tear through ether and silence all suffering with death. Despite everything, Hermes agrees and chooses not to dismiss Meteion's answer. If the people of Etheirys are so eager to discard flawed life, why should they be spared judgment? He makes a wager. If humanity can prove itself, it will be allowed to endure. Otherwise, it too shall perish. To ensure fairness, he activates Kairos, meaning that all memories of this moment, of Meteion, of the truth, will be erased. Only Venat and the warrior manage to escape, thanks to a clever ruse by Emet-Selch and Hythodeus. As Argos bears them away, Emet-Selch offers a final plea. Do not squander it, the legacy I leave you. Back in the present, only Venat and the warrior remember what truly transpired. She fears that telling the convocation would fracture them and lead them to lose Hermes' research forever. So she sets forth to find her own answer to his question, to stand apart, to prepare for the despair yet to come in her own way. On his way back to the present, the warrior of light bears witness to the final days. He sees Venat stand strong as despair consumes the world, as the ancients cry to Zodiark to restore their paradise. Venat stands alone and refuses. With blade in hand, she declares the end of the old order. No longer will mankind fly above sorrow. They will walk through it. There will be no paradise without shadows. She will become Hydaelyn, and she will sunder the world. She suffers excruciating pain, breathing fire and torment as she births a world of suffering and death. 14 shards will remain where once there was one, and in their fragmented lives the people will suffer, bleed, and die. But in that crucible, she hopes they will find meaning. And when they cry to the heavens, "Why must we suffer?" Hydaelyn will answer, "To grow strong, to find your purpose." For the end still comes. They must be ready to face the song of oblivion, to find amidst even the deepest despair, light everlasting. The warrior of light returns to the present day, burdened with the knowledge gleaned from ancient Elpis. But upon reaching the Baldesian Annex, he finds the halls empty. The Scions have already deployed to Garlemald, aiding in the desperate evacuation of Radzat-Han's refugees via the Lunar Bridge. The final days, it seems, have reached even the frozen heart of the fallen empire. Amidst the blizzards and chaos outside the capital, Forshino struggles to keep order. Panic and fear ripple through the refugees as monstrous blasphemies descend like vultures. Despite their differences, the Scions come to Forshino's aid, becoming the last bulwark against collapse. Alphino tending wounds under Astinian's watchful eye, Graha and Alisei locked in brutal rhythm, carving down the horrors with a quiet, relentless fury. Even Eulus, once a bitter enemy, now fights to defend people without concern for their allegiances. And then, through the veil of snow and death, the warrior of light at last returns. His arrival shifts the tide, the battlefield pivoting in an instant, as the onslaught of despair is beaten back, long enough for the refugees to escape. Using this short moment of respite, Forshino, weary and bloodied, extends a hand to those present, telling them that Sharlayan will offer what safety it can, and that he will defend them to his last breath, as they prepare for their evacuation from this world. Before they can depart, however, Xenos appears, calm, detached, and disappointed. He has come to slay a new manner of beast, but deems the blasphemies unfit to temper his blade. Upon being reunited with the Warrior of Light, he wonders whether he is ready to finish their game, but finds the warrior still all too tangled up in the world's salvation. As he turns to leave, Eulus confronts him, rage barely held in check. Why? Why let it all burn? Xenos answers with brutal honesty, telling him that aside from the battles he has sought, everything else seems meaningless. What response would soothe Eulus' pain, he wonders aloud. What justification could cleanse the blood? None. And that, Xenos claims, is what makes him different. He wears no illusions of honor or duty to mask his sins. Alisaie tells him he'll die alone and empty if he keeps living for nothing but carnage. Xenos doesn't argue. He simply walks away. As he leaves, Forshino returns and tells the Scions they are welcome on their airship, at last fully acknowledging that their deeds are deserving of gratitude, despite not always agreeing with their methods. Once alone, Astinian comments that Alphino will one day be after his father's seat in the Forum, the thought seemingly meeting with Forshino's approval. Back at Camp Broken Glass, the Scions take a moment to debrief. Lucia confirms what they feared. The capital has fallen into chaos. Maxima holds the line, but she needs reinforcements. And now that Eulus has returned, she intends to send him and his team back into the storm. Eulus is shocked. They're handing Garleans weapons? But the answer is clear. Yesterday's sins mean little compared to tomorrow's deeds. Before they can discuss the matter further, a voice echoes from the distance, soft, dazed, and unmistakably odd. Poor Ding. A tiny figure shuffles into view. The Loporites have arrived, along with Urianger. Having waited in vain on the moon, they decided to see Aetheris for themselves, before it was too late. Forshino is stunned to meet the Forum's mysterious collaborators in the flesh, but nevertheless manages to offer them a warm, albeit slightly bewildered, welcome. In Old Sharlayan, the Scions are invited to the Forum, so that they can be briefed on the plan for the Great Exodus. The Scions proceed to ask the Forum about the details of their ambitious undertaking to ferry as much life as they can off the planet before its demise, even though they cannot take everyone along for the ride. As such, they intend to prioritize their allies and those unlikely to spark conflict. To do this, they've constructed an operational starship which flies, but at the present there's a problem with the speed at which it moves. Having listened to what the Forum has to say, Alphino steps forward, makes an offer. The Scions will help to optimize the ship in exchange for two things. First, an audience with Hydaelyn, since the Forum has found a way to reach the ethereal sea. Second, Alphino wishes to propose a different use for the vessel, should they succeed, although he doesn't divulge the nature of his proposal at present. The majority of the Forum agrees to the Scions' terms, even though Forshino is among those who oppose his son's daring suggestion. To execute their plan, the Scions descend into the bowels of Labyrinthos, where the Ether Burner, a colossal engine fit for spaceflight, awaits. However, its creator, Kokol, curses the limits of his design. Another 0.6% might be possible, but they need 6% to reach the speed they need. Kokol says that it would be possible with elegant refined adamantite, but regrettably they cannot get enough of the material, since no one knows how to make it anymore. Just as he finishes his tale of woe, however, Alphino is already calling in favors from across the world to secure the necessary materials. In Uldar, the Sultana rallies factions and guilds. Even Lolorito is given free rein, so long as the necessary materials are procured. In the Black Shroud, Arusena worries over not having enough manpower, until Lys and the Resistance arrive. In Querthas, Emanuelaine and Atarel pray at Haurchefant's grave, their silence broken by a mighty dragon's roar. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea, Hancock and Soroban strike a deal. All of this so that Alphino's plan can come to fruition. At last, the shipments arrive. The docks overflow with crates and gifts, relics, alloys, and refined adamantite from across the globe. the Sky Pirates, the Prima Vista, the Blue Kojin, the East Aldenar Trading Company, all heeding the Scion's call. All debts have been paid, they're told, by Tataru, with coin earned from her enterprises, and by Emilians, who has funded the rest in secret. Kryl arrives with her gleaners who defied the Forum. The Garland Ironworks also join the effort, with Nitana bringing scales infused with the power of ancient worms. Kokol stares in awe as he foresees that the output for the ship would now exceed his wildest imagination. With the work complete, Forshino pulls his children aside. Is this truly what they want? To carry the fate of every soul on their shoulders? Alphino answers simply. They've seen too much beauty to let it all fade. Forshino embraces them at last, not as a Forum member, but as their father. He admits that he once swore to bear every burden for them, but now he sees they've grown stronger than he ever imagined. He no longer needs to shield them. He can stand beside them. To meet with Hydaelyn, the Scions are led into Thaumasine, the hidden heart of Labyrinthos. There they're brought to a great lift, one that leads not up, but down, into the ethereal sea itself. The Scions descend, facing shades of past enemies that have returned to the ethereal sea. Ilberd, Livia, Vitatin, and guided by fallen allies, Papalimo, Hoshefont, Moenbrida, and Minfilia. At the journey's end stands Amon, grinning, malicious, and full of pain. After a battle with Amon, the warrior asks him if he remembers Elpis. Something stirs. Amon confesses he saw Elpis in his dreams, long before he awakened as an Ascian. Hermes' erasure didn't cleanse his soul. It carved those memories deeper into it, so much that even in death they linger. But it wasn't the past that broke him, it was the present. The cruelty he saw in mankind. He decided, as Meteion had, that life was only suffering. Yet he still hesitates and wonders whether there could be another answer, another way. As he hesitates, another voice mocks him. A familiar face emerges. Asahi, the one who Fandaniel the Ascian had used as a puppet. He does not care that his body was used, but he will not forgive Amon for desecrating it by using it to betray his lord, Xenos. To exact his revenge, Asahi drags Amon into oblivion, their fates sealed together. With her final guardian defeated, the Scions reach the Mother Crystal and Hydaelyn herself. She warns them that Meteion waits at the end of all things, in a realm of pure dynamis. Ether is meaningless there. Emotions will shape reality. Despair will strike as a weapon. Alysae admits her doubt. Once she would have stood tall. Now she quakes. Hydaelyn answers not with comfort, but truth. Suffering cannot be erased. It must be endured. To prove their strength, she demands they face her at full might, and the Scions accept her challenge. The battle is fierce, and when it ends, Hydaelyn collapses, her divine light spent. She admits her sundering was no mercy, but rather a necessity. However, now mankind has surpassed her. They no longer need gods. She gives the Scions a crystal, traced with Meteion's path, and reveals that the Mother Crystal itself holds the ether they need to reach across the sea of stars. To the Warrior of Light she offers one final gift, a blessing of stillness, of peace, drawn from the Crystal of Azam, the laws which impart stability to existence itself. Her last words echo from long ago. When the path forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. Having done her part to thwart the final days, by passing her strength and wisdom onto her chosen champions, the goddess then vanishes without a trace. The Scions recount what has passed, and their many adventures. The Loperites busy themselves with preparations, anything to distract from the grief of losing Hydaelyn. In the royal gardens of Alamigo, Xenos broods in silence. He remembers Alysae's words, and wonders, what did he seek, truly, in that last battle? And what did the Warrior of Light seek in return? As dawn breaks over Labyrinthos, the Loporites rush through final preparations with twitching ears and unshakable resolve. Meanwhile, the Scions quietly see to the last threads of their personal lives. Some revisit cherished memories, others embrace loved ones beneath the golden light of a peaceful day, knowing it may be their last. The day of reckoning has arrived. In the Baldesian Annex, the Scions gather, a company forged in fire and tribulation. From the stolen crystals of the waking sands to the revelations in the first, they recall their journey with pride, pain, and purpose. Now they prepare to reach the outermost edge of existence, Ultima Thule. Kryl urges them to claim triumph, however they choose to define it. Tataru, voice trembling, sends them off as the Scions descend into Tamasine one final time to board the vessel that will help them traverse the stars. Within the vast hangar, Sid and Foshino confirm the vessel is primed. The Loporites have completed modifications, attaching their hyperhopper to extend its reach into the unknown. This vessel is a fruit of untold collaboration, the culmination of a world's hope. Named for the fragment of Dalamud that first brought the plans to fruition, they christen it Ragnarok. Ishgard arrives, joined by representatives from the beast tribes. Livingway explains that the mother crystal cannot be moved, but that its ether has been transmuted into a new form, primal avatars, summoned through unity rather than religious zealotry. These purified gods, born of Hydaelyn's teachings, and the tribe's will fuel Ragnarok's flight without the risk of tempering. Mo and Brida's parents then present the Scions with a teleportation device, a failsafe to bring everyone back home should the worst occur. With engines ablaze and summoned gods flying in their wake, Ragnarok tears through the sky. As they pass into Ultima Thule, a realm shaped by emotion and unmoored from reality, the ship trembles, lights flicker, then she appears. Meteion welcomes them with a chilling calm. She says they needn't have come, as she assures them she will soon free their world from suffering. The Scions reject her mercy and vow to end her nihilistic rampage. Suddenly they are overcome by dynamis as they collapse one by one. Only Thancred endures. He rises, body trembling, and hurls himself toward Meteion for one final strike. They awaken in silence. Thancred is gone, so is Meteion, but the world around them is solid, breathable, walkable. Meteion reappears to taunt them. Thancred, she claims, is everywhere. His body may be gone, but his will lingers. Thancred's last wish for them to survive was enough to reshape Ultima Thule, granting air and light. As Meteion vanishes, the Scions press onward. Urianger notes that Thancred's state resembles their existence on the first. He may yet endure. They find more dragons, this time visible to all. From them, they learn of a ruined star, devoured by a great war, its remnants succumbing to corruption. Their last hope had been to flee, but even across the stars they found only more conflict, so they chose to do nothing. Estinian confronts a dragon mired in despair. Nikazormer found a new home, Estinian says, but yes, there was conflict. The dragon deems inaction the wiser path. Estinian, however, disagrees, saying that peace comes not from retreat, but from understanding your enemy. The dragon bursts into dynamis, engulfing the dragoon. Estinian turns to his comrades, offers a final nod, and vanishes. As a result, a gust of wind dispels the miasma, and the path forward opens. Next lies a strange land of crystalline sand and forgotten runes. They meet the Ea, disembodied minds striving to regain physical form so they can die properly. Once they sought enlightenment through ascension, but in their search for knowledge, they discovered the universe's end, a slow, freezing death in eternal silence. Despair became their truth. As a scholar, Y'shtola refuses their conclusion. Knowledge does not demand despair, it offers the chance to understand. When the Ea attack, she stands her ground, and Urianger joins her, declaring He is never stronger than when supporting a friend. Together they walk into the storm. A pillar of light erupts and Meteion appears. She is impressed. 2 dead civilizations have stirred due to their influence. Alysae steps forward, declaring that they will not stop until they find her. Meteion gestures to the sky, to the dead sun above. Her nest. Souls gathered there do not return to the star. There is no rebirth, only stillness. She warns them they must hurry, or their fallen friend's protection will fade. The 4 remaining scions travel to a floating island of steel and silence. Here dwell the Omicrons, machines of relentless evolution. Their leader, Sir, awaits a report that will never come. G'raha locates an isolated unit, pondering a tree that still grows for no reason at all. He confronts it with a question. What is the purpose of endless strength? When all is conquered, what remains? The machine cannot answer. G'raha offers a story, his story, of a man who dreamed through despair and chose to keep going. As the machine succumbed to Dynamis, G'raha vanishes, leaving nary a trace of himself. Now only the warrior and the twins remain. They find a hollow world, a place already emptied of life before Meteion arrived. Alphonor proposes a path forward, a chance to finish this, and a chance to live. The twins turn to Meteion and tell her, this world is not empty. She is here. They remind her fear, failure, despair, none of it is the end. Not unless you let it be. Meteion lashes out and the twins are consumed by Dynamis, allowing the Warrior of Light to keep moving forward. In Ultima Thule, the Warrior of Light ascends alone, but not without hope. They summon Azem's crystal, and from the depths of memory, Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus emerge. With creation magic, they sow a field of white Elpis flowers, which become proof that even this desolate realm is not completely devoid of hope. Meteion, overcome by this revelation, falls to her knees, and hope takes root. As a result, the scions are restored. But the nest shudders. Dark Dynamis pours forth. The Song of Oblivion is not yet over. Before disappearing, Emet-Selch asks the warrior whether he has been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty, whether he has visited the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of the Blind Frost. He asks whether he has seen the fabled gold cities of the New World, or the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles. What does he know of Merocidia, the southern continent, of the true nature of the 12? The message is clear. Warrior must save the world, for there is still so much to experience, so many adventures to be had. The 2 ancients then take their final leave. The warrior leads the charge. Meteion pulls the scions through memories of lost worlds, yet they still stand. Meteion screams. She fuses with her sisters, becoming the End Singer. The scions fight her, but to no avail. Worlds crash, time twists, sorrow repeats. At the brink, the warrior sacrifices his chance of return by teleporting his comrades away to keep them safe. Alone, he faces the End Singer. Suddenly the skies break, and Xenos descends as Shinryu reborn, not as a foe, but as a partner in this final dance. He has made the journey by gorging himself on the Mother Crystal and reclaiming the form of a dragon. Together they battle despair itself, and as the End Singer ultimately falls, the Sea of Dynamis grows quiet. Meteion, having returned to her original size, asks the warrior if they can be friends. He takes her hand in his. She sees them. There was never one answer. Each life walks its own path. The universe is a garden of blooms, not a singular design. Her feathers turn blue once more, and she returns to her former cheery self. She offers to guide the warrior back, but one last matter remains, as Xenos demands his due. He asks for no titles, no talk of heroes or villains, no justification, just a duel, adventurer to adventurer. They fight not as enemies, but as 2 who have sought purpose in the clash. At the end, Xenos falters. Was life a gift or a burden? He asks. Did you find fulfillment? And with those words, Xenos is no more. Before darkness takes the warrior as well, a teleportation beacon falls from the sky. It activates, and the Warrior of Light returns to the Ragnarok. There he is greeted by cheers and tears. He is home. The final days have ended, and the people of Eorzea are once again safe, the torch having been passed to them from the ancients. Sometime later, Alphino pens a letter. The Scions formally disband. Their work is done for now. Each goes their own way. To rebuild, to study, to wander. Tataru remains, turning the Rising Stones into a workshop and a refuge. When they ask what comes next, the Warrior of Light looks to the sky, where a blue bird glides across the new dawn, a smile on his face. Patch 6.1 Newfound Adventure. With the end of the world behind him, the Warrior of Light is free to go on his own adventures. After some time, the warrior pays a visit to Tataru. Over tea and laughter, they talk of simpler times, of quests without cataclysm, and quiet roads not walked in ages. Tataru, ever the instigator of destiny, suggests some old-fashioned adventuring. The tip leads the warrior to Radzat-Han, and to a tavern where a drunken professor slurs secrets regarding a treasure map rumored to lead to Azjadal's legacy, a hidden trove of otherworldly riches at the bottom of the bounty, just as Emmett Selk had foretold. At the market, the warrior spots a shady merchant staging a clumsy performance with a boy to sell the map. But before they can act, Estinian strides forward and purchases it with a heavy pouch of gil. His reason? To use the treasure to build a relief fund for the people of Radzat-Han who suffered during the final days. A noble cause, and one that earns him the warrior's partnership. After securing a ship, however, they realize they are in need of more allies. Braha joins with glee. Urianger arrives bearing blueprints for Loporite vaults, and Ishtola is intrigued by whispers of otherworldly plunder. Together they sail to the Marked Isle and unlock enchanted passageways that lead to the ocean floor. Beneath the waves lies treasure beyond imagination. But more intriguing is a sealed alchemical chamber. As they attempt to open it, Varshahan intervenes, declaring that it can only be unsealed on his authority. Within lies not gold, but a faint, active planar gate, leading to the 13th, more commonly known as the Void. Ishtola is immediately fascinated by this phenomenon. Varshahan explains, ages ago, during the war between the Alagans and Merocidia, Bahamut fell, and the Merocidians summoned the Warring Triad. Emperor Zande responded by forging a pact with the Cloud of Darkness. The battle seemed eternal until Vertra's sister, Azdaia, dove into the Void Gate to seal it, never to return. Vertra, torn between duty and devotion, hid this smaller gate beneath the sea and sealed it to prevent calamity. Far away in the desolate 13th, a knight in black armor sits upon a throne, speaking to 4 unseen elemental lieutenants. They have sensed the gate stirring, and beyond it, the mortal who bested the Cloud of Darkness. The knight warns them, be patient. Their war for redemption is just beginning. Back in Thavnir, Ishtola asks to study the gate, while Estinian and the warrior assist Varshahan in deciding how best to use the treasure. After meeting with locals, it's agreed. Funds will revitalize trade, with a portion reserved to build an orphanage for those left parentless in the wake of the final days. Meanwhile, Ishtola investigates planar mechanics. Unlike soul travel through the rift, gates like this allow full passage, if widened. Old records mentioned an artificial void scent used to expand such gates, but the method is lost. Ishtola nevertheless smiles as she knows exactly where to find what they are looking for. In Sharlayan, she and the warrior gain special access to the Numenor archives, a massive collection of scrolls and tomes said to be the largest of its kind. There they find the text Ishtola was hoping for, a guide to crafting an artificial atomos, using a crystal to replicate the resonance needed to widen the gate. Returning to Thamnir, they enlist Nitana's help and test the Void Gate's danger. To do so, Ishtola summons 2 Nixies using a rather embarrassing incantation from her past. She then equips one of them with a warding scale and sends them into the void. As they make their way back, only the protected one returns unscathed. The test confirms it. They'll need enhanced protection. Ishgard sets off to the Garland Ironworks, hoping Nero can assist. Meanwhile, the people at the Great Work in Thavnia begin constructing the artificial Automos. In Radzad-Han, Varshan wrestles with duty and desire. The citizens gather and urge him to go so that he might save his sister, Asdaya. They will manage without him. Varshan finally agrees. His dragon form will however remain behind, even as his heart and mind cross the void. Elsewhere in the shifting shadows of the 13th, a familiar silhouette emerges. The void-sent avatar once bound to Xenos, now free at last to return home. Patch 6.2 Buried Memory. As the artificial Automos is constructed and the warding scales are reinforced, the Warrior of Light reunites with his companions at the Great Work. There, Nidhana presents Varshan with a new vessel, an adult form, capable of wielding Virtua's power in the 13th. Ishgard too offers a gift, the crystal of light that once traced Meteon's sorrowful journey across the sea of stars. The party returns to the 13th, emerging within a warped fortress ruled by a void-sent named Beatrice. They pursue her through its shadowy halls until another, far stronger void-sent strikes, devouring Beatrice's ether. He introduces himself as Scarmiglione, the archfiend of Earth, one of the 4 elite generals serving a figure known only as Lord Golbez. The Warrior of Light defeats him, but Scarmiglione's ether lingers in the air. In the dungeon below, the warrior happens upon a familiar presence, Xenos' former void-sent avatar, now speaking with eerie familiarity. The crystal of light pulses, purging her corruption and revealing a pale, robed woman. Though still void-sent, she appears human. When asked her name, she merely calls herself void-sent. Ishgard, inspired, gives her a new name, Zero, not to denote nothing, but rather the beginning of something new. In exchange for ether, Zero tells them of the world before the Flood of Darkness, a land consumed by war known as the Contra Memoria. She was born into it, transformed into a void-sent before birth, and cursed to live unchanged. She leads the group to the throne room, where Scarmiglione re-emerges, regenerated. In the 13th, nothing truly dies, not while darkness reigns. Zero refuses to help, until she is reminded that she never paid for the name she received. Reluctantly, she joins the battle and reveals her unique power to crystallize and seal away void-sent ether, the ancient magic known as Memoria. She uses it to trap Scarmiglione permanently. As the warrior holds the crystal, the echo grants them a glimpse of Scarmiglione's past. He was one of 4 creatures elevated by Golbez, empowered with stolen ether drawn from Asdaya. They retreat to Zero's sanctuary, a domain for weak, void-sent seeking refuge from Golbez's purge. His archfiends scour the realm, absorbing or destroying all in their path. Zero explains that consumed void-sent become a part of the Devourer's being, but when such beings are slain, their victims can reform. Elsewhere, Golbez learns of Scarmiglione's defeat. Barbarisha, the archfiend of wind, offers to hunt down the outsider in exchange for more of Asdajar's ether. Golbez consents. Barbarisha's flying domain then appears outside Zero's refuge as she descends, feeding on the weak. Sensing Virtua's essence within Varshan, she remarks that keeping Asdajar alive was wise, the perfect lure. Varshan demands to know his sister's location, and Barbarisha promises answers if they manage to defeat her in her own domain. Determined, Varshan offers his ether to Zero in exchange for her help, and she accepts his payment. The party soars to the floating ruin. Zero seals void-sent along the way, while the others hold the line, allowing the Warrior of Light to confront the Archfiend. Zero urges them to seal Barbarisha quickly and ask questions later. Heeding her advice, Barbarisha is defeated and sealed, but the Echo remains silent. Worse, Zero collapses, nearly drained of all her ether. They then return to the source to let her recover. Zero is given a room in Radzad-Han, and Ishgard explains she will regain strength simply by breathing in the ether-rich air, though food might speed the process. When Zero awakens, she tries having a meal. It is strange, yet pleasurable. She admits to have never tasted food in the 13th. To do so meant devouring another, merging with them, something she always refused to do. As her strength returns, Varshan invites her and the warrior on a tour of the city. There they encounter children playing, who explain what a friend truly means. Zero is struck by the simplicity of the concept, as it is very different from what she had learned from her time with Xenos. Later, Zero shares more information about Contra Memoria. In ages past, the Asians had introduced Eidolons, dark reflections of primals. In time, heroes arose to stop them, wielding the Memoria. But that power corrupted many, turning them into monsters themselves. War spread, and while Zero and her mother resisted, they couldn't stop the inevitable. The flood of darkness came, and Zero only survived by falling into the rift. Ishgard believes the 13th might be restored, like the first, but Zero is seemingly uninterested in the prospect. As things stand, she has only one purpose: to find Asdaya. Meanwhile, Golbez gathers his remaining generals. The Archfiend of Fire proposes a coordinated strike with his watery counterpart. Golbez approves. Alone, he reflects on his past, how he slew the Watcher on the Moon to free his world from stagnation. Even if all fails, the gate is open. Nothing will stop him now. Patch 6.3. Gods revel, lands tremble. Since arriving in the Source, Zero has spent her days watching the people of this world, marveling at their ease and laughter. So unlike the brutal survivalism of the Void, she walks beside the Warrior of Light, admitting her surprise that not everyone here is like Xenos. For that, she is quietly relieved. As they prepare another expedition into the 13th, Vertra's roar echoes through the skies above Razat-Han. He felt a flicker of Asdaya's essence, a presence, however faint, calling from the frozen north. The party sets course for Garlemald. Upon arrival, they reunite with Alphinaud and Alizé. Garlemald still lacks leadership, its people scraping by under Ulysses' guidance, supported by the Ilsabad contingent. Reports speak of increasing voidsent attacks from the mountains, near the ruins of a Reaper enclave. But the path up the peaks is treacherous, and every Magitech snowcraft is out of commission. The warrior, Alizé, and Zero head to Tapper's Den in search of an engineer. Along the way, Zero asks Alizé why she helps the Gallians with no promise of reward. Alizé chuckles and says that it is simply because she wants to, and that sometimes doing good is its own reward. With the mechanics secured, repairs begin while Estinian, Ishgard, and Varshan repel voidsent. The Warrior of Light joins Alizé to protect nearby villages, where she expresses hope that Garlemald can once again stand on its own. Zero aids Alphinaud with food distribution. There's a strange familiarity in the act. Ulysses approaches, offering her a fiery dumpling from the Azim steppe. They talk of friends and meaning, and Zero's uncertain understanding of either. Their conversation is cut short by reports of a massive voidsent incursion from the mountains. Ulysses prepares to respond, but Zero stops him. "Let me go," she says, torn between instinct and something deeper. In the howling winds, Zero stands alone against the voidsent and loses. As she lies in the snow, memories rise. A younger self, defeated by corrupt Memoriads. They had mocked her solitude, cursed her for having no one. But now in the present, voices call her back. The twins and the Warrior of Light arrive, saving her from the edge. At Tertium, Ulysses offers heartfelt thanks. As Zero collapses from ether depletion, Alizé teases that the warrior is rubbing off on her. Once Zero recovers, the repaired snowcraft carries the party to the heart of the storm. There they confront Cagnazzo, the Archfiend of Water, who reveals that he used Adaja's eye to lure them there. Only Golbez knows where she truly is. With a thunderous battle, the Archfiend falls. As his essence fades, however, he smiles, knowing he has played his part. Back in Razat-Han, just as preparations resume for the next journey to the 13th, a distant explosion shatters the calm. Ishgard and Estinian rush toward it. Varshan tends to his people. The warrior and Zero pursue a fleeing monster spotted in the blast's wake. A message crackles through the link pearl. The vault and the void gate are gone. Cagnazzo's final act, it seems, was a diversion. Following the trail, the warrior finds the culprit. Rubicante, the archfiend of fire, admiring the world he had long forgotten. He speaks of noble causes, of Golbez's dream for his ruined star, and the warrior's quest to save Asdaya. He proposes a duel on the top of Mount Ordeals, a clash of ideals. At the summit, they battle and the warrior prevails. Rubicante, weakened but proud, shares Golbez's plan to conquer the source, so the 13th might rejoin the cycle of life and death. But Zero, emboldened, challenges this. Having witnessed life in the source, she's learned that not all things must be exchanged. Sacrificing one world to save another isn't balance, it's cruelty. Rubicante, thoughtful even in defeat, acknowledges her growth. Perhaps we are monsters, he says, but even monsters can have honor. As a final gift, he reveals Golbez's location, the moon of the 13th, a prison once akin to Zodiark's. With her foe's ambitions laid bare, Ishtola vows to find a way to the moon. Zero too is committed. Something stirs within her, a fire she doesn't yet understand, one that drives her to risk everything. On the moon, Golbez watches from his shadowed throne, resolute, Asdaya caged above his head. His archfiends may have fallen, but the gate is open. His crusade is far from over. Patch 6.4 The Dark Throne. Ishtola and Urianger return to Ratchat-Han, bearing the blueprint of a bold new plan, to forge a void gate vast enough for Virtue's true worm form to pass through, linking the moon of the source to the twisted skies of the 13th. The key lies in reactivating the Tower of Babel to channel immense stores of ether, which must be harvested from the Isle of Ham, once intended to fuel the Ragnarok, before Hydaelyn gifted the Mother Crystal instead. But with the Scions no longer active, someone else must petition the forum. Kryl, now aligned with the students of Baldesian, offers her help just as she's finishing a conversation with Arenville, who cryptically hints at a journey of his own. Meanwhile, the Warrior of Light and their allies descend into Labyrinthos to secure cooperation from the original Ragnarok engineers and ensure safe ether containment. With forum approval and the vessels secured, the group prepares to journey to the ether front. Thancred joins the mission and finds himself drawn into conversation with Zero, who still wrestles with the idea of giving aid without compensation. Thancred, as always, offers simple wisdom. His motivation is faith in those he trusts. Zero admits that such trust has no place in the void, not since the age of the Contra Memoria. But Thancred tells her that sticking close to the Warrior of Light is the best way to learn. Before departing, Thancred pulls Urianger aside. They received a curious summons, a request to employ Archons such as themselves in a far-off land. In Garlemald, the path to reactivating the Tower of Babel is fraught with difficulties. The Garleans are wary of foreigners meddling with what was once the seat of their power, and equally fearful of anything to do with magic. The fledgling leadership balks at their proposal. Zero observes that the root issue is imbalance. The Garleans are dependent, while the Ilsabad contingent remains independent. The lack of mutual need sows resentment. Inspired by this observation, Varjan proposes a solution: rekindle trade between Ratchat-Han and Garlemald. Thavnir would provide resources, Garlemald would supply magitech, and both would profit from the flow of ceruleum. Mutual benefit could rebuild Garlemald and stabilize Thavnir's struggling economy. Two interim lords hear the proposal. One sees its promise, while the other brands it treason and storms out. Iulus, along with the warrior and Zero, follows suit. When a rogue machina threatens the lord's life, Iulus leaps into action and saves him. He pleads for understanding. Garlemald cannot cling to the past. Change is the only path forward. The Lord relents, persuaded by the strength of his conviction. Zero, curious, asks how Iulus earned his trust. He answers plainly. Trust begins when someone places theirs in you. The words stir old memories. She recalls two figures from her past, a knight and a mage, who offered kindness with no demand when they asked her to join them. She had turned them away, too suspicious to believe in their altruism. Now she regrets it. Iulus offers her a simple truth. As long as she lives, she has the power to change. Zero grips his hand, a gesture of trust she is now beginning to understand. With diplomacy on their side, the Tower of Babel is reactivated. On the moon, Ishtola lays out the final steps. Using the ancient brands surrounding Zodiark's former prison, they anchor a void gate sealed against intrusion. Loporrit constructs stand ready to purge anything that slips through. When all is ready, Alphino and Alizé power the tower from Garlemald. The ether surges, the gate opens, and Vertra soars from Etheirys to the moon, carrying his companions upon his back into the void. They emerge on the other side in the lifeless scarlet hell of the void's moon, a twisted mirror of the source, with a great chasm echoing Zodiark's cradle. In its depths lies Azdaia, bound in a prison forged of Golbez's will. Her eye, returned to her, sparks her awakening. She warns that the prison holds back her corruption. If Golbez is defeated, she may yet be freed, but the price may be her soul. She reveals Golbez frequents a particular site on the surface. There, the warrior discovers a Memoria crystal and sees through the echo a vision. A knight and a mage battling corrupted Memoriads. They encounter a lone girl at the edge of a village. They offer her friendship and a place beside them, but she refuses. Zero recognizes the tale. It is her own past, and the knight was one of those two who once showed her kindness. Golbez arrives, his army of Voidsent in tow. He mocks them, revealing that Azdaia was but bait. Her longing to return home made her the perfect catalyst. With a gesture, he shatters her cage. Darkness floods her soul, and she transforms into the Shadow Dragon. The battle erupts, and Golbez summons a twisted arena of stone and shadow to house the final duel. The Warrior of Light faces both Golbez and the corrupted dragon. When the dust settles and the warrior emerges victorious, Golbez reveals it was all a ruse. While they fought, remnants of Zodiark's broken essence merged within the chasm. Now awakened, they have become something new, a being of pure despair. Golbez offers it to Azdaia, who has consumed body and soul. He names his creation Zeramas, a god created to bring salvation to his world. Zero attempts to seal Zeramas using the Memoria, but he is vastly too powerful. Her spell fails, and the Memoria crystal is flung into the chasm. The heroes retreat atop Vertra's back. Azdaia is gone, but not lost. Her essence lives on within Zeramas. If they can defeat it, she may yet be saved. Ishtola proposes a desperate ploy. They must find a light powerful enough to pierce the deepest darkness. She turns her thoughts to the first, and departs for Old Sharlayan, seeking the knowledge necessary to bring such light into the void. Patch 6.5 Growing Light. Ishtola returns to Ratzatan with grim tidings and a glimmer of hope. Zeramas, rather than biding his time, is actively trying to tear through the Void Gate, his strength swelling with every moment. Urianger and the Loporrits struggle to reinforce the magical brands keeping the rift sealed. Yet, Ishtola bears good news. In the tomes of the Allegan Archmaker's Noah, she discovered designs for etheric transmitters. Sid and the Ironworks have already fabricated a set. Her plan? To harness the crystallized flood of light in Nabath Areng, send its energy to the crystal tower on the first, and use the rift to pierce through Zeramas' shroud with a concentrated lance of light. Before the Warrior of Light can depart with the devices, Zero steps forward. She wishes to accompany them to the first, explaining that void-sent summoning and spirit vessel travel are not so different. As such, she should be able to journey just as the Scions once did. Warrior agrees, and Zero transfers her essence into a vessel. With her vessel in hand, the warrior visits Bakulug for reconstitution. While Bakulug handles the process, the warrior meets with Rhine, who has taken to studying hardy flora, capable of thriving in the newly restored Empty. When Zero awakens, the trio tours the Crystarium, ending their walk at the Crystal Tower. There, Lena voices concern that directing so much light ether through Norvrandt might cause alarm, especially in light of past disasters. Understanding the risk, the warrior and Zero travel across the first to reassure its people, before deploying the transmitters. As light begins to surge across the land, Zero contemplates its overwhelming radiance. Could a creature of the void truly wield it? Determined to try, she draws it into herself and promptly collapses. Ryan rushes to her side, demanding to know why she would take such a risk. Zero, slowly regaining consciousness, reveals that she wanted to show her world a path to balance, to prove that light and dark could coexist. Touched, Ryan offers to help her try again. Together they stabilize the ether, and this time Zero endures, her resolve to save the 13th strengthening. With half the plan complete, the warrior and Zero return to the source and venture once more through the moon's void gate. On the 13th, they deploy the second set of transmitters to penetrate the shadow cloaking Zeramus. Before descending into the crater, Zero pauses to admire the beams of light streaking across her world, and vows to see it saved, without it being at the cost of another world. Within the depths of the lunar subterrane, the party battles wave after wave of void scent. Amid the chaos, they recover the Memoria crystal Zero had dropped. It drags them into a memory. Golbez and Durante battling corrupted Memoriads in the city of Baron. In the final clash, Golbez is transformed by dark magic. Durante, unable to kill his friend, seals him in the Memoria and takes on his name and armor, swearing to continue their mission alone. The memory fades, and the true Golbez, once Durante, stands before them. Zero begs him to reconsider his path, but he refuses. Power, he insists, is the only way to reshape the world. He recounts how an Asian manipulated his desperation, leading him to slay the Watcher and trigger the flood of darkness. Since that day, he has trusted only in himself and Zeramus, believing salvation demands sacrifice. They clash, and Golbez summons the shades of the fallen archfiends. The group battles through, and the Warrior of Light presses onward into the heart of the crater to face Zeramus alone. Golbez claims nothing can halt Zeramus' ascent, but the others believe in their champion. In the pitch-black abyss, the Warrior of Light confronts Zeramus. The Void God lashes out with reality-bending might, but the warrior holds fast. One by one, allies descend to aid them. Golbez, stirred by memory and a gesture of trust from Zero, a shard of light she shared in a previous vision, joins them. He shields the group and reveals the key. Zeramus must be sealed within a Memoria. As they battle, Zero is nearly cast into the rift, but the bonds she forged pull her back. Empowered by the faith of her companions, she sheds her Reaper guise and embraces the light of her former self, a paladin reborn. Together with Golbez, they combine light and shadow, breaking through Zeramus' shell. Vertra calls out to Asdaya, and with Zero sealing Zeramus' essence, Varshan unites their ether to restore her form. Golbez, humbled, admits he now sees hope for the 13th, but doubts his place in that future. Zero offers him forgiveness and a path forward. Together they will find others who share their dream. On the moon's surface, Zero bids farewell to her newfound friends. She entrusts Ryan with Zeramus' Memoria, hoping it aids her quest in the empty. In return, the warrior gives her the Archfiend's crystals to inspire Golbez. As a parting gift, Ishgard presents Zero with a Nixie, imbued with her warding scale, should they ever need to reconnect. Celebrations follow. In Razatan, the Loperids discuss new projects that might aid the Void. In Garlemald, Zero's gratitude is passed on to Eulus, who in turn urges the twins to take a well-earned break. Back in Old Sharlayan, Ishgard presents her findings to the Forum, and the warrior escorts the Levelier siblings home. At last, in Razatan, old friends reunite under the starlit sky. Two great worms roar joyfully above, a sign that even across the sundered reflections, hope now travels freely. And in Old Sharlayan, Kryl unearths a long-lost letter buried in old files. Inside is an earring and a petition to her grandfather, asking him to explore a fabled city in distant Tural. Meanwhile at the docks, Erenmil returns from his homeland, with a stranger in tow, in search of a champion. The Warrior of Light is summoned once more to the Baldesian Annex. There he reunites with Kryl, now wearing the mysterious earring she found, and Grahatea, who brings word from Erenville. The seasoned gleaner has just returned from distant shores, bringing with him a guest of no small significance, Wuk Lamat, a spirited contender in the right of succession for Tuliolal, the capital of the New World, Tural. Wuk Lamat wastes no time. She extends a bold invitation to the Warrior of Light, asking them to accompany her as her champion in the coming trial that will determine the future ruler of her homeland. She hints that the right will be no simple contest, but one wrapped in myth, rumors of the Golden City, and the legendary beast Valegarmanda abound. Still, before forging such a partnership, she insists on a proper introduction. A hunt, she says, will tell her all she needs to know. Erenville suggests a recent bounty on unruly beasts, prowling the Isle of Ham. And though he sighs at Wuk Lamat's gleeful curiosity about their culinary potential, he agrees to lead them to the docks. As they traverse the isle, Wuk Lamat marvels at Shalayan's wonders, stories once told to her by her brother Koana, a former student of the studium. The group eventually encounters a massive colibri, capable of mimicking speech. After felling the beast, Wuk Lamat's shaken confidence becomes clear, though she masks her nerves. The colibri rises again, nearly overwhelming her, until Kryl arrives in a burst of brilliant color, finishing it off with pictomancy, an esoteric art passed down from the War of the Magi. Kryl explains she's been studying the forgotten art, once wielded by Archon Realm, spurred by her own feelings of helplessness during past crises. She wishes to join their journey to Dural, not just to support Wuk Lamat, but because of a letter she had found. Wuk Lamat examines it and confirms the signature belonging to her father, the Dawn Servant. But the letter is a forgery. The language is wrong, the script unfamiliar, and the wax seal is not a tradition used in her homeland. However, the enigma only deepens Kryl's resolve. Back in Shalayan, the group prepares a fiery feast from the colibri, using spices popularized by Zero during her stay. Over dinner, Wuk Lamat opens up about the stakes in Tural. One of her rival siblings plans to exploit Garlemald's weakness to ignite a campaign of conquest, and she's determined to stop him. Graha questions whether inviting outsiders into such a pivotal national matter is wise. Wuk Lamat counters that Tural thrives on diversity, and its ruler should reflect that spirit. The next day, the twins overhear talk of the impending voyage. Alisaie and Alphino leap at the chance to help and rush off to prepare. Graha, meanwhile, confides in the Warrior of Light his suspicions that more is at play in the succession than Wuk Lamat lets on. In the shadows nearby, Thancred quietly listens. With the party growing, the Warrior of Light formally accepts Wuk Lamat's invitation. Graha remains behind to oversee the students of Baldesion, while Wuk Lamat insists Erenville accompany them, playfully invoking his long-forgotten dream of seeing the fabled city of gold. Across the sea in Limsa Lominsa, Estinian muses aloud about his next destination. He's already ventured north and east. Perhaps it's time to head west. He buys a ticket for a ship bound for the New World. Elsewhere in Old Shalayan, Thancred meets with Urianger. The pair exchange knowing glances. It seems their allies aren't the only ones heading to Tural. They too will journey there, but to back a different claimant. Urianger asks if Thancred has any qualms about opposing their friends, but the gunbreaker simply smiles. He's never been one to shy from a challenge. That night, the Warrior of Light stands at the edge of the Old Shalayan docks, staring out toward the horizon. In the wind, echoes of Emmet Selk's words return, as Azem's heirs seen what lies beneath the waves of the bounty, tread the treasure isles beyond the blind frost, set foot in the Golden City. A grin tugs at his lips. A new dawn rises, and with it emerges a new trail to follow.